do it for the glory.
All right, let's go again.
One shot, no stopping now.
What did you just say?
For the glory.
What are you doing, Ben? Oh my God.
We do it for the glory. Glory.
Welcome to poker, my man. Thanks, buddy.
We do it for the glory.
Gotta take the crown home, accepting nothing less. When the victory laps, the hustle's in my chest. We bow down to no competition.
That was a good bluff.
That's on the peak, cause that's the proper vision. Glory's the only mission.
I just dragged the pot like a champ.
We do it for the glory. One chance to hold the crown. We do it for the glory.
Tudo do Brasil, pai.
David beat Goliath. Galen Hall will lift the trophy.
It's a heart, and that means it's over.
Watson wins the Bahamas. Dominic Planker has done it.
Really sick start to this kid's career.
Bang, 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 bang. Maria Lampropoulou is the PCA champion. Elkie wins the main event. Another year, another trophy.
Call him Mr. PCA.
DeBella calls and that's it. He will take the PCA title.
The PCA is back.
Welcome to the Bahamas and the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure 2023. Yes, after a slightly longer than planned hiatus, we are back in the Bahamas for the PCA at the luxurious Bahama in Nassau. 10 days of live coverage starts now with day 2 of the 10K PCA main event. And welcome inside this fantastic poker room, this arena where some of the best in the world will compete over the next 10 days. I am James Hartigan, alongside me, Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Maria Ho.
Hi.
Joe, I hope you heard the excitement in my voice. The PCA's back. The first time in 4 years that we've been in this location.
I've heard the excitement in your voice. You can hear the excitement in my voice. It's like that song says, you don't know what you have until you don't have it anymore. And I didn't realize how much I missed this place until I set foot back in the Bahamas. So happy to be here.
That was a fair approximation of the lyrics. Maria, you've already had the chance to play some poker. We'll talk about the PCA main event in a moment, but of course, a couple of big tournaments kicked off this festival. There was a BSOP event here in the Bahamas?
Yeah, and it was so important to me to jump in there. I got off a red eye, hopped into day 2, late reg, somehow find myself pretty deep, but not good enough, of course. For
You say that. I mean, look, a 20th place finish is still a decent cash, a great result, and also it was a pretty tough field. There were a lot of heroes at the last 3 tables.
I was surprised when I looked around. I'm like, wow, you don't have anything better to do? No 10K, 50K, 100Ks for you guys? You guys are going to be in here with me? Well, we'll battle it out then, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we also saw Bowie Effect make a deep run in that one. Maria Konnikova and Jonathan Little made the final table. Congratulations to Alan Barnes, who took down that BSOP event. Let's talk about what we're going to be doing over the next 10 days. That's right, 10 consecutive days of cards up coverage from the PCA and the PSPC, and here's how it looks. So we're kicking things off today with day 2 of the main event. You'll notice, by the way, that we're live every single day at 12:30 Eastern, which is 6:30 p.m. Central European Time, other than when we are covering a final table, when we start 30 minutes later. So we follow the PCA all the way through from day 2 to the final table on Sunday the 29th. And then things really ramp up, things really get exciting, because the second ever edition of the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship starts on January the 30th, and we are covering every single day, days 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, including the final table, which will conclude our Cards Up coverage from the Bahamas on February the 3rd. Cards up all the way, my babies. And Joseph, if we are ever going to cover one tournament from the very start, it feels like the PSPC should be it, because day 1 is incredible.
Yeah, PSPC brings out all kinds of people, folks who have never played a 25K before, and no offense to those people, a lot of them are going to go out on day 1. So we want to make sure that we take a look at them, make sure we get to know them, make sure we get to see these people on the most exciting day of their lives, just in case they don't make it until day 2.
Maria, you were here in 2019. You played the PSPC. You were part of our broadcast team for the PCA. The big change this time around is we have, in the words of Blazing Squad, flip-reversed it. We're starting with the PCA and then segue into the PSPC. That feels right.
Yeah, I like it. You know, there's so much hype surrounding the PSPC that it makes sense to leave it towards the end. And also, you know, having this big 10K main happen before it, there's probably going to be some people that were on the fence about playing the 25K, but could do a little nice parlay into it. So.
Okay, well, talking about big stuff, the biggest event that's taken place so far is the Super High Roller. Ike Haxton, the first champion of PCA 2023, Joe.
Great having Ike Haxton back. You know, it's been a while since we've seen him. It's been a while since we've seen a lot of these people. And for a guy like Ike, who was so dominant before, right? So dominant when he was on the tour regularly, to come back and win such a huge event right away, it really does prove that whole thing, right? Poker's a skill game, everyone.
Well, I know obviously we're kicking off our live coverage today, but fortunately we've got a little quick summary of what went down in this big event that kicked off PCA 2023. The first of several big buy-in events on the schedule. Yes, it's the Super High Roller. $100,000 to play. So many familiar faces in the field. 49 total entries, generating a prize pool of more than $4.7 million. After 2 days of play, the six-handed final table was set. And it took just 3 hours to get heads up. Seth Davies versus Ike Haxton. And it was Ike who claimed victory and lifted the trophy.
Ike Haxton able to take it down this time because he only had to beat Seth Davies and not also the wind.
Nice callback to 2007. And that's one thing I would like to highlight, Maria, and Ike is a prime example. I've seen so many players here who maybe we haven't seen at the PCA or any of our live events for a long time. They've all come back for this one.
I think it's a testament to how big of a series and a festival and event that this is, and people know it's a can't miss, and they've long awaited for its return.
Okay, let's talk PCA main event, and it's hard to give you definitive facts and figures at this stage. The format is slightly different to an EPT main. Late registration is still going to be open until the 3rd level of today. So we have around 650 runners at the moment. People still buying in, and they will continue buying in over the next few hours. I think we should highlight, Joe, it got off to quite a slow start. Day 1A, we were thinking, where is everyone? And then they all seem to show up on day 1B, even more showing up today, Maria. I think we'll be doing okay. I think the prize pool is going to be decent. I think the first prize is going to be solid.
Absolutely. I personally am dreading a little bit that I have 2 levels to bust and re-enter again, because I like to make day 2 and feel like that's the max amount of money I'll be spending. But, you know, pray for me, guys.
And of course, I did mention that so many familiar faces have come here to the Bahamas to play, and we have seen them in the PCA main event. Many famous faces, including yourself, Maria. And let's talk about how the PCA main event is going for you so far, because obviously you were playing that BSOP event yesterday. How much of the main event did you actually get to play on day 1B?
Well, I didn't want this to turn into a bad beat story, guys, but because I got such a bad beat to bust the BSOP, I had to walk it off a little bit. So I entered, I think, with probably 3 hours left of play yesterday and bagged just slightly above starting stack, so it's a win.
I can't believe I didn't get a mention there. I'm the person that walked it off with you. I'm the one that had to calm Maria down and watch her eat a chicken sandwich. But
and French fries. That's the part that helped me get over it.
The carbs.
We'll let you get to your table in just a moment, Maria. You mentioned, of course, that you're slightly above starting stack. There are some players coming into day 2 who have significantly more than starting stack. I am, of course, talking about the chip leaders. So let's see who the big stacks are today. Well, the biggest stack belongs to Andre Marques, with Sergej Reichak not that far behind. 164 big blinds each. Laszlo Bushtas, Omaha for rolls, also among the top 10 stacks. And then, as we continue to look at the top 20, we see we've got Andre Akari from Team Pro, Chance Cornuth, a former finalist, and a former champion, the reigning PCA main event champion, Chino Ream, coming into play. 13th in chips. And at this point, Joe, I should highlight that we have got both Chino Ream and we have got the guy who's second in chips, Sergei Reichak, at our first feature table today.
I mean, we've got the current chip leader and the fellow who won this thing last time we had it. Chino is an electrifying figure in poker. Love him or hate him, he's a lot of fun to watch. I'm so down, so happy that he is here, because as a poker fan, I love watching Chino.
Should also mention we're going to have Ant Zimmo on the main stage. We've also got Cliff Josephy, who was the runner-up here in 2017. And we've got the secondary feature table in action for PCA 2023. Got Sam Grafton on that table, along with an EPT runner-up in Andrew Chen. Just before we get to the action, I do want to highlight that we have got the mini PCA running over the course of the next 10 days. These are low buy-in tournaments, which includes a mini PCA main event, which is awarding an EPT Monte Carlo package to the winner. Of course, there are going to be EPT satellite tickets in the prize pool of every single mini PCA tournament. Maria, we wish you the best of luck on day 2. We'll let you take your seat as we get ready to get cards in the air in the PCA main event. Most players already taking their seat assignments. And Joe, we may have to say goodbye to Maria, but the good news is we can say hello to Griffin Benja.
Hey, everyone.
So 5 levels to play today, guys. 5 90-minute levels that will take us to the conclusion of the day. And I did mention that slightly different format, that slightly different structure to the PCA. We will not make the money until day 3, so world-famous bubble coverage will not be until tomorrow.
I was just getting used to it the other way.
So here we go. Looks like action is already underway.
Quite a few familiar faces on this table. Mentioned Chino Ream. We got a
Poker's
Greenwood.
not just underway.
Yeah, one of the people you highlighted, Griffin, Luke Greenwood, all in on the very first hand of the day. He only has a 10 big blind stack.
I feel good. I said I want to win all in, and then I get to play poker. I mean,
you told me before in breakfast that you might re-enter, so maybe. You told me. I didn't say it. You told me.
No, I know. Well, I mean.
He also did say he wants to.
He told you that in
I
confidence.
mean, just because I win this one, if I win this one, doesn't mean I won't.
Oh, that's me, guys.
So King Jack against King 8. Greenwood with the dominating hand here.
For fun, 9 of diamonds. Fair enough.
Take your time.
3 of diamonds. Cliff is still grumpy, boys. Boring.
That was me. I think I had a wheel. So.
And looks like Luke Greenwood is only going to have to fade an 8 on the river to survive.
Luke, just don't wake up
But
with
sir,
King
you can
Jack,
afford
make
it.
a call,
Almost 200K to start the day.
And I would just call.
So Luke Greenwood doubles up on the very first hand of day 2, and a very small dent, as you just highlighted, Griffin, into the stack of Sergei Reichak, who is second in chips overall, chip leader at this particular table, playing more than 150 bigs. Blinds, by the way, 600, 1200, with a 1200 big blind ante. As we just mentioned, the first of 5 levels to be played today.
All right. You got exactly what you asked for. You
did.
won all in.
And they're in the big blind.
Mr. Chino,
yes.
please.
Cliff Josephy, who I was on the World Series of Poker main event final table.
And Cliff came second to Christian Harder here in the Bahamas in 2017.
That's a resume.
How big of a piece of you did he have in the main event? Guy had like 90% of all the action from 2006 to 2010.
Yeah, one of the true legends of the tournament game. You know, was ranked #1 in the world, what, probably 15 years ago online, and then runner-up in the PCA. Just incredible results.
I don't remember if it was my first WSOP or my second WSOP, but he played his first ever stud event, 7-card stud, and won the bracelet.
What a stud.
His quote when he entered, "How hard could it be?"
Not that difficult.
Looks like that hand was raise and take it for Tom Askell Bedell, who is wearing a interesting red leopard print top and bucket hat.
I think he looks great.
What's
that
weird-
Axel is so hot right now.
Yeah, what's weird is he doesn't look like a Tom, but he does look like a Tom Axel.
3 more hours to register. We have, what does that say, 691? What's the line, boys?
Oh, it's 90-minute levels now?
Yeah. What's the line?
Gino already trying to gamble.
800? 750?
Yeah, well, they're just highlighting that the field is up to 691, so we've had at least 50 players buy in at the start of day 2, and a reminder that they can then fire another bullet if they bust during the first 2 levels of the day.
To the tune of $10,000 each, everyone. Just want to reiterate that.
Did you not? I'm just not even going to say
This ain't your grandma's PCA.
I realize that right as I'm looking at my cards. If I play, I'm not going to say anything.
Under the gun raise from Pedro Marquez, and we've seen a call in the hijack from Bedell and an ace-10-5 flop. And we only know one of Bedell's cards, Griffin, the Jack of Spades.
Yeah, but if we, do a little range construction here, we're going to expect Bedell to probably elect to continue a lot on this board because it's going to be a lot of sort of king jacks and then a lot of, queen jacks, suiteds. Has elected to bet once Marquez is, after Bedell has checked. And, going to do that with the ace jacks as well as those broadways sometimes. And I like this check call from Bedell.
Three of spades could be fun.
Yeah, I think that unless Bedell has pocket jacks, which is certainly in the range against that under the gun open, you could flat the hijack here with jacks sometimes. And Bedell firing again. Presumably with a worse hand, unless it's ace-jack. But it could be 2 spades, another spade under there.
Yeah.
So a call from Marquez, meaning we are going heads up to the river.
For our sweat purposes, I hope it's a spade.
Well, it's the 10 of hearts pairing the board.
I mean, there's going to be some jack 10s, right?
Action checked. And Mr. Armageddon watching on Twitch says, I think that outfit is considered retirement home pimp chic.
Nice.
Not a jack 10. It is ace-jack.
Yep.
And ace-jack of spades.
Of spades to boot.
Yeah, bad river card there for Bedell to get some more value.
So it's okay to not go for value there?
Yeah, I think when the board pairs on the 10, you're going to expect that under the gun player to have a decent amount of 10s sometimes, the check call line.
So let's just check out some of the players arriving at the start of the day. There's Antoine Sote, who we saw finish second in Prague at the end of last year. Justin Monomo is back in the Bahamas. David Peters is a reg on the high roller circuit.
That guy's still playing?
King Dan Smith. Sean Deeb is in the house.
He made it.
Among the chip leaders, Andre Akari, looking fighting fit and able. Spraggy is on one of the first tables to break today.
Still in?
Is he still in? Can we confirm?
That is John Juanda.
See you at the final table, Johnny.
And this is the first table to break today. Jason Mercier, Eric Seidel, Ryan Reese, Nacho Barbero. And these are the players trying to reg at the start of day 2. A very long line. You can see Christoph Vogelsang and Ike Haxton queuing up there. Oh, there's Onyan Dimov.
Anyang.
And Ferenc Diak.
Big Diak energy. Well, I'm glad you mentioned that the last table we saw there was first to break, because I think a lot of people be like, why aren't we looking at the Jason Mercier, Eric Seidel, Ryan Reese, Nacho Barbero table?
To be honest, if you look at the seat draw today, if you look at the player list, there are a lot of strong players. There are a lot of big names in this field. We were sport for choice, Griffin. Sport for choice.
It's kind of like Netflix, right? Where you just scroll through for ages, pick something, and you want to change it after 5 minutes.
I didn't know, but luckily
You're prepared.
he's wearing a bucket.
Tom is always prepared.
Greenwood, great opportunity here to fire a second bullet as the aggressor. This would have been a hijack to big blind.
Knows that he's a character,
Raise
so he
from
will be into the
Greenwood.
table 90%
Marquez with
of
a
the
very astute call on the flop ahead with the queen
time.
high,
Everybody wants
knowing
Tom
that
on
there can be some backdoor and turn it into bluffs. Greenwood deciding to check this jack turn. I'm a bit surprised, but maybe didn't want to find himself in a situation where, let's say, he bet 7K and then, you know, if he was check shoved on, would have to fold for the other 15 with that double gutter and the flush draw. But now is in a situation with the bottom of his range, and if Marquez elects to bet, you know, Greenwood's going to have to fold this hand that would have otherwise bluffed. But also, what can Marquez even represent with a bet? It's a bit of a weird spot for him in the big blind here.
John Delano, first person to whip out the Flaming Barries. The ace on the river has not changed the outcome of this hand, but always worth celebrating, Barry Greenstein.
Greenwood might be thinking about calling with 9 high because of the 5-6 and 6-8 combos, but yeah, gonna have to let that go.
A couple of quick questions to handle. Corin Kello asking what was the starting stack. The answer, 30,000. And a few people asking about Lex. I'm sure many of you have seen Lex's vlog, which he's shooting here in the Bahamas. I believe that Lex is taking some time out today. I think he's done with the main event. I don't think he's going to be firing another bullet.
I know, 6-7's too few.
How bad was it?
That's I'm having a lovely breakfast with his family.
Sorry, I know. I meant
4-7.
I know. I was trying to make a bluff joke, and then I realized that when you have two PO, both your hands have to, like,
Go around it.
Gucho Edson Twitch asks, how will work the drops? Here's how it works. You're banned.
Greenwood getting a lot of excuses to get involved. Some very playable hands here in mid-late position. King-Queen gonna play as a min-raise. And Coral with the 9-3 suited gonna decide to take one off with just 20 big blinds behind. Certainly loose, but with that big blind ante, you're gonna see some pretty loosey-goosey calls from the big blind, especially if those cards are suited.
You can't afford not to see any flops with 9 big blinds, Griffin. One club?
But he's got 22 big blinds. 23.
Sorry, what did I say?
You said 9.
I meant to say 20.
It's okay.
I thought I said 9-3. You can't afford to see not.
I don't want to fight on stream.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
I meant to say 20.
Well, you didn't. So
9 high is what I was trying to say with 20 big blinds.
well, polish it up.
No, don't do that. Anyway, what happened in the hand?
It's a bet by Greenwood and a quick fold from the Dougie Gilmore suited. It's for all you Toronto Maple Leaf fans out there. Unleash crowd.
The
All
Dougie
two of
Gilmore
you.
suited.
He wore 93. It's one of the most famous hockey players coming out of Toronto Maple Leafs. Someone out there will appreciate it.
Is this message from Crazy Carl correct? Technically, this is the 20th anniversary of the PCA.
No, that is incorrect.
Thank you for your comment.
Yeah, thanks. But
What about the PCA, which was originally started on a cruise ship?
That is correct, in 2004.
Oh.
We actually still have that ship, and we're going to use it for the 20th anniversary. We've been waiting.
It's going to float by like One-Eyed Willie's pirate ship at the end of Goonies.
And Carl, for reminding us, you're coming.
Chino in action, opening in early position with 5-4 suited.
And this is really why we're all here. We want to see the two big stacks.
Yes.
Get it going here with these middling hands. Chino flops best.
Yeah, that's why we're all here.
Listen, okay, I didn't know what was going to happen. Didn't know it was going to be so lame.
So boring, I almost went blind.
Yeah.
Just kidding, that was awesome. That was great. Great fundamentals right there. Like a
Yeah, but we needed like a 9-6 deuce 1
a good dribbler, a good passer.
Check
Tell us
call,
the story,
turn
Cliff.
queen,
Oh, no.
2x pot. You know.
They turn the cameras on, I got stories. Turn off, excuse me.
Only 6 hands into day 2.
Can we pretend to turn the cameras off?
Story too. It's not made for the cameras.
Yeah.
You're killing me, Smalls.
Start your own like Chino's YouTube channel.
All in.
All in, says Ant Zeno.
Zeno. With the 10 bigs.
Isn't it Zeno?
I don't know.
Pretty sure it's Zeno. That's the problem with the 3 years hiatus. I
How?
forgot how to say everyone's names.
I mean, there's 2 ends.
I know, but it like used to be in his Twitter profile.
Neither were once against you, so
How to say his name.
not this
You
time.
forget how to say people's names. Yeah, I think it's Zeno.
He should double the eye and lose one of the ends.
Yeah.
Carlos asking, when does a late registration close? A question in the YouTube chat. At the end of the second level of the day. So this is level 1. Then they'll play effectively the same blind level again. So we have the devils 9 and 10 are
Next level
both
is the
600,
same blind
1200.
level, right?
And then a break will follow. And then the
right?
registration window will close.
I have to look at them in front of this camera? They're not RFID where you guys already know if I put it right here? Yeah, but with all
Chino,
respect,
you
that's
played
the
at this exact table 4 years
That's
ago.
how I look at my cards.
We're just asking you to follow the exact same instructions that we gave you in 2019.
Basically, that's what you're telling me to do.
And I'm going to say that it probably wasn't too much of an inconvenience because you won this tournament.
At least it's clear.
I just play my own cards. I don't like your cards.
Ace-5 offsuit for Sergei Reitzak, who's opening on the button. Round 2, Luke Greenwood in the big blind with King-Jack.
Is that okay? Or? Why? Isn't this the 2? I'm the 2 seed.
Either way, it's annoying.
Greenwood,
It's not
I
right.
think, split between 2 ideas about how he wants to play this. A shove or a call. Has elected to go for a call, which I think is fine. You know, when you do get snapped off here, you're going to be definitely have the worst king and the worst jack. So you are gonna fold out a hand like Ace-5, which is kind of nice, but you're not gaining that much. By just calling here, you're keeping in a lot of the worst king and jack type hands that the button is going to open here. Of course, this particular situation is against the Ace-5 and has not gone well with the flop. But I would expect Greenwood to call one off here to this very small size, drawing to the nuts.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, poker's back in the Bahamas.
That's what we like to see.
It's Broadway, baby.
Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. I'm trying to think of a sound effect
Yeah.
for Broadway after all these years that isn't licensed. Break a leg? I don't know. Curtain call?
I made a poker joke on Twitter once about bullets over Broadway and tagged Jennifer Tilly, and then she started following me.
That's neat.
She liked my joke. Nice check back. Don't want to get crazy here, but it's going to be a pretty tough river spot here, facing this bet from Greenwood. I think Greenwood's thinking about the fact that, you know, he might want to have to size up here. You're never really going to get called by a 10 that was sort of betting small for protection on the flop. You know, there's not that many bluffs that are there now that a 10 is beating, except maybe like 7-9 or some king 5 of hearts, something like that. So the fact that Reichik has that ace and does quickly call that big bet too high up in his range with that ace, and Greenwood been all over him in this first level.
And Greenwood's done a decent job in just 8 hands. Griffin has chipped up. Well, had the double up on the first hand of the day, but started with 10 bigs, now has around 35.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, we can call a spade a spade. Been quite fortunate in winning that all in and having that situation there against the ace. But, you know, with the kind of betting that Luke ended up going with, got a very big payday. That was a full pot-sized bet. Not everyone would have bet 10,000 there.
Or turning the
but a Greenwood would.
Or is it the same?
Depends if you win the pot or not.
That's also true. Very true. Good point. I think turning the gutters.
It's a straight over set right
when you called so fast, I was like, like I almost was like, oh, maybe I'll have some money on the table here.
If you check, I might bet call.
I know. I was thinking about it.
So Bedell,
I can't be too greedy. You know?
ace king on the button raises to 2,600.
No complaining.
Chino Reem, the reigning champ in the big blind.
Chino going to be very defensive of his big blind. I don't think really has any
Only
folds in
you
his
saw my
range
cards.
here. And that looks like a fair bit of chips here. That, you know, deciding to go aggressive action. And when the way this talk is going, I think this is probably on the weaker side. Just
I would raise more than aces.
From the hands that I've seen.
You only raise aces?
When Chimo starts.
I guess we got the
But
same
it is an ace in hand. Could be big.
Oh, yeah.
I can still win if you have the same hand.
All the school poker right here.
Ugh, I don't like this chatter from Bedell because it's the kind of mentality that I mean, I don't want to make any judgments on Bedell as a player, but it's just like, oh no, well, you could have the same hand. Whenever someone says that, it's often ace king, right?
I guess you do have the same man, huh?
I only play aces, I promise you.
So,
but they are talking aces.
I have played you a lot before.
Chino's 3-bet was
only play aces.
7,200.
I like to play aces too. What's the bet?
17,000.
Bedell has 4-bet to 17,700.
17,700.
Don't forget the position.
Huh?
Don't forget the position.
I know I'm out of position. So now I gotta think about what I should do.
Well, you could have been doing that the whole time.
I should just hope.
When I came to the table, I met the 2 biggest favorites for the tournament.
Okay.
So
I want to hear what else is going on. I'm out of position, so I gotta try and just like win the pot right now, right? That's my only shot.
I got the rebuy.
Well, Chino just threw chips out there.
I'm ready for a rebuy. Ole.
Wow, is it the aces?
You said you didn't have aces. How can you lie like that?
A 5-bet, an all-in, and a call.
Table. I didn't want to play you, and I didn't want to play Chelsea.
And Chino has aces.
Chino is as polarizing as a 5-bet shove.
I can't believe he has it.
You need a lot of luck.
Everyone wants me to win.
Yeah,
My saving grace here was I knew he was going to play slow, and I knew he was going to play slow. Chino's going to play fast, and Chino took forever that hand.
I play slow.
I wanted to get it all. I'm sorry. My bad if I wanted to try and get it all.
It's all good.
One good card.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't even want the sweat. I just want it to be over on the turn. If you don't mind.
That's a surprise.
If you don't mind.
Let's take.
You know, feature tables. There's always some sort of sweat.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
some sort of sweat.
It's a mini
I
sweat.
see the sweat so far.
2 outs for Bedell.
Boys, this is gonna be a really good game.
Everyone
Is there
wants to
justice
win
in
this
poker?
spot,
No.
Nobody folds.
No king. I don't remember, to be honest. It's more funny to say no.
7 on the river, and it's a bucket hat bust out.
All I was sitting here, right? I was like, what does Cliff think about my tabletop?
Rebuy time for Tom Askell-Bedell.
I was just thinking, is everybody else going to find out about your
Big time
table?
cooler against the most aggressive player on the table. Just unfair.
Yeah, well, once we got the 15K.
We might see Tom Askell-Bedell again if he decides to fire another 10K bullet. Meanwhile, Chino Reams closing in on the $250,000 mark.
I mean, Chino really is something special. Like, he doesn't play
That's one way to put it.
tons of events, and he's just always in there.
Yeah, Chino closing in on the 200 big blind mark.
Whatever he had, he played it really fast. Yeah.
I had an ace.
The checks went slow.
The checks went slow.
Slowly.
On the flop, I took a little bit of time. That's all.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking how much I was going to call on the river.
Understood. Always thinking in advance.
Whatever you want me to do on this table, I'll do it. Just over here, over there. Just tell me. Whatever you need me to do, no problem.
Just keep giving me aces.
Yeah, now he wants to play ball.
King,
Yeah,
right?
just keep doing that, and I'm your puppet.
Right. 2,800, 6,000 plus 8 plus 1 plus.
King Jack under the gun raise.
Yeah, a bit on the loose side as far as a open off this stack, but I think it's one that you can kind of get away with once we get 7-handed here. You don't want to just shove in these 11, 12 big blinds with King Jack under the gun, but you also have really nice blockers and you're not full-handed, so maybe you can, you know, fold out a couple of better hands sometimes, but this Ace Jack, sometimes you can just outbluff the guy.
Yeah, so Chino defended with the dominating hand, checked in the dark, has been out flopped, checks again.
Okay, that's like friendly enough for me to
almost
call. 16, 15, 16. Friendly enough.
You know, very famous for the tiny bets in my experience. And it works, gets the hand in there.
Goes for it all, 11,000 all in.
I don't think Ace High is going to be that good here most
That's
of the time.
respecting his under the gun raise by
Not with
calling
that
Ace High out of the small blind.
line, particularly from
It was offsuit.
Zeno.
Diamonds, jack of clubs. It was offsuit. That is respect.
Obviously very excited to be here covering the PCA main event, but also the PSPC is just days away. The second edition of the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship starts on Monday, January 30th, and yes, all 5 days streamed live on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. We'll segue straight from this event, which concludes on Sunday, into the PSPC on Monday. As we watch more than 400 Platinum Pass winners compete against the pros, What do you reckon the field size is going to be, Griffin? Do you think we are going to be bigger than the first edition in 2019?
I do. I think just from the trends we've seen, even over the course of the last few months, how hungry people are for live poker. You know, I've seen so many familiar faces, so many new faces. More new faces are going to be here for the PSPC, so I think we eclipse it for sure.
How hungry people are for poker and how hungry they are for conch fritters.
Yes.
Which you can only get in the Bahamas. Along with conch chowder.
So back to the feature table on day 2 of the $10,000 buy-in PCA main event. The registration desk still open.
3,000.
3,000. 3?
Uh-oh. And surely Cliff would like to have a bit more chips for himself and his opponent, where you could have room to sort of 3-bet a hand like this and induce a 4-bet shove where you might have some bluffs, but in this case, under 20 big blinds, kind of just need to stay balanced.
Oh, definitely not.
Oh, just snap. Oh, I'm very surprised to see the call off with 5s. And it looks like so is Johnny Bax, a.k.a. Cliff Josephy.
I've had Bax make that face at me before. It doesn't feel good. Disappointed. I'm not mad at you. I'm just disappointed.
Yeah, and Thumo Carell only covering by 3 big blinds here, but getting a little bit of help.
Quiet.
He just nods. He's like, yeah.
Oh.
A 5 on the turn for the set.
Now, if an 8 hits the river, don't let
Can I call for a deuce of spades?
Bax walk
Go
away.
ahead.
8 is fun. 8 is fun.
Good game, guys.
Unlucky, man.
Kings cracked by 5s, and Cliff Josephy is eliminated. Has the option, has the opportunity.
Cliff, see you in 10 minutes.
To buy in again.
You know, Cliff Josephy was #1 in the online poker world on pocket5s.com, just going to say.
Oh.
So maybe it was just a callback.
Live by the pocket 5s, die by the pocket 5s.
Yeah, I think 12 right now.
Yeah, I think so too.
Good.
Because
Didn't see a hand
everyone has
till
2
5s,
bullets
man.
today, right?
Last
So
30 minutes.
That is the smile of good fortune.
Nick, Petrangelo,
Too bad he has
that's,
terrible
at the end
taste
of
in
the day,
baseball teams.
Just so he could have.
Yeah,
like,
just the
3
winningest
days,
baseball
you
team
know?
of all time. No big deal.
One.
Just a symbol that is synonymous with freedom, truth,
Listen,
justice,
I
America.
will walk out of here right now.
From my experience, Griffin, most people who wear that baseball cap don't even know.
That's true.
maybe
They
it's
like
like-
the
Sports team.
design. There is something classic about it.
He did on day 1.
But he still looks like, you know, every Yankee fan I've
Yeah,
ever
maybe
met.
it should be like just 6 bullets.
don't
and you,
like it.
You do whatever you want with your 6 bullets.
Yeah, I agree.
Carell
I mean,
opening
honestly,
with the
could probably
Snowmen's Num Num.
4 bullets or whatever across all the days.
By the way, tournament clock currently showing a total of 716 entries. A reminder, registration is open for another 2.5 hours.
My brother.
That was your brother?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Very tight fold from Zino with the ace-jack.
Highlights
But
of
I
all
really
the
don't mind it. I mean, I think Zino recognizes on these 16 big blinds needs to shove or fold.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe
Only quads beat them.
recognizes that
That's sick. That was a sick
Coral
game.
might be playing a little tighter after getting
it's
lucky
funny
like that. I
because
think
it's
that's sort of a tendency we
well,
see
like
with
half the
some
comments.
players that maybe aren't, you know, established pros.
Just
And
fold with the
Zino
flush.
didn't want to just shove there, get snapped off by ace king. I'm going to find a better spot. And I mean, if Coral called with the 5s, probably would have called with the 8s, and then would have been the flip.
sick.
Then he probably would have
And, like,
lost.
Yeah.
A lot of what ifs.
You play short deck at all?
I played for the first time this World Series with 10K. My first time ever playing. I can't.
Yeah, I think Zino's someone who really values his tournament life
I literally like learned it for the first time this.
and isn't going to take a marginal spot. But here we are in this hand where Coral's actually getting some value on the flop.
A lot.
Yeah, you kind of need I think they'll even make
Might want to play these eights as a check back on the turn here. Maybe bluff catch sometimes.
Especially if you get like.
But pot limit
just
pre-flop.
give 2 streets to a
Jack
jack here.
Flop, no limit post flop.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, because otherwise you're like.
But there's certainly an argument to bet to.
Right.
7 bet.
I mean, this is very strong.
No.
And Marquez has these exact kind of hand you're getting value from here, so this is kind of cool.
No, it was. I came second in a 10K field of 8.
This feels like a protection bet to me.
Yeah, but the problem is you're,
I'm not saying for the right reasons. I'm just saying that's
Marquez
what it
is
feels
going to
like.
have a lot of Jack X as well, so it's you are
sometimes
value
protecting
betting,
your
yeah.
opponent's value.
Yeah, but you're also setting the price. As long as you don't get check raised here, you're also setting the price for a river that would mostly be checked to, and you can just quickly check back. So, and Marquez should be seeing this as pretty strong, but it's.
Ooh, he does play it as a raise. Oh, that's so. I mean, we've seen Marcus a bunch of times, and he is good. Pedro Marcus, we've seen him plenty on our streams.
That's a nice raise. That is strong. Because you'd think that Coral would be strong here with this bet from under the gun.
I mean,
wow. Okay.
Can't be bad, right? So.
Well played.
Yep.
Playing short on the feature table, boys. Fun. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 6 max on the feature table. Let's go. I should have ripped that ace jack. Oh no, we were 7-handed at the time.
I'm curious to see how long it takes for
them to fill it.
Yeah.
Okay, 54 minutes. That's the clock.
54 minutes left on this level, 54 minutes till the first break of the day, and the field up to 726 with around 350 players in action right now.
7-12, now it's 7-26.
Yeah, I think he'll get over it.
Maybe I would bet it.
I'd say, I don't know, like 820 or something like that.
So yeah, there's a really good chance we exceed 800 players the way this is going.
Yeah.
Yeah. Depends how rich the players are who bust.
Close.
Well, I think Bucket Hat's got money. We know Cliff Josephie's got money.
Yeah.
You have a jack? I guess we'll see you later. Right?
You have to imagine, too, maybe some of these players who completely intend to play the PSPC, haven't bought in yet. They'll be like, okay, I'll buy into the PSPC, into this
just
again.
dip in, yeah.
Yeah, and then I'll figure that out later. I have a week to figure out my PSPC buy, and I think that'll actually give a lot of people room to take another shot.
Sure.
Oh, wow. Show one for the whole table.
I'm always in for whatever the table is.
Well, that's for the fans.
For the stream.
Yeah.
We see both cards already, guys.
Anyway.
The other players see the card.
That's true. The stream sees it.
Only for
Yeah.
Sure. Obviously.
Chino, anything for the stream, Reem?
I wish they would have done this back in the day when we didn't see all the hold cards.
Yes.
I remember when we used to have the bounty shootout format on the NAPT. I remember Sean Deeb's table did that for the stream because we were a cards down broadcast, but they agreed to play the show one game.
8-3, you
and it does, it helps.
Yeah.
8-3, you will fold.
Well, still looking good for Reem.
Keep going these kind of flops, you are printing.
Okay. Pick one.
Right.
This one? Oh my God, you picked a good one.
And presumably shows the king. King of Spades, great card on that board.
Now you do have to specify in the show one game who decides on the one.
Right. It seems like a lot of people showed up yesterday.
Yeah, for sure.
We have a new friend.
Looks like we're getting a new player at the feature table. We have got 2 empty seats. One of them's just been taken. Oh, I recognize that fella. We've sent in Ari Lodge.
How is Ari Lodge? You got my message, Ari. Sit down.
you know.
By the way, Harry
And then
Lodge
we have-
will be
like,
playing the PSPC gratis because he has a platinum pass.
Player choose.
The other player chooses.
The other player chooses.
Post flop.
Yeah, like they gave up like 400 pieces.
Is that what my hair looks like when people comment on it?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, maybe I get it now.
Yeah.
We're showing one.
My man.
The other player picks.
On point.
Pedro Marques has opened with ace-9. Sergei Reitzak with jacks in the small blind.
Ace-9's a pretty easy hand to let go of.
Yeah, good discipline here.
We said post flop, honestly.
Oh, sorry.
Pick one. Doesn't matter which one.
I had jack.
The ladles.
The fish hooks.
In 30 minutes.
Good for catching conch fritters.
But I think it's going to slow down.
Yeah, good idea. Just post flop.
Maybe it's if it's 4-bet pot.
Okay, fine. 4-bet pot, pre-flop, you can pick one.
Yeah.
All right, guys? Fair?
Ooh, little caveat.
I like that.
I like it a lot because you are in the table, so it's probably going to be a 4-bet pot.
What are you saying? Where? You know where table 42 is?
Chino's taking a tour of the room. Reitzak on the button with ace-6 has made it 2.5K.
Yeah, because he have 10 spots. I think.
Yeah.
They pay them extra money for this. Tough job. A lot of work. Yeah.
Greenwood defended with Queen-8, has not connected with this flop.
Yeah, and with the range advantage in the dry board, I think you just want to bet the ace-6 high here. You'd hate to check back and get turned by something like Queen-8, 8 on the turn, so you just bet it for protection.
This is good.
Did.
Is that the driest board possible? King 7 deuce?
Yes.
Rainbow?
Yes, it is.
Was it after
It's literally the driest board ever, yeah.
I'm like 99.9% parched over here.
Yeah, no, I need to drink after that too. That was a dry board.
A mouthful of sand.
Yeah, that was no good.
It definitely was after because, like...
So it looks like we are heading over to the secondary feature table. Oh, we might have gone too far. Come back. Come back.
But wait, maybe something interesting's happening here.
It looks like Dimitar Danchev in the tank.
So yes, this is where we're meant to be, and it is Sam Grafton.
Oh.
Alex, come on, we can't wait every hand for...
We are stuck here on the town.
We can't wait. We can't be waiting. Guys,
I mean, okay.
Better luck next bullet, bro.
Good luck. And Grafton rivering a set of 7s because the 7 is always coming, and that is Faria dispatched.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. Yeah, because I thought it's like a delay, right? Don't they? Just, like,
Dispatched by the patch.
No, but it's on a delay, but they don't edit it, condense it.
Oh,
It's
okay,
like
there's
shot
no
as
editing.
live, and then it just goes out.
I thought it was the other.
But
so like, there was a hand.
So what does that give Sam? Let's do some counting. Someone count for us. Any one of those really cool, like, people that know how to count chips? He's not doing a very good job for us.
I retired from that.
Yeah, you were the best. That's when they
I was
started calling you the human
I
calculator.
was one of the worst, actually, at doing chip counts. I was just making it up. I was like, by the time they post this, it'll be different anyway. Who cares? But the people, ooh, we've got another all-in.
Yeah,
Luke Greenwood said he just wanted to win one all-in and did already.
And this is quite a big call for nearly 30 big blinds. I think, you know, Rechak going to recognize that it's going to be a lot of these pair-type hands and said, you know what? I'm suited. Let's see where the cards fall.
How you feel about this one?
Like working hard to achieve your dreams versus living for the moment. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
And Greenwood has just been outflopped by Rechak, who now has top pair, top kicker. And Luke Greenwood is drawing to a 6.
But it is always coming 7, James. And that would give, oh, well, let's make it 1 out. That's more dramatic if it comes.
Has to be the 6 of spades, or we lose another player from the feature table. It's the king of clubs. So we might see Luke Greenwood again because, as I've said many times over the last 45 minutes, players can still re-enter until the conclusion of level 10.
He should have asked to win 2 all-ins.
Yes, and we will follow him all the way to the desk to put peer pressure to rebuy. No?
Because you know what I always say? You can't keep a good Greenwood down.
No, no, you can't. Be your B.
What do you think the B stands for?
Be your best self.
I was gonna say best friend.
Be your own best friend.
Yeah.
That explains why I asked if we're best friends. You said I have one already.
Be the ball.
Be the ball, Danny.
Be the ball.
You're
ball, Danny.
You're not being the ball, Griffin.
Is that dodgeball?
Yeah. What is it? No.
Is that dodgeball? Be the ball?
It's like the original dodgeball.
Caddyshack.
I've never seen Caddyshack.
What?
And I'm a golfer.
If I could afford to replace this headset, I would have torn it off my face right now.
Yeah, I know. You've broken a lot of those with your rippings.
Be the ball,
with your
Danny.
outrage.
Did you ever watch that movie, James, A Futile and Stupid Gesture, about the National Lampoon, and then they have that huge section about the making of Caddyshack?
I thought it was pretty
fascinating.
decent film.
Fascinating.
I like that movie actually.
I didn't see the twist coming, by the way.
Can I just say that Rechak really reaching back for this call. Jack 8 suited at the cutoff.
No.
Yeah, it's like
9 of clubs on the turn. You're watching PCA Live.
Here with Joe Stapleton and James Hardigan. We've lost anyone else that was broadcast here.
And turn card, river card, excuse me. It's the ace.
Why didn't you bet your 3rd pair with your flush draw?
Another berry.
Oh, yeah. That's a nice one. Ooh.
Shows both.
Jack 8 of clubs.
Nice dodgeball reference here from Radler Cycles. It says, if you can dodge an ace, you can dodge a straight.
But he didn't have a straight draw, though, with the ace 10, did he?
What? No, it wasn't this hand specifically.
Okay.
It was just because you brought up dodgeball.
There's our chip counts. 2 players with significantly more than everyone else. We're playing with an average, I think, around, what, 65,000 or something, James?
Yeah.
So those are big stacks.
Chino Reem still playing around 200 big blinds. We have got one shorty at the table, though. Anthony Zeno with 13 big blinds. So I would say he's in the danger zone.
Danger zone, danger zone.
I've been asked on Twitch if I've seen dodgeball. I have seen dodgeball. But I haven't seen Caddyshack.
Chino still good post flop with ace high.
Yeah, and a pretty clean c-bet, I think, here with the ace-8. But elects to take the check because of that ace of hearts. You would hate to get check raised on this board with the ace of hearts in your hand, so instead just checks it back and now decides to bet and takes it down.
Time on the
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Gruck the Muck on Twitch asks, how many players did they start with? We started with 0. And then as people registered, it goes up from there. 1, 2, you know, so we started with 0. Thank you for your question.
So currently, we have 733 total entries and 341 players at the tables. But it is going up all the time. I think we've reached a point where there's going to be no more new arrivals, Griffin, but of course, players who are busted can then use their...
Yeah, so there's no real way to prove that, right? Unless someone stands out by the registration desk.
True, the way that the clock was kind of, I mean, no, obviously we came into today with what, 645 and now up to 733, so clearly there are a lot of new arrivals today.
Sure.
But now I think it's less about the new arrivals and more about the reloads.
I think I might be hearing Ultimate Warrior's music. I still think that we might have 1 or 2 big names that haven't registered yet that are going to stroll in.
Do you have inside information?
Yeah. I don't.
Is it The Undertaker?
That's what I mean. It feels like it's going to be like, oh my God, that's Phil Hellmuth's music.
Right.
I have inside information that one big name will not be coming.
Who's that?
Daniel Negreanu texted me this morning, said he would not be coming to the PCA this year. So y'all can stop asking.
Surprising. Ari Lodge getting one through. We knew you were the best man for this job.
Yeah, but my point is if there is tables of 8 players, there shouldn't be a table of 6, right?
No, I get your point.
Players hoping to get another player coming in, and I'm sure they're hard at work in making that happen. Here we
They're
are.
getting one. Here we go.
Oh.
This is Francois Biard taking a seat.
Welcome.
A Canadian, Rue 42.
Oh.
We're playing showing 1, post flop only.
What do you call a lodge in Canada?
And the Deuce 7 game.
I did that
What?
recently, actually. It's pretty fun.
I don't know. He looks like he's like a Harry Lodge cousin.
Oh, yeah.
Harry Lakehouse.
So Francois with a brand new stack of 30,000 chips, which equates to 25 big blinds at this level.
And right away getting involved.
I
didn't see it, but if you saw it.
Well, it doesn't matter if I saw it. You were looking down when the flash, so I don't think you did see it.
I trust you. Yeah. For now.
Sorry about that.
All in.
All right.
I didn't see anything. All
wow.
in.
Wow. Biard taking a flip on his very first hand.
8-ball, corner pocket for billiard.
Nice. Nice. That was good. Wasn't as good as my reach one, but very good. Eights are ahead, 56% here for the Canadian. And I think that snap call really connected to the ability to make another entry after
Yeah,
this.
exactly.
So it is a little fun here. Some players willing to gamble for 10 grand.
Just in case this hand takes 2 hours to play out, he has to make sure he can get back to the cage in time.
Yeah.
There we go. $10,000 coin flip. The Snowmen's versus the Ace-Jack. And there's an ace and a jack on the flop.
Oh, yeah. Nine of hearts. Listen. Yeah, things are going to...
Nine of hearts is okay.
Start chalking up that cue.
Only an 8 on the river.
Halfway out the door. Already, mind is already at the desk, rebuying.
No 8. Barry Greenstein makes an appearance, giving right sack the full house to eliminate Francois Biard.
I mean, I guess you can't complain about being 6-handed anymore, really.
My milkshake brings all the boys to Biard.
And Ream and right sack pretty much tied in chips now, both with 200 bigs each.
Sergey Big Stack.
It's actually quite impressive they got close. If PSPC was first last time round,
Right.
You'd expect it to be way bigger.
Well, Mighty Schlu says the walk of shame back to the cage. I don't think it's a walk of shame if you're a baller enough to fire multiple 10K bullets. I'd be waddling to the cage.
You know how much
A Steven Seagal style waddle.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. You already kind of have that, to be honest.
Like I just got off a horse. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you do. It's kind of, yeah. You have big Seagal energy.
230, 240.
So Chino's under the gun raise, called by Harry Lodge in the big blind. 8-10 versus King Queen. And that is a full house for Harry Lodge.
Man, if you're going to flop it, you got to make sure you have $5 on the envy bonus. And this is one of the few times it might work out playing against Chino Raheem.
So I flat called, slow playing him. Turn was a 3, and I was still laying the trap.
All right, Griffin. Tell me how you play the easy ones. Do you just have to check this again because there's no way your opponent could ever have a piece and you pray they bluff?
You have to bet.
You have to bet. Okay.
And the reason why you have to bet is because you still have a good amount of draws here, right? You have the 10 jacks, the heart combos like 6-8 of hearts, all these things that, you know, a bluff catcher like pocket nines or, even ace jack high is like a decent bluff catcher in that situation. So you have to kind of bet and hope to get called by those bluff catchers. You know, even king jack off would have bet the flop like Chino did and check back the turn sometimes.
I just don't know how to play those situations at all because I've never flopped a full house before. So it's not something I've encountered.
Yeah. As much as I understand, it's like, oh, your hand is so strong, you just want to keep like trapping. It's like Chino has taken a very defensive, like kind of like bet and give up line. So you want to, you know, bet and find those hands that can be bluff catchers, which Chino just happened to not have, because Chino's not going to be check betting there as a bluff very often, right? Having said that, he might have.
What about sizing? Can you is it just super obvious? You just bet the smallest amount possible?
Yes, because you wouldn't really do that with
a missed
with
draw.
those 6-5 of hearts, right? You want to be kind of balanced between those bluffs and the big hands. Now, you don't have to bet pot the way Harry did. I think that's probably like what a lot of players might think is the best way to do it. But I guess you could just bet 6,000 or something. Because you really do want to call, but you still have to make it look like it would be a bluffy amount as well, right?
This is good stuff. I didn't bring my Post-it notes down here, and then when I saw how much they cost, I'm writing all my notes on dollar bills instead. So, sorry, James, did you have a contribution there?
No.
Thank you for your question.
Jeez, thanks. Thanks, James.
Harry Lodge, Queen 8 of hearts. Is in out of the small blind, 3-betting to 10,500. Action back on Corral.
And Corral, kind of gangster, to be honest. I mean,
that one. Okay.
This one?
This is a pretty impressive 4-bet shove for under 30 big blinds. And is going to show not just one, but two, letting all the big dogs at the table know, I came to play. I'm here. I may be wearing an ugly hat, but I'm here.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to let the hat thing go, okay?
Sounds good. I'll keep a note of that, alongside other things.
It's not ugly. It's a classic design, but it's just that's why so many people wear it.
What am I, small blind? Your camera's here.
Nobody cared who I was until I put on the mask, and Punat is here.
Punsri Punat joins the table. So we are 7-handed once again.
Welcome to the table. We're playing showing.
I mean, what is Griffin going to do with a guy whose literal first name is Puns?
Let's get started. Got a full night of sleep. I knew something was coming.
At this pace, yeah.
What did the blind start from day one? We're being asked. Twitch. And my guess would be it be 50, 100 for 30K, James?
Ooh, I had a 4 in my
That's
hand.
the right thing.
It's not the
30K starting 50, 100.
No.
Nope. What was it?
I don't know. I don't know any 25 chips.
He owes you one now.
100, 100. I think it would start with 300 bigs.
4-bet plot.
Or post flop.
4-bet pot, post, pre-flop. You can look. Only.
I tried to help. It's not my department, but that would be my guess.
Next time you want to help someone, you research the answer.
No, but they can do that too. I thought it's like we're guessing.
I think it's 100, 200 by the way, but I will happily.
Okay, 150 big blinds to start, and then they probably went 100, 200, 200.
I had a 9 and a 4.
This is hilarious. I can't get out of this page.
James, there's no shame in this. We're not day one guys. You know, we're the day two big dogs. They bring us in. The antes are big. The blinds are big. Now I get to watch James.
Controversial. I'm getting a message on Skype that says Griffin is right.
He's trying to find it.
100, 100?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would make sense actually. 300 bigs. Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing I knew is that they don't have the 25s.
Yes. Yes. We got rid of those green things. Wait, were they green? They used to be green. Ari Lodge.
I like to be in on the joke, but I can't bring myself to do that voice.
Why not? Oh, because you're not British. Because him and I are British.
Sure, buddy.
I am half British.
British is an accent, not a culture.
Three-way to this flop, which is 9, 6, 7. So, right shack, and an example of domination rotation, has the best hand right now.
But I will do this voice.
Because the 7th is always coming.
Yeah.
Last year's the year of the 6th is the year of the 7.
Do you know what happens if you've got a7 against Harry Lodge's ace-jack and you get there?
What?
It takes your thumbs.
And four hearts by the turn for the, well, table chip leader.
I want to fuck around, but I'm not going to. You can see one, right? That one. Ooh.
Spicy.
Looks like the 7 of hearts. Yep.
Button's right.
Show 1 is fun. You know what?
31?
I've decided that we're going to make this required on all the feature tables. The show 1 game.
What else are you going to decide, Griffin?
Forgot I have no power.
Is it any wonder? We'll get back to that.
Tracking across to the secondary feature table.
Sammy.
Yeah, table Grafton. I want to highlight another player at the table, 2 other players, in fact. We've got Andrew Chen, who was the runner-up to Vidi Katai at EPT Berlin in 2012. But also, Gianluca Speranza is at this table. You may know him by his online handle, Tenkanza. He's the guy who won the Scoop main event in back-to-back years.
Still pretty unreal.
I mean, I would never play live if I did that. I would just stay online.
Yeah.
But
Jean-Noel Thorel also at this table. So Speranza is on the button, 5-4 offsuit. And he is raising 2,500. And it is Marcus Gonçalves in the big blind with ace-9.
Pretty loose open here on the button, but maybe Speranza, the rest of the table looks really tough too, so maybe just thinking, well, this is a decent spot to open. I have pure position. Hopefully I can get it through, and if not, I'll take a flop.
Well, that flop is 8-7-6. Speranza with the straight checks.
Oh, I just realized there's another big straight that could happen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So I should say Gonçalves with the straight draw checks. Speranza with the straight checks behind. Gonçalves still has the draw and now has a pair of 9s. Should point out that Gonçalves' draw is to a chop.
And you know, oh, okay, sorry.
6,
I was
7,
triggered
8,
by him
9.
saying that word.
10 is a chop. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is a chop. Ugh. Good thing everyone loves it.
It's a pretty interesting check by Speranza, actually, on the flop. It's not something that I think a lot of the viewers at home would do when you flop the bottom straight there. You want to start protecting, getting value. But Speranza, happy to just stay under repped here and start getting value on the turn. You know, the board can get a lot worse. This has made it a bit worse with that 9. But with Gonçalves not betting out, you think that straight with the 5 is good, and you're getting some value here.
3,000 apiece as this hand goes to the river. The 7 of spades pairing the board, so Speranza has a lock on this.
It's so hard to flop a straight, and then it's just like terrible turn, not very good river.
But a bit too
annoying.
High up in your range in the fact that you checked back the flop. You know, you expect that Gonçalves wouldn't be like trapping with a 10 on the turn here, would just have betted out. So I think Speranza is going to expect Gonçalves to have something like a 9 or an 8x.
What do you think going on with blockers here with the ace-9? Anything
Well,
to say
you
about?
only block, you know, pocket 9s or 9-7. Certainly
Well,
you
I
can
was going to
have
say you block 9-7.
Certainly you have all the 9-7s in your range. Pocket 9s probably would have re-raised pre-flop, so you can't really credibly rep that. You could have pocket 6s. So, I mean, it's certainly in the realm of possibility we see a crazy move here from Gonçalves, but I mean, it's tough because the reality is Speranza could still have a similar type hand, you know. Speranza maybe decided to check back the 8-7 and now has 7s full of 8s. But could you get your opponent to fold a 5 or a 10? Or could you just be good here? And, you know, Gonçalves has something like King-Jack off, which would have checked this flop and maybe bet the turn to bet big on the river. So probably Gonçalves is thinking way more in the line of a bluff catcher, especially just from the body language. It doesn't, you know, you don't really see this and then see a shove. And instead makes the correct fold.
Good fold.
So Gianluca Speranza chips up to just shy of 66K. He is an average stack. Still at the 600, 1200 blind level. 23 minutes left to run on this level. The blinds will stay the same for level 10. And we are going to stay at the secondary feature table. Looks like the action is on the squid himself, Sam Grafton from Team Pro. Sam is opening with ace-jack here.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good day two for Sam. When I spoke to him yesterday, said finished with about, I think, 53K. So this is a pretty good start to the day indeed, up to 130.
And we have a 3-bet from Jean-Noel Thorel. He's made it 8K with pocket jacks.
Jean-Noel.
Hey.
Always. Coming after me. You're always ruining my day.
Come.
You're playing so nice as well. You and me were playing nice. I felt very well for you.
Wow.
Friendly game.
Good discipline with the ace-jack there. Pretty strong holding, but when you're raising an early position and maybe someone who is going to have a tighter range in those seats, three bets you, I think ace-jack is one of those hands you can
I see 80.
let go.
I raised 16, but it was 18. He obliged me to eat 32.
Thorell's the one who's got the background in pharmaceuticals.
Correct.
Make you feel well, Thorell.
I like his code. He has like director energy, you know, film director energy right now.
Action folded to Andrew Chen. He's out. Not going to play the 10-4. Gianluca Speranza has queens in the hijack.
It's even better than jacks.
It's even better than 5-4 off, which is the last hand we saw Speranza play.
And that will be raise and take it.
To see Andrew Chen play a hand.
Well, he's going to be first to act here.
Fellow we saw lots and lots of on the EPT, not so much the last few years.
Yeah, you know, Andrew Chen has so many incredible tournament poker accomplishments, but whenever I see him, I always think of that call David Ikatai made against him.
Same.
Sorry, man, you're enshrined in history. Javier Fernandez on the button, King 5. Sam Grafton has folded the small blind, and Jean-Noel Thorell has folded the big blind. Another raise and take it.
All right, we're going to give you guys one more chance. No, we're not. It's over.
I think the blinds stay the same next level too.
One more chance
Hey, the last level of re-entry, right?
to do something interesting.
You're going to make a play for it? You're going to try.
Speranza folding under the gun. Round to Gonsalves with ace-4. Fernandez opens for the second hand in a row, gets a fold from the button. He's raised with jack-8 of hearts. Andrew Chen in the big blind has ace-7 suited.
Yeah, about 22, 23 big blinds here. Certainly could just decide to go for all of it and get some folds, but it's kind of nice to just call low variance route. Sometimes, you know, you're going to be folding out hands like, you can see Fernandez as the jack-8 of hearts. That could be the jack-8 of clubs, and then you know, don't get to cooler the player on a 3-club board by the river.
Does the fact that Fernandez has raised 2 hands in a row play at all into your decision making? Where you're like, oh, maybe they wouldn't raise 2 hands in a row if they didn't have a good one the second hand, nothing like that?
Not really. I mean, at this level, at this buy-in level, at this, you know, stage, people have their ranges, you know. They're not just like opening the button there with the King 5 and then having the Jack-8 suited to the cutoff, being like, oh, well, like, kind of got away with on that one. Maybe I shouldn't, you know, try to get with another one.
Right.
It's like he's raising the King 5 because it's probably because it's Thorell's big blind, and that's like on the ooh.
Fernandez improves to 2-pair on the river. Chen was the favorite on the turn, having paired his ace. And how much is he going to lose on the river is the question.
Well, he's going to lose whatever he decides to bet. Because a raise is going to be very, very strange to deal with because your opponent probably would have bet the king queen by now, or you know the queen nine. So what does your opponent have when you get raised here? It's very strange, right?
Oh, wow. Fernandez shoves on Chen, all into call.
This would be surprising.
Yeah, but again, Joe, I mean, it's just tough, right? Because it's like, what do you have? What are you doing this with? Like, what value hands, right? King Queen probably would have like made a c-bet on the flop or bet the turn. You know, Queen 9 probably would have bet the flop with the gutter, or you know.
Am I crazy? What about Ace Jack?
Ace Jack probably would have bet the turn for value,
Okay. All right.
Right? I mean, you're gonna want to start getting value from that Ace Jack.
Okay, sure.
So, and Jack 10 would have bet the flop probably with the top pair. So really, and that's what's going on through Andrew Chen's mind. It's like, what could you have here? Like, pocket jacks would have bet the flop too.
Just Jack 8.
So just Jack 8 is really the only one that makes sense. And then you're thinking about all the hands that can be turned into bluffs here. Maybe pocket 9s just decided to, you know, or maybe, you know, you have, I don't know. It's just very strange. And that's why I think Chen might be too good to call here because even though it doesn't really make a lot of sense, that's what's kind of like suspicious about it. Like, why do you want this pot so badly here? Like, if you have a bluff catcher, just call. And if you don't, just fold. Like, it's not that big a deal. We didn't even bet up until this point, you know? Like,
right.
It's very...
But isn't this
so
where
out
you
of
get all your
nowhere.
chips, though, as a tournament poker player, is like making a call like this?
Not the hands where, like, you're kind of... Neither of you are that interested in this pot. There's not a lot to win, right? It's just like, I'm betting 5,000 on the river. I'm betting 4 big blinds on the river. And suddenly it's this, like, 10 seconds later, you're all in. Like, what you wouldn't do this randomly with, like, 7s. You would have to really think about what I'm value betting and what I can get you off. So,
well, I think I said one more hand to make things interesting, and I feel like that counted. So I'm going to say one more hand.
That was interesting, though.
That's what I mean.
Okay, we get one more.
They
'cause that
earned
was
another
interesting.
one.
Okay.
That one didn't count.
Yeah, but isn't the idea one more hand to make things, like, now things are interesting, so we continue?
Yeah, one more hand.
Okay. So it's not like it's not like they're buying themselves 5 more hands with one really good one. It's like they're always on probation, and it's just
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And as soon as they blow it, we're leaving. All right.
Action folded to the button. It's Jean-Noel Thrall. 6-5 of diamonds. He's announced a raise.
This is mildly interesting.
Gets a fold from Andrew Chen in the small blind, and gets a fold from Gianluca Speranza in the big blind.
All right, I'm out. I'm done with this table.
Oh my God, he finally threw his headphones.
Make you feel well, Thorell, with a raise and take it.
So yeah, let's head back to the main
Bye.
feature table, where I can tell you Chino Ream has extended his advantage over Sergei Reitzak. Chino currently playing 268K. Reitzak playing 216K, 223 big blinds, 180 big blinds respectively.
Only if I have something, buddy. Can I see your stack?
First one you throw.
All right, I have something. Fuck.
Oh.
Yeah, we've all seen this Chino before. I mean, he's playing with incredible confidence, charisma, and a heck of a lot of chips. You know, we should be very grateful to be able to watch him work. This is what he does.
This is the fun part. You get to pick one?
And by showing that deuce and
Don't worry,
shoving,
obviously we have that with it.
and shoving for
He showed
those
both.
20
I showed
effective
both.
big
He's a man of his
blinds.
word.
Going to be clear
That
to
was-
the table that probably has
that was
those
gonna be the
pocket
fun one,
twos,
'cause I knew
maybe
no
ace
matter
two
what you
suited.
did.
So 12 minutes left on the clock, and then we'll have the first break of the day. 760 entries showing, 332 players remaining. Registration will still be open for the next
There's a
level
pair.
and the break that follows. The next level will also be 600, 1200
He
blinds.
raises the button and I have a pair, you know, like
So that does give players a decent amount of time to cobble together that 10 grand.
And you did.
You did. And then I thought I gave it away. I'm like, check raise 7,700, 17,700. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yes,
But it's like
Gibraltarian Chino Reem is the reigning PCA main event champion. Won this tournament in 2019, which is the last time it took place.
And Punat now thinking, I'm not going to get a lot of opportunities to play pots with Chino Reem on my direct right, so I'm going to want to play this Jack-9, but how do I want to play it? Elects to go for a limp. But Marquez might not buy it as a trap. I might just think, I think I can just shove this ace-3. And it's 20 effective against Punat, and then, you know, 10 against Zeno. And I think we've seen Marquez really willing to take those spots if he thinks they're going to work, and really well done there. Cool hoodie, too.
Fun's good.
Got around 3 million in live earnings.
one level almost got there.
Yeah, biggest cash, a little over 800,000.
It was like 690 or
so. No stranger to the high stakes tournament circuit.
I think it'll.
Both of you, had yours chip leading before?
And we have, we have a lot of chips.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hey, I'm not getting 10 outside.
But I'm sure that right now a lot of people got chips because there is a lot of people also short.
So a lot of people.
Sorry,
in fact, I'd say it's probably
it's annoying.
one of, if not
They
the
told me
most
to look at it
frequently
over
asked
here.
questions we get
I
on
don't
the
want you to
stream.
think like I'm doing something weird.
They're not actually using the cameras, right? It's just the RFID.
Asking for an overview of the tournament
The
as a
last
whole,
dealer was
and
like, could you please look at your cards in front of this camera?
No, you don't have to do that. You just have to.
where people can basically find the chip counts of everyone.
I was told
including all the
otherwise.
players on the outer tables. Yeah, the camera's there for a reason, guys, so please use them.
I guess they want both.
Oh, that's.
They want to know.
Camera also.
But they don't actually use that on EPT, right?
But
No.
I think they want it.
I think they just want it for a better stream.
Good timing.
For the stream, it's better.
Okay. I mean, it'd be cool if they did that. It used to be really cool when you could like, see
So obviously there's two
the whole
places I would recommend, Griffin. Obviously Poker News are doing live updates and they've got chip counts, but also the PokerStars live app is awesome. You can basically find any player, you can find their secret sign at their current chip count, you can search for them. But the problem with both of these recommendations is spoilers. Because we are on roughly a 30-minute delay and they're in real time. So one of the things I'm looking into, one of the things I've suggested is, what if the PokerStars live app had like a stream mode, like a delay mode,
Great idea.
where all the information is basically quarantined for 30 minutes. So maybe we'll get the devs to work on that one.
Nice.
What'd you call them?
Devs.
Oh.
Yeah, it's right.
And a dream.
And a dream. Oh, a queen would have
Did you
been.
ever watch that show? Either watch that show, Devs?
It's rare to see early
No?
stages.
I didn't.
Stream.
Really good.
Like, I guess they do it.
I wish I had,
because
because Oscar Isaac wanted to talk to me about it, and I hadn't watched it.
Already?
So now I'm not doing it out of protest.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no, Alex Garland.
Yeah.
It's excellent.
Pals
It's
He's
real-
like, my friend Alex Garland, have you watched his show? I was like, no.
Yeah, because they did Ex Machina together.
Yeah.
Did he was glowing about it, like he was saying it was really good?
Yeah.
Yeah, Devs is awesome.
Didn't use the camera.
It's starring Ron Swanson.
Nick Offerman, yes.
Yeah. And the woman with the people whose her accent in House of the Dragon everyone was complaining about. Remember that character? Nah, never mind. She's the other star of it.
All right, so an open for
Recheck,
Mark
yeah.
Cash.
And dealer button. Sorry, guys.
Button big blind.
Gals. Button big blind. I think we're going to see a call here from Recheck based on the sizing. I would expect it to be pretty small, and it certainly is with 1800. Marquez going to expect to be ahead sometimes with King 8. You know, drawing to a straight backdoor and the second nut flush backdoor. So you kind of need to call here to protect against all those hands you're you're beating and the odds of you kind of getting there. You know, when those turn cards are the 6 of clubs, suddenly it's a whole new world.
But this is not a whole new world.
No, this is 0% on the turn. And Marquesh with his cool freaking sweater might check back here. Would hate to get check raised here by some bluffs. Let's just say Rechak has something like the 6-5 with a spade. Might decide to raise. And now with 4 spades out there.
The nut low flush.
Yes. And yeah, it does make a small bet, just hoping that, you know, Marquesh maybe has something like just a 7 and can just fold.
Nothing.
Nothing is correct.
Something. Listen.
We call that the something two ways. Bit of a slow roll there from Marquesh, showing the ace first, but gonna take down that nice little pot, and certainly is someone that is being a bit overshadowed by the likes of Chino Reem and Sergey, but one I've been most impressed with in this first level, and I hope we get to see a lot of over the course of this tournament. Up to 80, almost 83,000 chips, which is a bit above average. You know, I never got into NFTs, but if that bear was an NFT, I would have gotten it.
Erica.
Really?
Yeah, I like this bear. I don't know.
Wouldn't you rather have like a teddy bear you can hug?
Oh, my girlfriend and I have so many plushes.
You guys collect stuffed animals?
Yeah, we do. What do we have? Okay, we have an otter named Harry Otter.
They used to allow it, didn't they? Didn't they used to allow massages on
We have.
or no?
We have
4 minutes left on the level.
Yeah, Griffin, if you have a sizable collection, I don't really want you to run
You
through
don't
the entire
want to
thing
run
now.
through the names, but they're all puns. Are you sure?
No, I'm 100% certain. 100% certain.
I mean, if we get some requests, I'll start giving some more names.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, fair enough.
Turbo's the best. He's awesome. Great guy. Top. Yeah.
I love the fact you're going backwards, by the way, in terms of kind of mental age, that you started with the kind of collectible figurines and now you're going on to
These are a lot cheaper.
There's Anaconda, the red panda.
Is there a parakeet named Parrot Leto?
No, but there will be now.
You guys have been going strong for a while now.
Yeah, man.
You give me one of the animals, and I'll try to guess what you named it.
Met 5 years ago. And
Okay, I don't know if we have some photos. Oh, what kind of animal you mean?
Just tell me the animal. Like you said, you have an otter
Okay,
named
yeah,
Harry
yeah,
Potter.
yeah,
Just say
yeah,
otter.
Yeah.
yeah, it is awesome.
James,
Okay,
you can take a whack too if you
There's a baby polar bear.
I passed.
want. Baby, so the baby is specific to the.
It's just small, but like the thing is, they're not all puns. Like,
Okay.
so it's kind of difficult for you to like. Do you want me to just give you an example of his name?
Snowy.
No, his name's Bailey.
Bailey.
That's tough. He's just a little.
That's not a pun.
I know. I didn't say they were all puns.
This is one of the
Do you
worst.
have any that are guessable before we play this game?
Okay.
Any more?
How much?
Let's see.
16,000.
Hold on, Harry Lodge all in.
That's 14 blinds?
Right, just about.
15, 14,
Too many.
13. 15
Yes
would
or
be
no?
18. 15 would be 18.
Don't
13 and a half. Can you hear me?
Whatever. Obviously, I'm like beat,
This is-
but it's like.
What's funny is both Chino Reem and Harry
This is
Lodge.
not the worst call, but it's probably a bit too many chips. Blind on blind, I think Jack 10 you can call here for like 10 bigs.
Have like ace 8, bro.
13 and a half is a bit too much.
They both have a silent H in their name.
That's true.
Chino Reem
I'm
and
really good at
Harry
these
Lodge.
7, 8, 9. Don't look.
Sorry.
Listen, try something different. Don't look.
Anyway, domination situation.
No, pay $10,000.
Oh, great recommendation in the Twitch here. Amy Polar is right there.
That was the most genuine response.
Got me there, yeah. I do apologize in advance, though, buddy. Okay, thank you.
The very words Chino Ream lives by.
You did get the action you wanted. Yeah.
Not complaining.
Does Chino ever lose this?
No. Straight.
Oh, come on.
I'm happy with a chop.
Yeah, nine of hearts.
I'm very happy to chop.
We've got the sweat, even though Harry Lodge is still ahead.
Any queen. You guys love queen. Uh-oh. That was a queen. That was a queen? That doesn't change much. Look at this run out. Was it really a queen? I don't know. Imagine if you just lit. Look at this run out.
Is this our made for TV right before the end of the level opportunity, guys?
I'm just going to throw it out there, guys. If there's a queen on the river, Harry, please don't leave the table.
The short deck here.
It's an
14?
8, so
What is it? 16?
Harry Lodge gets the double up through Chino Ream as we come towards the end of the first level of the day.
Can you say this in your accent?
Oh, I just got your reference about not leaving the table. That deserves.
I did that on the first hand of the day, and no one picked it up then.
No,
Anyway.
that was better.
I said the exact same thing.
Like the 8-9 suited,
But Harry Lodge.
Okay, there you go, James. Can you do that line for me?
If you don't like it, lodge a complaint.
You should be a comedy writer.
I couldn't do the.
You couldn't do it.
I can't do the voice.
Come on, just give it a shot.
You just have to know your strengths and weaknesses
Yeah.
sometimes.
By the way,
That's one of my
guys,
biggest problems.
this is likely to be the last hand of this session,
Yes.
but please don't go anywhere because we've got something fun lined up for you after this.
Where's the bag man? Where's the phone
I just
gun?
saw him running over there.
Okay.
With the bag of phones.
He's ran with our phones? Where's he going? Bring him back.
Yeah, he's so tough.
These 90-minute levels are like the longest I'm not on my phone.
That's
Throughout
good
the entire day. It's good to get a break.
It's a good cleanse today, yeah.
Okay, hold on. Alrighty. Let's just gamble.
I was
want
actually
some of
thinking
those
about
chips
this
back.
before. Like, it's actually good because you don't think about.
If you're going to stand up, leave the table. Don't stand up and stay there.
Sometimes it's deuces, sometimes it's ace queen. You know, I keep you guessing.
Hashtag camera angles.
One. Oh, okay. Sure. Thank you.
So that hand is going to bring
We take these off, right?
this session to a close.
I think it's our choice. Do we take them off? Leave them on. Why? I don't want you guys hearing what all the shit I'm saying on break.
We promise not to listen in much. So yes, confirmation that we're going to keep this feature table. We'll keep this lineup on the main stage when we come back from the first break of the day. 765 entries so far. 328 players going on break. And these are the stacks of the players we have been watching at the feature table. Chino Ream up over 250,000, playing more than 200 big blinds. And Zeno is the shortest stack with 10 bigs, and confirmation the blinds will stay at 600, 1200 with a 1200 big blind ante. 90 more minutes of action, and then registration will finally close. So they have an attraction here at Baha Mar called Flamingo Yoga. So Joe and I decided to venture out and give it a go. I have one word for you. Enjoy.
All right, so here at the PCA, the big question on everybody's lips is, what is flamingo yoga?
I believe, Joe, that it is yoga with flamingos.
Yes, I gathered that much, but I think it's time we actually found out exactly what it is. And to do that, we're going to talk to flamingo expert Alexia. Now, I know you don't handle the yoga portion of this, but you are an avian cultural specialist?
Yes.
Nailed it. So what's the deal with these particular birds?
Well, Caribbean flamingos, they are our national birds, and we hand raise them on property, so they're a lot more comfortable around people, so they can actually participate in the flamingo yoga.
When you say participate, what do they actually do? Are they taking part in the session? Are they doing the poses?
Some poses they will do, they may take a bow, they'll raise one leg up, or while you're doing your poses, they'll play with your clothes, play in your hair, or give you a flamingo hug.
I mean, there's probably only one real way to understand the experience of flamingo yoga, and that's to actually do it.
One last question.
Yes.
Is this shirt insensitive?
Maybe.
Yeah. Kind of regretting my wardrobe choice today. Sorry about the shirt. A little insensitive.
All right, guys, we're going to begin by bringing your feet together. Stand at the top of the mat. On the exhale, we empty the lungs completely.
The breathing's not supposed to be the hard part, is it?
It should not be. It should come naturally, actually. Inhale, bring the arms up, frame the ears, reach up. Your elbows are straight, and we breathe. Even inhalation, even exhalation through the nostrils. And on the exhale, we bring the arms down. Good. We okay?
What's your definition of okay?
You're breathing, so you're
Yeah.
good. Yeah, good. All right, let's go. Relax your shoulders and open the heart by looking between the hands. We're gonna pull on the right foot, and we're gonna roll over onto the left side. No. You got it. Pull on the left and roll onto the right. Pull on the legs. Relax your shoulders, bring the forehead down to the ground. On the exhale, release the arms, blink the eyes open.
How was that for you?
Surprise?
I ache everywhere, by the way. Like, literally every single muscle in my body aches. At least I'm kind of adjusting to these guys now. I don't know whether they're meant to be relaxing, but it kind of feels like we just did yoga in Jurassic Park.
I think we should thank all of our co-hosts. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Appreciate
guys.
it. Thank you. And
quit while we're ahead.
Yeah, let's go.
Greg folds. Actions on Brian on the button.
Why do I know this guy?
He raises to 36,000.
He looks super familiar to me, too.
I want to say he was on someone's rail during a future PCA, possibly in more recent
Calls in
times.
a small blind. Elke folds. Kind of a pot between Christian and Brian. The flop is Queen of Diamonds, King of Spades, Queen
Well,
of Spades.
Christian just can't stop hitting flops.
Christian check.
Flop harder. Harder.
Brian bets 40,000.
He is just getting all kinds of value.
45.
Excuse me, 45,000.
Lee Jones may be up a little late last night partying.
45,000. Turn is the ace of spades.
Paul Lee overshadowed by the projected fish tank behind him.
So do you think if you flop a full house here, you're worried about straight flush draws now? Do you think you should start betting? I would genuinely be worried about Royals.
Of course you would.
80. Christian announces a bet of 80,000.
I mean, when Colin bets into you on the flop, I think a lot of the time you're going to assume he has something he can continue with here. And likely could have improved with the ace of spades. And, wow, Colin is absolutely lighting chips on fire. And I wonder what hands he thinks he's going to get harder to fold here. Maybe a king. I guess he could get him to fold a king maybe after this ace of spades on the turn. But he's probably not folding out a queen. He's probably not folding out a flush. Probably not even folding out a straight.
The river card is the deuce of clubs. Christian is first. He checks.
Bluff shove the river.
That's just mean. Gives it up.
Shows, folks. Christian shows king queen for a flopped full house. Wow. Brian mucks. Really Christian wins the
pot. Did he say nutsack, baby?
I said luck sack.
Oh, luck sack, sure. That makes more sense.
This event played from the 5th to the 10th of January, 2008. Hey, we're only 12 years behind real time now.
Garrett
We'll be catching up with the delay soon. I see that.
Greg folds.
Edelstein hasn't changed a bit. Oh, poor Colin. He's got no chips to double up with jacks now.
To 95,000.
I mean, that's what I think when I see jacks. I think full double up.
Fold it around.
All right, I'll get to him later.
Big blind.
Ace king for Hafiz Khan.
All in.
Hafiz announces that he's all in.
Shoves for 235K.
Is this our first flip of 2008?
But I gotta know how much it is.
Oh, wow. Look how close the stacks are. 238, 235.
110, 20, 30, 140.
It's 140 more for Brian to call.
We've got Neil Johnson dealing.
Oh, man.
So basically, if Brian Colin calls here and loses this flip, he will be left with 3K.
Really big hand. There's no way I'm folding.
Yes. Well, if you ain't flipping, then you must be tripping.
Brian announces a call.
All right, one time, dealer.
Like I kissed a girl versus
Hafiz has ace king of hearts.
Single ladies.
Brian has
all
the
of
jack
them.
Of spades and the jack of hearts.
One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage in 2008.
Okay, Neil, give us a flop.
Hafiz Khan has utilized his one time.
The flop is 9 of diamonds, deuce of clubs, 9 of spades. That changes
He's going to need a one time on the turn or a river.
Or he will be out of the tournament. Go ahead, turn card, please. Turn card is the deuce of hearts. That changes nothing. Okay.
Khan requires an ace or a king on the river. It's the king.
Oh.
And Hafiz doubles up.
He was right to use the one time. It worked for him.
Oh, man, I was on the way out.
You can't just sing that for everyone.
Oh, don't worry, he will.
Oh, do you remember this?
No, I just get the impression that we're going to be hearing that a lot. And we join this hand on the river.
Yeah. We figured out how to cut to the middle of a hand.
It's Garrett Adelstein versus Gregory Bayard.
Poor Bayard.
Here it's facing a $90,000 bet now.
What a unfortunate run out for ace-6 that had nothing on the flop. Goes runner, runner, trips, and it's no good. Blockers, come on. $200K in the pot.
All in.
Okay, Garrett's announced all in.
God, don't you just snap this off with 8-6? Yeah.
He does snap, and he will be eliminated. Gregory Bayard out in 34th place, cashing for $32,000. So almost down to the final 4 tables.
Garrett's going to win this with his full house.
Bayard, bye-bye. Bayard, they're gone.
No worries. Okay, and we are going to have a dealer
That
change
hand
now
was
as well.
bayarded.
Should I start singing? Should have been a cowboy. Should have learned to rope and ride.
That is 12 again.
Where my 6-shooter, ride my pony on the cattle drive.
You're getting close to disqualification.
I'd like to see you try to remove me, sir. Look at these pythons. I'm shook.
For everyone watching at home, not all Americans nearly as cool
Hey,
as
yeah,
this
yeah. The beach is over there.
Okay, the action is on red, or singing red now.
I get the impression that he's not just drinking Red Bull.
Folded. Williams folded on the button. It's up to our blinds now.
I don't know, there just may be something going on in the bloodline.
I played my hand so well.
That was a walk.
It was worth it to see the song.
So we're going heads up to the flop. And that flop is Jack 8-8, trips for Mika, a full house for Mizraki.
OMG, grossest flop ever. I haven't seen a deck this cold since EPT Hoff.
Mika checks, Mizraki checks behind. Who's trapping who here?
Who's gonna slow play it the hardest?
Mika now bets the turn, 25,500.
He loses the game of reverse chicken. Grinder might be thinking about a raise, and this is where him barreling with complete nonsense a lot of the time is going to get him paid like he's passing go.
That is a raise. 55,500 total.
Really bad spot for Mika.
55.
Oh, just 55? Okay, I guess.
51 total.
No, 55.5, right?
Mika's little confusion game might sometimes work. Unfortunately, Grinder so doesn't care. Mika likely thinks Grinder's trying to rep his hand.
So Mika calls, 157,000 in the middle. The river, the deuce of spades, does complete a potential flush. Mika checks.
UNLV, University of Nevada, looking for value, and Grinder's going to be this year's valedictorian.
160.
He overbets the pot, 160,000. What's Channing Tatum over there going to do now?
I think Magic Mika called the turn, pretty sure he was trapping, maybe sensing there's a chance he's behind. This is not a good river card, and Grinder just bombed it, so this is a real decision.
That's 160.
I think most players are going to unhappily call here. We've seen Grinder just fire and fire and fire with air or near air, and Mika knows it. So in the long run, you can't fold hands as strong against Grinder. In the short run, it's possible he makes some kind of soul read. Wants to see how much he'll be left with if he makes this call. And the answer is not much. The problem is we know that Grinder is so capable of making this bluff.
That's so sick.
Agreed. Sicker than I was after the open bar at the kickoff party. It would be absolutely amazing if he can get away from this, but I think more often than not, he's going to have to white-knuckle it and just call.
I can't believe I'm folding this.
He lays it down!
Wow, I can't believe it either. Somebody just unlocked the tight laydown badge on Poker Square. Yeah, this is definitely a conference hand.
What do you think?
Queen's king. Jack 8, 10 to
That's
what a guy.
7-8 off. That's so sick. What do I do? What do you do? I don't know.
The rail? Wounded.
Whether you had it or didn't. You'll never believe what I folded there.
I had 3-4 clubs.
Burn.
I had the winning hand then.
Jack's rule.
I don't.
That's
Both are complete lies.
Pretty sick flop if you really had that.
I swear, Jack's full.
Witness.
He said, I'll bet you. I said, he's like, I had Jack's full. So either he's just completely lying, or you just made one of the most insane folds ever. So ridiculous.
That fold was so insane it belongs in Arkham Asylum. So De Oliveira's in big, big trouble here.
Wow, he flops quads!
Snah?
Check, and a check.
He insta-checks. Crow checks behind.
De Oliveira kind of needed to bet that flop. It may just end up being too suspect to check flop, then bet turn and river.
6,100.
The good news for him is that he's up against the second nuts on a board where it's very difficult to have the first nuts.
Crow calls. De Oliveira has less than a pot-sized bet behind. A deuce on the river.
Let's see how much the tuition is to attend Val U.
Wow, he bet small, 8,300.
Certainly small enough to get a call from a wide range. Owen's already got chips. Nah, but see, you suspect, Andre. You suspect.
Crow calls. Ace in your face.
Check so fast on the flop, I knew he had it. You
Go ahead.
Just quad aces?
Yeah, he wishes I had kings. For sure.
No death by quads, not even maimed by quads, more like mildly annoyed by quads. Could have been worse. Well done.
Welcome back to the Bahamas and the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure 2023. Our live coverage of day 2 of the 10K main event continues here at the Bahama Resort on Cable Beach in Nassau, a brand new venue for an event that goes back to 2004, the first PCA taking place in January of that year. The reigning champ, Chino Ream, is the chip leader right now with more than 256,000. And he is at our feature table along with Sergey Rychak, who's also in the top 5. Plus Pedro Marques, Tioma Corral, Ari Lodge, Punsri Punat, and Anthony Zeno, who is the shorty right now with just 10 big blinds. The blind still 600, 1,200 with a 1,200 big blind ante. And at the end of this level, at the end of level 10, during the break, we will close registration. There is still a chance to get into day 2 of the PCA main, but the clock is quite literally ticking. I am James Hartigan, joined for this session by Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
So Nick, a fun lineup on the main stage, of course, being a bigger production here in the Bahamas. We've got the secondary feature table as well. We saw a few hands from those guys during the first level. Sam Grafton, Gianluca Speranza, Andrew Chen, John Noel Thorell.
Yeah, absolutely. I was tuning in right from the start of today. And yeah, it's safe to say that these events have been stacked out here in the Bahamas. As we see the pocket eights from the hijack, opening to 2.5K.
So the clock currently saying 773 entries and 332 players remaining. Confirmed numbers, facts and figures, prize pool, etc. to be confirmed later today. Bubble coverage tomorrow.
Yeah, we've got some really big names on this table already.
Radler Cycles on YouTube is very excited that you're here. Nick Walsh, FTW, with 1, 2, 3, 4 exclamation points.
Oh, thank you. We do see the squeeze all in here. Ace-9 off, feeling like a fantastic opportunity. I feel like he probably should get action from the eights here, James. It's one of those.
Is this a Punat punt? Rychak has made the call with the snowmans. Num-num. Action will be back on Chino with the sailboats.
Yeah, I think it's probably just a little bit too much to call with the force at this point. He's trying to flop a set for cheap, but...
I have a feeling this is going to come.
Yeah.
I'm going to fold and I have a lot of fucking chips. Fuck.
Flip. You're happy, eh?
Add force.
Very happy.
I mean, yeah, when you get called with ace-9 here, James,
Add force?
you're like, please have eights. That would be great.
You
Eights
already
make
got
sense.
a set a few hands ago. Not coming now.
I made the right full pre-flop. It's all good. It's okay.
So this is going to be a flip.
Have we got a reaction cam on Chino in case there's a 4 on the flop? No 4, but
I had red 4s.
it would have been a street flash draw for Chino.
Five of diamonds, please.
I don't mind that.
Look at that.
Eights are holding, and Bunat's going to need an ace or a 9 on the river to survive. Instead, the king of diamonds pairing the board. And Bunat is KO'd. Can still enter again.
I win a nice spot.
One last chance.
Yep. Or you just have to just bluff it real big to win it.
And we'll get you your phone. Okay.
So once again, we find ourselves 6-handed on the main stage. I'm sure at least one new player, if not 2, will be taking a seat at the feature table in the next few minutes.
We keep busting the guys next to you. You are in that side by yourself. This way you don't have to complain about where you are going to put your cards.
I knew you were doing it for that.
Yeah.
It has to be said that seat is not a lucky seat. It has been a bit of a revolving door over on that end of the table.
You have been hanging around quite a lot.
Hanging around quite
yeah,
a lot.
like
oh, in this.
all the people that came new.
Without really doing a lot.
Not luck. But you are battling it.
I'll take it over that.
9's opening under the gun. Chino in with 10-9. King 7-4 with 2 spades. And a continuation bet is going to win the pot for Corral.
Yep, nice and easy. Really like the sizing in this situation, James. Plenty of stuff you get value from. Don't want to give him free cards. Just go ahead and put in 2.2 into a 9K pot. Seems good.
So the big question during the first level, Nick, and suffice to say, Chino is proposing to put money on it. What do you think the final field size will be? 773 is the number at the moment, and we've still got late reg open through the next 84 minutes and the 20-minute break that follows.
Oh, it's hard to say. I mean, people trying to put in those last-minute bullets still, obviously a pretty big factor here. What do you think, 800?
I think we'll easily cross 800. I
Yeah.
think it's more a case of whether we'll be just above 800 or close to 850.
Wow, yeah, good shout there. I'm going to say 815.
It's not a bad line.
Yeah, yeah. Harry with a very, very, very pretty hand. Jack-9 of hearts, UTG +1 raising up to 2.5.
And Pedro Marques with ace-5 suited. Sourdough. Artisanal sourdough.
Artisanal sourdough, indeed.
And that is a 3-bet. It's the re-raise.
Interesting spot here now, James. 25 big blinds behind Harry now after he's made that that raise. And in these situations, there is probably meant to be a pretty significant number of continues. Jack-9 of hearts, obviously a tricky one to play at this stack depth in a 3-bet pot, so I think he is going to relinquish his cards. Does let him go here.
Meanwhile, we are getting a new player at the table. Never heard of this guy before. Jason Mercier?
Yeah, Jason. Is that how you pronounce it? Jason Mercier?
We referenced at the start of the day how this event has brought out players who we haven't seen
What's
for
the chances
many,
it was random, huh?
many years. And here comes the Merce Dog.
Okay.
The Merce Dog himself. Little fist bump.
Hi. What's up?
Did they pull you from the big?
No, they broke my table. But
I don't know about this.
yeah, suspicious.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they didn't send Seidel too, or Ryan Reese.
One of them are coming.
Actually, I was at a very not good table. This table looks also not great. Cool though. No big deal. Keep the trend going. No hands. No hands in 14 hours of playing. That's cool. I don't care, bro. All right, I'll stay in.
Look at this.
Oof.
How's Natasha? How's the kids? How's
Good,
the fam?
man.
Chino's open with 10-7 of hearts. Queens for Corral.
7 raise, 8,000.
Can't believe they took my phone. So messed up. Probably scraping my fucking data too.
Queen
Is
still
this being streamed?
way ahead.
Or just filmed?
Oh.
Stream. Twitch, I would say, yeah.
Being streamed? Yep.
I mean, the defend here from the 10-7
Couldn't
hard
even tell
James.
anyone because they took my phone so
Fairly
fast.
wild. Facing that 3-bet pre-flop
You
from
will have
Corral.
to last 1.5 hours.
That beats me.
Corral
Really,
tables
it's
a
on
single queen.
that long of a delay?
No, I'm saying that next break they are going to give
yeah.
you your
They give
phone
it-
20 minutes.
Wow, they let me have my phone.
Yeah,
on
20 minutes.
While I pee? That's nice. Pretty sweet.
We're playing show 1, post flop, or 4-bet plus 3.
I don't know what you're saying.
Hello.
Hello.
I'll play if he's playing too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another new
Yeah,
player
yeah,
at the table.
We're playing show 1, post flop, or pre-flop if it's a 4-bet or more, if that's okay with you.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is
Welcome to the
James
table.
Harvey.
So, all right. So tell me what it is again.
I thought he was going to say no, thank you.
Post flop, you just show 1. Somebody else picks your card. You don't pick yourself. And pre-flop, if it's a 4-bet or a 5-bet, 6-bet, whatever, you show 1 as well.
4-bet. So 3-bet, not
3-bet, just nothing.
Oh,
To speed the game.
I haven't been
It's just to
involved in
speed
a
it up.
4-bet in a few years now.
Did you play with Chino in the last few years?
Yes. I played in Vegas.
Okay. I'm saying because with Chino it's more likely that you play a 4-bet pot.
Yes, that's true.
He came and he sat down and he won the very first hand that he played. Do you remember the hand?
Sixes?
Yeah.
Against Ace Jack.
Very interesting flop here, guys.
Jay, you remember.
Marquesh
One man.
with a strong second pair.
That's right.
Didn't
Our
believe
big
the
blind
guy.
defender, Harry Lodge, with the 6-high flush draw. So 6.8 in the middle there, guys. Marquez going to continue from the cutoff. 1.7, nice and small. Really like the sizing here as well, given the pre-flop stack depth, the effective stack depth of Harry, around 25 bigs to start the hand. So quick call from the 6 deuce of spades. King of clubs on the turn. No improvement for Harry, and a little bit more confidence from Marquez that he has the best hand at this point, of course. Still may choose to play it slowly regardless, but I feel like, technically speaking, James, you're supposed to have a second barrel here just because you do get paid by some 8x. You still get some spades to call. You do get some worse queens to call, which is a really big factor.
He's like my buddy from back home who's here with me. Nobody knows him except for me.
So 10.2 in the middle. Will he fire on the turn? Yeah, there he is.
And Harry Lodge folds.
6.5. Very, very nice size.
That one, yeah.
I could have beat that.
So is it cards up on the stream? Does anybody know?
It is, Jason.
Yeah, I think so. 30-minute delay. Yeah, it definitely is.
30-minute delay? Where are you from?
London.
Nice place.
I think someone's got to
Very cold there at the moment.
Birds again. I'll do it. I just want to make sure.
Sweat it.
Yeah.
Not a big deal.
All right.
If you win a pod, they're gonna.
It's nice.
Somebody's gonna.
Sure. Okay.
But has to be post-flop.
Okay.
But if it's 4-bet pre-flop, then they can see.
Too many rules.
I think I'm 3, right?
And Zeno all in with Jack 9 here.
10 boxes.
Red triangle
They
of
keep
death has
asking,
been
yeah?
presented to him.
Didn't have too many big blinds here. I feel like Jack 9 off is a little bit on the wider side, though. He did have 8 big blinds. He is very shallow, James, but he is pretty far to position. Lots of players act behind him, like the big blind, for example, waking up with ace queen.
Playing good.
Welcome to the table, James Harvey.
I mean, Jack 9 live cards here, going to be close to a 60-40 pre-flop. Perhaps an opportunity for a rebuy, James? If we see the Jack 9 eliminated here.
We're in for a jack? For a jack. I think a 9 is a better card to root for. Feeling the jack.
Well, he's paired his 9 on the flop. Now has to fade
too close to the straight.
aces and queens.
Ace queen.
Jack of hearts for the absolute Omega Sweat.
Settled in.
No mega sweat, just 6 cards for Zeno to fade. Does not want a queen, does not want Barry Greenstein. It's the queen. And Zeno is KO'd by James Harvey.
You think we'll touch 850, Chino?
Baron Zeno.
I think 830 is the line.
Did open on 1.
I can't
Eliminated.
believe that
I think I'd probably take over
3
on
hours.
850.
Over 830?
Definitely under on 850.
Like,
You'd take
I mean,
over
it's
830
nice,
though?
but
So like
I just
840
can't
is a good
believe
line?
it.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That is a good line.
830?
Now we flagged already, Nick, that we've got mini PCA running
Yep.
during our 10 days of live streaming, and I highlighted at the start of the day that the mini PCA main event, which takes place on Sunday, has an EPC Monte Carlo package added. I would also highlight that as part of the series, there is a mini PSPC, which is a little bit different to all the other tournaments because it's not a one-day event.
24?
In fact, it's going to play over the 5 days of the PSPC. It's basically the Players' Championship for 1,000th of the price. Similar structure, similar format, with 10K added to the prize pool.
Wow, that is some sick value. A couple pretty hands here. ETG has already opened. Jason Mercier. Ace-3 suited and a call from the hijack with the King 10 of spades. Seems standard thus far. Very playable hands from both positions. Big blind, Raheem obviously coming along with the Queen Jack off as well.
I don't like it.
They're trying to do the whole Caribbean thing.
Yeah.
Start time of the mini PSPC, 14:30 ET, Monday, January 30th. Registration open until the start of day 2. So Corral with the best of it, 2 pair. Chino
28.
with a pair of jacks and the straight draw. Mercier with ace high and the straight draw.
Really like this smaller sizing in a multiplayer pod, James. Doesn't have to go big here to get folds from the combos that are just going to give up this flop, but obviously King 10 going absolutely nowhere, Queen Jack going absolutely nowhere, especially when they have those draws. So 2 calls, and we are going to a turn. And there's the 9.
9,
10,
Jack, Queen, King.
That's
Chino
a straight.
Chino with the straight.
Obviously now, Jason picking up the nut flush draw and the gut shot to the absolute nut straight. Queen on the river would give him a very strong holding as well as the club. And the ace of spades, no change.
So it's Broadway for Chino, top pair for Jason, still 2 pair for Corral. And Chino casually betting the river, 5,000.
Yeah, I just think there are so many queens in this situation, James, especially given the flop action. I mean, pre-flop, the player calling in position here in Corral's spot in the hijack obviously can have plenty of queen X. Hands like queen jack suited, king queen suited, king queen off. It's just really, really, really hard to figure a way that you're going to have the best hand here on this river. But he has bet a very small amount on the river, about 1/3, a little bit less. And obviously designed to entice hands like king 10, maybe a hand like ace jack or ace 10 to still make the hero call on the river.
Mercia makes the call with
Does
ace
make the
3.
call. Yeah.
What do you do with king 10 now?
Really tough spot for the king 10 of spades here.
King 10 folds, so it's showdown as Chino tables the straight and will increase his chip lead. Chino playing close to 260k, a 215 big blind stack.
You have 2 pair too?
I made a bad call.
Honesty is the best policy.
I was hoping to make it before me, to be honest.
You made a good fold, and I made a bad call.
Another new player coming in. It's Artem Martirosyan. Well, here's a hashtag fun fact, Nick. In 2021, there was only one European Poker Tour event. It was in Sochi, and the main event was won by this guy.
98 big blinds coming to the table. My man's got chips.
So Chino Ream is a PCA champion. Both Mercia and Martirosyan are EPT
You are going to
champions.
get one of us for sure.
Marques has been at an EPT final table.
Welcome to the table. We are playing show 1.
I want to say Harry Lodge has made several
You're okay
final
with it?
tables.
Yeah, we're
The
all
whole table is
playing
playing
show
show
1.
Show 1,
Show 1
post
plus
flop,
flop.
and
If you win the
or
pot.
if you're 4-bet pre-flop.
Okay. Okay.
The other person picks, you don't pick yourself.
If not, you can ask for table change.
And we will say no.
Good question here in the chat, James.
Just
Ola,
came
Nick,
from
and Xiao
Playa?
James, which piece of
You
PCA
came
merch
from
is
Playa?
looking like the
Fun-
hot
fun
pick
bring you
this
to the
year?
airport?
Have you had a chance to see any of the merch yet, James?
Taxi driver.
I
You know, it's my driver too.
was
Juanito.
very fortunate to be given one of the PCA hoodies, which
Yep.
I think
I know
is
him for many years.
being modelled currently by Harry Lodge. When combined with the PCA t-shirt, it gives you a very aquamarine look.
It does.
I noticed, for example, that Ramon Kalilas is wearing the combo of the PCA t-shirt and hoodie, therefore becoming Turquoise Ramon.
Turquoise Ramon. I need to learn that song, by the way, before we get him on the table.
So aquatic, not so manic. He's Turquoise Ramon.
So aquatic. I gotta put. How do I translate that into an American accent, James? So aquatic. You're looking real aquatic.
Okay, so Harvey has paired his queen on the turn. Mercia still nearly a 9-1 favourite with top pair. And now has a lock on it.
Feels like Jason's trying to figure out how to size the value bet here. There it is. So 11.2 in the middle right now. It's around half pot. It's so hard to fold king queen here, James. It's so hard.
Ace.
Yeah. Harvey makes the call. Mercia gets paid. Jason Mercier, still a below average stack, average right now being around 74k with 317 players remaining from the 785 who started. And we are going to step away from the feature table. In fact, we're going to go out into the field. Maria Ho in action against Felipe Boyanovsky. Boyanovsky's bet 11.5k on the turn. It's an ace-king 4-deuce board. Maria has announced all in. Boyanovsky makes the call, showdown. Maria tabling ace-king for 2-pair. 4-deuce for Boyanovsky. He's also got 2-pair. But aces and kings hold with a 6 on the river. And Maria Ho is going to double up through Felipe Boyanovsky. And Maria is now going to be playing a stack of more than 100k. She's got 110,000.
Let's go, Maria.
Maria.
Maria. Gets me every time.
Closing the bureau for an hour. Back to the main stage on day 2 of the PCA main event. Jason Mercier has 3-bet out of the small blind. Right stack opening an early position with 5-4 of diamonds, and he is calling Mercier's re-raise. Mercier, huge favourite with queens. And it is an 8-7-7 flop. Not terrible for right stack.
Yep, just that gutter ball and some very, very long back doors for the 5-high.
Continuation bet from Jason Mercier into a pot of 19.6. He bets 11.2. Plenty of people highlighting the vlog that Lex put out on his YouTube channel today about playing day 1 of this. I believe Lex fired day 1A and 1B, but is not going to re-enter on day 2.
Oh, hello. Now that is an interesting card, James.
Yeah, right stack now with the diamond draw to go with the gut shot.
I would love to imagine that Jason's intention here is to get the chips in as fast as possible. I don't think this is a spot where he wants to slow down. His flop size kind of indicated that he was trying to get it in quick here as well. So on a little bit on the larger side, given it was a 3-bet pot, obviously going to try and target some small pairs that will always call at least one. And the all-in on the turn, as expected.
Such a beautiful hand.
One.
Oh, sorry. Right. Well, your left.
Which
your
one?
left.
I'm not going to touch it. This one?
I'm more interested to see the river, not your card.
With 2 tens?
Eh?
2 tens?
No.
Diamonds?
No. Have diamond there. That's low diamond.
47 hands played so far at this feature table across the first level and the first 30 minutes of the second level of the day.
You're going to have to flash though too. I may have to fold the flop. I might have to fold pre-flop.
Get the cards away from you, bro. Sorry.
Okay, man. That bad, huh?
All right, folding round. Pocket fives for Harvey in the hijack. Chino Ream.
Re-raising by the looks of things.
Yeah,
Right?
that's what it looks like. And just indicating as well, guys, he's starting this hand as our chip leader as well. Very, very deep.
Not just the table chip leader, maybe the tournament chip leader right now, and the 3-bet gets through.
Thank you, my man.
And again, those of you interested in chip counts and players at the outer table, updates from the outer tables, you can check out the PS Live app, you can check out the live updates on Poker News, but the standard warning, as ever, that you could be exposed to spoilers because the live updates are not following the same 30-minute delay that we are on this stream to protect the integrity of the game as we're showing the whole cards of all the tables, all the players rather, at the feature table. Cy Brooks asked the question, how long has it been since Mercy was featured on PokerStars The Big Game? Well, I can easily answer that because the Big Game ran from 2010 to 2011, so it's been more than a decade. But Jason burst onto the scene years before that. One of his first ever live events, one of the first live tournaments he ever played was EPT San Remo in 2008, which he won. He took down a high roller in London the following year. He came close to winning a second EPT title on multiple occasions. Not involved in this hand, though, where we see Chino Ream just casually flop top set.
Yeah. So a couple really nice hands so far today. Quick check, and on the turn, Jack of Hearts changes nothing. Does give Carell a gut shot, though. The 10 will give him Broadway.
Hi. Is it possible for me to get my phone just to text my friend that I'm here?
You can, but you can't read at the table.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to do it from here. I just want to tell him, because nobody has his number. He doesn't know where I am.
Speaking of Broadway, James.
Wow.
Yeah, that is not the run out that you want when you got top set. Very quick bet as well. You'll notice, guys. And an overbet as well.
You earn it. Bluff or not, buddy, you earn it.
Chino folds
I get to
the
pick
set.
one, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Closest to you.
Good choice.
It does force him to expose the made straight, the absolute nuts on that river.
So, Tubeless watching on YouTube says biggest prize at PCA was 10 million plus for first place, I believe. You may
Even if I
be
bet
several
10K,
million out. The biggest
You gotta
prize
be really
in the
small.
PCA main event was $3 million, won by Poria Nazari in 2009. We have never had a 10 million plus first prize.
Ace-9, you call it ace-high?
No credit, huh?
We've had a $10 million
Well, I don't give you
prize
ace-king
pool
or ace-queen, obviously.
in the main event.
Sure.
Well, then you might be wrong.
Wow. This is like the sharpest thing ever, right here.
You had ace-queen?
It's like a knife.
Really? So I could have bet the flop.
You could have.
I would have lost more money, I think.
Correct.
I don't know. I don't know what you do on the turn. You might still, you might fold the turn. Might still call. It's okay with it.
So Harry opened up this pot. Queen 9 of hearts, very pretty.
So for anyone who's just joined the stream or doesn't take on board things that I say, you can check out the live updates on Poker News. You can check out the stacks of all players on the PS Live app if you're interested in a specific player. But a reminder, there might be spoilers.
They rotate the TV table like throughout the day.
Harry not had much luck in these spots, though. He is opening the correct range from earlier position here, James. That's twice now he's been forced to fold to a 3-bet from the small blind, though.
Yeah.
So, you know, raise folding when you got 25 big blinds effective start to hand or less. You know, you're putting in close to 10% of your stack in these situations. Can get very, very costly. And if they don't start going his way, he's going to be forced to start getting those chips in pre.
especially with that stack, you know? You dust it all off. That's it.
And 51.
Oh,
Martirosian with a very pretty hand. King, queen of diamonds. $2,700.
Aces for Corral. 3 bets to 9K.
2 spots in a row to find the 3-bet. Harry's looking around, though. Looks like he's made the fold. King, queen of diamonds does defend. So we're going to a flop.
Jack 8 deuce, 2 clubs. Martirosian, huge underdog here. Corral with 96% equity. Action has been checked to him.
Somewhere in the region of half pots.
King.
Martirosian folds.
2 red aces.
Aces.
It's a pretty deep stack table right now, Nick. I mean, we've highlighted Chino Ream having more than 200 big blinds. And
after you win the pot, you may like...
Sergey Reichsack still playing more than 200K, around 175 bigs.
You had to
In
tell
fact,
what after
there is only one shorty at the table, and that player is Harry Lodge. He's got 16 bigs. Everyone else, 50 plus.
Absolutely, but if we know anything about Harry, he knows how to play all of these stack depths. Definitely a fighter, definitely a survivor. It's already been commented on the table. Here's a guy that knows how to navigate out of a sticky situation. 16 big blind, still not super dangerous zone, right? Still some playability there, so don't write him off just yet, guys.
Peripheral game.
But we will be keeping an eye on Harry's play as he gets shorter here. This is a guy that really knows his short stacked ranges.
What was it? Under 1.
I mean, they flashed. They're like
it was a symbol.
Cards, you know, like.
I'm not sure if it was.
Does that square not work, or like?
They told me.
Would you rather just show it?
Okay.
Okay.
I think it's better this way.
I think I'm just getting trolled now. Cersei for life. Can we see a list of players still remaining? Poker News PS Live app. Beware of spoilers. Ace, Jack 5, 2 clubs. Action check to Chino, who with the gut shot bets 3,000.
Just your classic 1/3 on the flop. Feels like a good board to just go ahead and put in the 1/3 C bet. You got the gutter ball, you got the backdoor hearts, and the 10 high flush draw makes the call. 3 of hearts in the turn. Speaking of backdoors, James.
Wow. So Chino Ream with the best hand, king high, and the heart draw, the club draw for right jack.
Yeah, I mean, interesting one here for sure. You can start turning the 10 high flush draw into a bluff here, no problem at all. But I think he probably is concerned about that quick check on the. Oh, and look at that. Ream making a pair of kings. But Reichsack making the club flush on the river. You know, you got to ask yourself in these situations, guys, you know, would my opponent suddenly start value betting a jack, you know, at this point, right? So is this a situation where he's going to have a ton of bluffs? If he had a bluff that wasn't a draw, would he have just bet the turn? you know, it's a really, really tough one now. And obviously the club's always going to go for value given the action here. But if you're in Reem's position, you really need to do some work here to figure out how frequently he's going to be bluffing in this situation, how frequently he's going to be trying to value bet a worse hand, which doesn't seem likely.
It's such a gift. Such a gift.
It's really hard to fold this one.
I need you to be valuing a jack. That's what I need you to be doing.
Thank you, sir. Makes the call. That's exactly right. We hit the nail on the head here in the commentary booth, James. I need you to be valuing a jack, he says.
He was not valuing a jack. He was valuing a flush.
He was not.
King, queen, hearts?
Yeah, what a turn.
I lose more money. You're not folding a turn.
So Chino Reem, one of several former PCA main event champions in the field on day 2. Another former champ is Mike Watson, and we're going to head out into the field and check in on his table because he is in a hand against Spraggy. That's right. So Watts versus Spraggles. You can see the board. Queen, Jack, 10, 10, 5. We have joined this hand on the river. Looks like the action is on Mike Watson. And he's going to say, have some of that, Spraggy. That's a bet of 26,000. Spraggy staring at the board. And Spraggy folding. Pot gets pushed to Sir Watts, who took down this tournament in 2016. Spraggy, not a former PCA champion. Meanwhile, back at the main feature table, 3-way action on the flop. Queen, 9, 6, and that's a pair of 9s for Pedro Marques.
I've been seeing more multi-way pots than usual here. Obviously, it really changes the flop play dynamic when we're heads up. See a lot more c-betting. I have to be a little bit more careful. The more players are in the pot, of course, lots more dynamics. The game tree, the decision tree becomes much more complicated.
$794 entries now. We are closing in on the 800 mark, and there is no doubt in my mind that we will easily cross that threshold. Still got more than half this level to play. There is then the 20-minute break that follows. Then registration closes. Later today, we will confirm the total field size. We will confirm the prize pool. We will confirm the payouts. And tomorrow, we can expect to start paying players. World-famous bubble coverage will happen on day 3.
When you're trying to turn it over, that's not a good sign.
Gino still a monster stack.
199 big blinds. So close.
I'm kind of liking the under now.
On how many?
840.
Yeah, I think it goes under. 828 sounds
I said 830. That was my line. Yeah,
I think minimum 20 max late wedges. Probably more.
You think they're gonna 20 people will just on the
last
break?
second?
Yeah, probably more.
That's probably right.
I guess.
Marquesh, suited ace, going to be opening up his pot. 3,200 UTG +1.
Round to the blinds. Chino in the small, folds. Jason in the big.
32.
A little bit on the larger size here, James. 3.2, definitely larger than what we've been seeing as a table norm here.
Mercia also has crunchy cards. King, queen. And it is a queen, jack, jack flop. BB Sable says, how many bullets are allowed? A total of 6. 2 entries per flight. 2 on day 1A, 2 on day 1B, and 2 on day 2. That's right, it's possible for someone to be in this for $60,000. Mercia still ahead. The 9 of spades on the turn. Gloinbud asks, how are the small streamers doing? I'm trying to think who they could be referring to. I mean, Spraggy's tall. Lex is tall. No one would ever call Tonka small.
9 of diamonds on the river here.
4,100.
4 bets. 4,000.
Jason going to try and get some value. The double paired board. And a quick fold. Marquesh so solid thus far. Really picking his spots nicely. Sizing his bets very well.
Wanted the other one. More interesting.
Quick update from the secondary feature table, Nick. Looks like it's a man down. Looks like we have lost a player from that table. It is Andrew Chen, who has just been eliminated by Jean-Noel Thorel. Of course, there is a chance that Andrew Chen re-enters today, and we see him back at the tables shortly.
Wait, it could have come 9-9, which means...
We may have lost a player, but we've gained a commentator. Joe Stapleton back in the mix.
Hello, my babies. I've re-entered as well.
You're back. He's back, guys.
So, Joe, same lineup on the main stage with a couple of notable additions. Jason Mercia.
What?
And Artem Martirosyan. So a couple of EPT champions. Mercia, the champion in San Remo in 2008. Artem Martirosyan, winner of the only EPT that took place in 2021 in Sochi. And, of course, Chino Reem, the table chip leader. One of the tournament chip leaders is the reigning PCA main event champ.
Isn't it that also M-Tar Chat, R-Tom Chat online? I'm getting it wrong, but it's close. I'm like spinning it around in my brain.
Martirosyan's online handle.
Something Tom Chat. Anyway, pair of fives here for Reichach. Ricksack. 2 pair. Whoa, top and second pair.
You could not have been further off. Mar-Arthur.
Mar-Arthur, that's it. What do you mean couldn't have been further off? I kept saying Mar.
You said M-Tom Chat.
I said Mar.
That's a completely different player.
I said Mar-Tom Chat. I was combining 2 of them. Further off. Ooh. Mar-Tom Chat is Thomas Boyven. Okay. Anyway, I knew he's a crusher online, too.
Yes, he is. He's a very accomplished player.
I should have just stuck with that.
If in doubt, don't try and insert details.
Just say the general thing that
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
Where I go,
So they
we've
break
seen
my
him
table.
before. That's my big one.
They move me here, and I get up there. They're like, "Oh, you need a mic."
Uh-oh. Jason Mercier being silenced.
Jason Mercier is trying to get a message to someone, but obviously he doesn't have his phone with him for game integrity reasons.
Yeah.
And he's been informed that if he wants to message on his phone, he has to step away from the table, which he's not overly happy about.
What if he just sends someone a message 30 minutes in the future by saying it on the stream?
Good.
I guess they would have to be watching the stream to get that message.
Well,
I had to open under.
any friend of Jason should be watching the stream. It's his triumphant return. Maybe.
Is that a fours? 5-4.
So they're all saying what they had every hand too. That's fine.
Twice.
That's fine and fun. Oh, he did. Okay, he's back now.
.42 minutes left on the level and one entry away from hitting 800.
Oh, yes. Joe, did you weigh in on how many runners you think we were going to get? Because I was at 815.
We're at 799. I'm going to say more.
Yeah. I think Jason said 830. I think that was his guess.
I like 830.
Yeah.
And I know he's been not completely in or out of the game for a while, but you'd have to be a real dummy to bet against Jason Mercier.
Yeah, I don't think his time away has dulled.
No, I don't think so. If anything, he might be sharper than ever, like because he's jonesing for it. All right, we got Reem opening, ace-4, king-queen for Martirosian, and Marcus 10-9 in the big blind. 3 hands you're pretty happy to have in all these positions. Queen, 8, deuce, 2 clubs. Club for Chino, club for Martirosian. Good ones. And why, there's a club on the turn and a straight draw also for Raheem. Who's winning, though? It's the queen, Martirosian. And that gets rid of one opponent. Nope. Player. And Chino raising with a hand that even I would know to raise with sometimes.
Yeah, this one feels good. You got a pretty significant combo draw on the turn. You can kind of represent the clubs right here, right now. So why not do a little bit of both? I think Martirosian knows with the king of clubs in his hand, though he should not be folding.
A little way too strong. With top pair and a flush draw that's going to be real good most of the time. Not a good card for Martirosian. Probably shouldn't be going broke here, given the size of the pot and the size of his stack.
Oh, man.
But could lose a significant amount depending on how Chino gets here.
Yeah, I think the trick is to go ginormous here, Joe.
Doesn't look that ginormous. Quick call from Martirosian. Just half pot.
Just about half pot.
And Martirosian got off a little easy there.
Did he get 1,000 back?
Yeah, I think in hindsight, probably half pot's where you want to be because you will get the crying call from some weaker clubs. They're not always going to have the king of clubs. You know,
we see the
jack of
hands,
clubs.
everybody.
Exactly.
I know what the hold cards are.
Yeah. That was a pretty significant cold deck, though, for the king of clubs there.
You're getting old.
Hello. Hello. Chino still reigning supreme. 265,000 chips. Team BCP says, Joe, please check how to pronounce second name Marta Rosie. And how about this? Why don't you check back with me in 10 minutes because you banned.
Got him.
Thank you for your comment. CR Stalls asks, Nick Walsh, do you know how they pick featured tables?
42. More than you. Yeah, by a lot. Yeah.
Yes, I do. Thank you for your question.
5 years?
36.
Marta Rosian on the button.
Wasn't sure if you were like 39 or 45.
2,700 with ace 4
range.
off.
Yeah.
King Jack suited for Marcus.
Right in the middle.
Right in the middle.
Been no shortage of hands here, Joe. Lots and lots of pretty ones out there. Some pretty interesting runouts as well so far.
I got carded.
We're just jumping straight into the action here, and what a stacked table to watch right out of the gates.
She's like, I need ID. Me and my buddy, we were one drink, and I was like, really? I'd never get ID. Never.
6-4 tray.
40.
Just one club out there.
430. Forget 21.
There was a good answer to that question also in chat that I'm going to steal for next time. Larique said, it's the one with the cameras. Also good. Also good. Carell leading at this pot with Queen 8. So no pair, no draw. Marta Rosian calls with the pair.
That's the way, bro.
And Marcus out.
You?
Same.
Yeah, it was quite a small continue as well, which I like. You know, if you are going to be continuing to two opponents in these situations,
You can bet against yourself if you want.
don't need to go out blasting
bet
super
you
big to
don't
get the folds from stuff that are just going to give up right away.
Against yourself if you want.
But very interesting turn here, obviously completing the 5
These chips can be in
straight.
on fire real quick. I have a feeling I might make it through this.
And he's going to continue.
I would bet on it.
I mean, so hard to continue with ace-4 off now at this point, right? Seems like a very, very confident continue on the turn. And if you're going to have those smaller sizes, Joe, just keep blasting.
Well played by Carell.
Yeah, my guy. Love that.
Bit of a dead ringer for Noah Schwartz, especially with the Yankee hat on.
Throw one?
Eight of clubs.
Oh. I remembered.
Who is here?
It's too late. It already happened.
Iris Brash writes in to say his name is pronounced Martiros Yan. Let me see if I'm saying this correctly. Ready? Yeah. Band.
You got it.
Did I get it? Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Iris. Yeah, band. I think I'm getting the hang of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, band.
That's you got it now.
You are a band.
So.
Marta Rosian here is going to go ahead and open up ace-5 off in the cutoff. Marquez got one of those hands. Definitely can 3-bet here if he wants. Looks like he is going to pull the trigger.
It's like a blade. It is.
Nick, I kind of like a 3-bet here just because I just don't love the way ace-9 plays post-flop.
Yep.
Is that kind of the reason why?
Yeah, I mean, it's a you can't just have the best hand straight up right now. It's a hand that probably, well, having that blocker, obviously, you're going to get more folds when your opponent's opening from the cutoff there. They're just not going to have as many combinations of ace-X that will continue. And very frequently, when you're looking at pre-flop ranges, a lot of these offsuit aces are just better played as 3-bets just because they don't have as good playability as their sort of suited counterparts. So ace-9 suited there might be a flat, and then ace-9 off might be your 3-betting.
Right.
You can kind of distribute it like that just because.
Right, because of the huge difference in playability.
Yeah, sure.
I will see how I'm feeling.
Or usually I get on my phone. Right.
Spain, right?
But like now I don't
Yeah, but I
have
live in
my phone and
Mexico.
I still can't.
In Mexico.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I'm about to open a hotel there too.
I mean, sometimes I just can't.
Will Mezzi asks, where is this tournament being held? It's being held in the convention center. Thank you for your question.
You work with that?
And Manuel says, I love your pronunciation. Can I be banned? Absolutely. You are banned.
Can give me.
James Harvey, under the gun, pocket queens.
Thank you.
When I want to, yeah.
Yeah, banned. There it is. Nice.
Nice graphics, guys.
Nice addition.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah. Very, very good.
A really big marketing.
Very good, guys.
Just like all their shots
Pocket
are really
queens
nice.
from Harvey from Canada.
You've been here.
It's
A long tradition of Canadians.
So yeah, it depends.
Party poker.
How busy I am, I will travel to Korea.
Coming down to the Bahamas.
I'm getting married this September, so.
Congrats.
Getting nuts in the warm weather. Top set for Harvey.
Getting married in October.
I really? Where?
In England.
Oh, nice.
West Sussex.
I'm getting married
It
in
is
Malta.
a fairly spicy flop.
This is clustered and Atlantis is spread out.
Is your
I
wife
wouldn't say clustered, but it's just
No, she's Puerto Rican.
Close.
Okay.
Right.
How did you
I like
decide
it
on
better
Malta?
that way.
I'm from
nice
Malta
here,
originally.
Okay.
Reminds me of
Raised, yeah, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And Harvey, with
She's
all
awesome.
of this board, decides to
Great.
Definitely.
Do you have a lot of
bet
family
relatively
Yeah,
small.
I have cousins.
And gets a call out of ace high. Beautiful.
Pretty cool.
And that's a
your
boat
total
on the
number of
turn.
It was supposed to be 150. It's
Yeah.
trickling over to 25.
It's a big wedding.
Well, I keep running into people. I'm like, shit, forgot to invite you. Shit, you know, it's fine. And every one is like +1, so it's just like a double shit.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Sounds expensive.
13K in the middle there.
Well, hey, hopefully it's.
Looks like he wants to continue turn. Gives going to bet
325?
6,000.
Absolutely.
Is your girl British too?
She is, yes.
Final number?
Australian British.
Okay, not
What you say?
No, wedding gift.
Might have been a deal breaker.
You're an Arsenal fan. This is the year, man. This is the year.
Looking that way.
Yeah. What a game against
Good.
Man U.
Harvey looking a little bit disappointed he didn't get more there, but
Man City to
you know,
win.
what's a man to do? You want to win the whole stack. I think you got to bet the turn.
So I really need that.
Yeah, exactly. That's funny. Well, hey, it's looking.
Outer table hand. All in. Robert Cowan versus Spraggy. Ace King versus Ace Queen. King on the turn. Spraggy is going to pay up. Gets doubled through by Robert Cowan. Spraggy left with around 36,500. Not only did Spraggy lose the hand, but he's providing content for someone else. That's got to sting extra. And Kitty Quo sat in between them. Kitty been on quite the social media rampage lately. Anyway, this is all about Robert, though. Congrats, Robert. And a walk-off. Davide Katai eliminated, but not really. Just down another 10K. He will not be re-entering.
Down but never out. GG Davide. As we return to our feature table. Martirosian, ace-5 of spades, UTG +2. Marques, very aggressive with the 3-bets thus far. He has had a lot of made hands, though. Haven't seen too many bluffs just yet, but you can tell he's totally capable in these situations, so he has been getting looked up at the correct frequency thus far. Martirosian, a guy that definitely knows ace-5 of spades, probably should be defended as well, especially given the fact that it is the artisanal sourdough. Does call. We're going to a flop. Ace-5 currently dominated. Yeah. But no help on the flop and not much by way of draws either.
Like a person a minute.
840 was a good line.
I think it's going to go over.
If you think there's going to be like 20 confirmed max late, right?
Might get like
But there's a chance those people are already like raged and just aren't sitting down though.
Maybe, yeah.
So 18.2 in the middle.
Just want to
like
wait
one
last
player
time.
per minute. So you're talking
4K is the continue. Love this smaller sizing here.
Plus a 20-minute break.
Maybe 840 is low. Yeah, I think it is.
So it's a bet and a fold. And a little grin between friends. The ace of hearts is shown as per their table game that they've been playing thus far.
Fold.
Ten 9 for Reichsack. 9-7 for Raheem.
Both players with the diamond flush draw here.
Oh, yeah. Once again, a narrow margin between these flush draws.
$23.
Reichsatch does bet. Raheem not relinquishing his diamond draw. And Jack of Clubs changes absolutely nothing.
Raise.
Show one. Left. Do you get to choose, or does it matter?
I had a 9 in my hand.
Going up every minute. Moves.
Yeah, we're up to 8-13.
Diamond comes, I'm good.
What's your stream? Depend what diamond.
It's either ace 9 or 9-9, right? Or I guess it could be jack 19 and all that. 9-10.
9-8.
9-8.
9-7. There's 13 other cards besides the 9.
Martirosyan. Ace King offsuit under the gun.
Big slick
Probably
again.
Not 9-6. It's like the only one can't be.
Right.
You wouldn't bet that.
Sergey.
No, you wouldn't.
But all the other ones are possible. Love, value.
Sergey's a new face to me, and he looks like a mashup of so many other poker players. It's kind of odd.
I know what you're saying, man.
It's like part Moreno brother, part Jason Mercier, part Igor Kurganov.
It's giving me a little bit of Shemian vibes, too.
Little
for some
sure,
reason.
yeah. Throw some of the Germans in there. So, domination situation between Martirosyan and Reichsack, and Mercier coming along in the big blind with 8-6 and actually flops a pair. Ashley asked noob question, what's under the gun? It means first to act, and I'm trying to get that changed. I want to change it to FTA.
Yeah, FTA is a classic. It's a classic in waiting.
FTA, first to act.
So 71% here for Mr. Mercier.
And we see Mercier this time bleeding.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting here. If Jason just has the pair of sixes without the gutter ball, I think there's probably more of a check line. When you have the gutter ball, you can bet small and control the size of this pot. You also will have some leads here if you have sets and like that, and the such if you are in a multi-way pot where you're going to get more action. And the 6 of spades on the turn. Real clean. He's like, oh my God, I think I'm just going to make this 15K to go. Close. All right. I think the dealer said 8.2. 8,200 on the turn, continued. I think Martirosyan comes along on the flop because he was facing that very small size into a much larger situation, especially given the pre-flop action going multi-way. However, on this turn, what's he going to do? Does make the call. Ace or a king on this river, Joe, would be, oh no, the ace of hearts.
Oh my goodness.
I was just about to say, that's going to cost him
good.
some money. Jason could really size up here now if he wanted to. This seems like a great payoff card. So 31.9 in the middle, guys, 31,900. How does he size his river bet here? Such a well-disguised hand. How much, sir?
Waiting for the...
I think she said, okay.
22.5, and just to flick it in from Martirosyan having to pay it off again, right?
Yep.
Didn't he flick it in last time with a king-high flush?
He did indeed against Reem, yes.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, definitely costly and just a real setup river for him there.
Who's ready to take a look at some outer table action? Another Team Pro in a bit of a hairy spot right now. Tonka versus Christian Rudolph. Tonka, we're on the flop here, by the way. The flop is King, Queen, Jack. Tonka with Ace 4. Rudolph, Jack 8.
That's okay.
Turn Ace.
You wouldn't.
River is a heart. Rudolph had 2 hearts. And Tonka is flushed out. Christian Rudolph, of course, 7s guy. No 7s involved in this hand. Just plenty of hearts. Rudolph with 80K now. That's right, PK. I forgot about it. The Merce Dog.
Merce Dog.
Forgot all about that bit.
All right, guys, back over at our feature table now. Our super stacked feature table. Chino is our chip leader with kings again. He's had some big hands today, Joe. Getting paid with him, too, on several occasions. Kings not so kind to him previously, though. Top set versus running Broadway meant he had to lay that one down on the river. Martirosyan might be catching a break here, though. Flops 2 pair against the overpair of Reem.
And it's short enough that he can probably get it in pretty comfortably.
Oh, yeah.
On the turn, even.
Very easily.
Oh, maybe even on the... Maybe this will be a 1-street hand, as they say.
I think it probably will be. It's just
now
such
the raise has happened, yeah.
Such a wet texture. He's going to have a bunch of 1 pairs and draws and stuff like that. It's just going to go in the middle every time.
A 1-street hand.
Why waste time?
I mean, how can you not love Chino? Other than some of the obvious reasons, but... Martirosyan does have plenty to fade. And now has a few more cards to fade. After the ace on the turn, counterfeiting is real. Kings and fives better than eights and sixes.
Oh, yeah.
Counterfeiting is one of the worst ways to go.
Yeah, I don't think he just didn't do a lot wrong there, Joe. Just a couple kind of gross ones for him.
Yeah.
You know, cost him a lot, and then he was short. Finds a really great spot against those kings and just can't hold. GG, sir. Very unfortunate exit there for the two pair of Martirosian.
Yeah, just, you know, second best hand, and then the best hand that gets sucked out on after two streets. Plenty of equity there for Chino. I just don't.
on the turn?
Chino doesn't miss those spots, you know?
Yeah, the king of clubs. When he was,
Yeah, no, for sure. I believe that.
He,
I mean,
might have had a flush, right?
Yeah, he could have already had a king high flush.
No, I'm saying he might have had a flush on the turn.
Yeah.
Oh, you saw his other card?
Yeah,
King-
when
yeah,
he
king
when he
queen.
was mucking the end.
King queen.
I like mine.
All right. UTG now under the gun. Corral, king 10 of diamonds opening up. Sticking to the 2.5x sizing. Or the 2.5 thousand sizing, I should say. It's not 2.5x. Just a little bit over 2, in fact.
Like, if I have queens here, am I going broke? Right. Like pre, I
And
thought that.
5, 10, 5, 2 spades. Corral obviously with a pretty strong hand in this scenario. Against that big blind range, you will run into trip 5s here once in a while. But still plenty of flush draws to give you some action. Some worse 10s. Maybe some smaller pairs. Maybe a pair like pocket 6s, pocket 7s might want to continue on this texture. So I think a continue is pretty much mandatory. At least as this stacks up.
Can you just fold ace jack of hearts here?
Not if you want the internet to call you weak, Joe.
Yeah, they do that anyway. I'm just like, I don't have a flush draw.
I mean, as if the top pair with the king kicker wasn't enough. He wants the diamonds to go with it, too. I wouldn't mind seeing a check here on the turn, Joe. I mean, it's like, it's not like you're, I mean, you don't get about your value from the spades. You know, you give them a free card. Obviously, you've got some draws as well if you are going to be up against a random 5. Any 10, any diamond going to the river.
I don't know, Nick. Every time I check here, that's a pretty bad card on the river.
It's just a crying river every time.
It's a spade. It's a
a
6.
It's like the queen of spades every time.
It's the king of spades, the queen of spades. Sorry, did I say king? I didn't mean that.
I think really you could go either way here. I think
ace of spades.
I think
You know what I mean.
betting is totally reasonable. If you want to control the pot a little bit, you're worried about a 5 once in a while, you can slow down here. But it's not like you're not going to get value on later streets if you slow down, is my point, Joe, right? If you check the turn here, oh, there you go. Joe called it for him.
And this is a pretty bad one too, right? 7-8 gets there.
Waiting.
I'm just going to show up 3, whatever, you know.
I think you can go either way, basically, on the turn. But if you check, you do get some bluffs.
Pocket 9s now, it gets there.
Yeah. And you do find out pretty quick. If it wasn't the 9 of spades, I'm sure there would have been a value bet on that river a lot of the time. And sure, check, check. King 10 going to take this one down.
Turn went check, check.
Debated it. Decided to keep it small.
Are you American?
Originally from Malta. Born and raised, but live in Boca now.
Boca?
Sound like I'm from New York, because I was.
You're in my neck of the woods.
Yeah, he's in Florida as well.
Oh, really?
I live in Davie.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
His neck of the
That's very
Everglades.
Yeah.
I only moved there like a year ago, so
Oh, okay.
I can't claim any Boca residency yet.
Okay.
Pretty chill place, though.
Yeah, Boca's nice.
I have a question here from Jonah on YouTube. Says, Mr. Stapleton, can you please give a shout out to the best home game from the 765? Now, Nick, I'm an old man. I don't know what a shout out is. This is where was I going to be like
24?
Oh, what's up? 765 home game. You guys are the best. I've heard you guys are the real good at poker and never and always get it in good. in our real fun crew, like something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, I don't do that.
Yeah. Thank God for that.
Yeah.
There we
Thank you
go.
for the question. Pair of tens here for Mercier.
Yeah, Carell's just got one of those big blind defenders. Doesn't really connect too hard here. Check on the flop. Now it's 2 pair for Mercier. So does give Carell a gutter ball, though. And in many situations, when you pick up gutter balls in the turn and your opponents have checked the flop, you're supposed to show some aggression. But I think given the dynamic here and the positions, I think probably checking it makes a lot more sense, because Jason will probably, if he's checking this board, have showdown that is unlikely to fold given the fact that they checked the flop.
Yours.
Very different dynamic than if we were playing heads up or something of that ilk, maybe a little bit of a blind v blind play, something like that.
What did you say?
Said hit both of them, huh?
Look at that ring, huh? One ring to rule them all.
They had 4 outs. Needed a magical gutter there.
Do we know how many kids Jason's got at this point? Is it 3?
How do you know?
I couldn't say, Joe.
4? 5?
You hit the 10.
Whatever it is, he seems like a happy man, and I'm happy for him.
It wasn't, but I just want to know how you knew that.
Seems to have a happy family in general. Liquid Steel says, is this a $10,000 buy-in main event? Yes, it is.
Did you open my big blind?
I folded some. I balanced it out.
It's 4 in a row now.
Sometimes I open, sometimes
For those who are
You guys do
keeping
it to each
track.
other every time.
You know, Joe, I'm enjoying the
This
table
one I
talk.
pulled no
Does feel like it's got a good energy in there, you know?
It's great. And Reichsack, despite having his big blind attack, flops best. And manages to not get outturned by Chino. And a 6 on the river is safe.
Where are you from?
I mean, there's got to be a value bet here, Joe. There's got to be a value bet from the Queen A. There's like just no chance you're ever losing on this river given the action. You're going to get hero called by some 6X. So he's going to have, you know, pocket 7s, pocket 8s once in a while if he decides to check the flop occasionally. Although, of course, probably Ryan does like to bet those kinds of pairs on those boards, too.
I'm glad we're doing this, because just like him, I forgot. So I'm glad you do that.
Nice.
I folded a pair. I had a pair.
10 minutes left on the level. We are up to 824 total entries in this event. So 830 is almost certainly going to be surpassed. I think maybe 850.
You're getting a lot of hands
at
out
this
there,
point.
I think that's kind of
Right?
what James was looking at. Do you think Jason's just going to ace it? Jason's guess 830 just absolutely spikes it.
I don't want to.
And the only time he tried, he 3-bet and he got 4-bet with Queen 10 seat. Queen 10 seat.
Job done, yeah. They were like basically same stacks almost. Yeah, he folded.
And said, okay, I'm not playing anymore.
Did he?
He had Queen A who suited that. It's funny. So actually was bluffing with the best hand.
Yeah. Value jam. Value jam.
And conversations died down as we settle in for this pot. Ace-5 versus King-10.
I'm from Canada, but I live in Costa Rica.
Nice flop
Weren't we on the
for
same
King-10.
In the 1K?
I think
Two
we
diamonds,
were,
though, could
yeah.
get dicey.
Spain?
Spain.
Harry Lodge just 10 big blinds behind. When you're this short, Joe, this is a real good-looking flop. Checking a check. 6 of hearts on the turn.
So you live in Costa Rica now?
Yeah.
How long
I
you been
love
doing
it.
that?
Like 14 years.
Interesting
wow.
sort
Yeah,
of SPR dynamic here. Harry's got about
So good. Where I'm
2x
from in
pot behind.
Canada, it's like Manitoba, and that's one of the kind of like cold as fuck. Yeah, so it's just such a
So
game
he's
changer.
probably going to be tempted to try and start building the pot now if he has any hope to win an entire stack. He's got to start putting some chips in here and now, otherwise the SPR will just not be low enough for him to get it in a believable way.
That was beautiful.
Oh, beautiful there, yeah.
A lot of surfing there.
Yeah.
Not that I can surf.
No. I try it every once in a while, but when the waves are really small.
Yeah. I hear you.
Ooh, a very disciplined fold from the ace-5 as well. A lot of times when players check those kinds of boards, Joe, they kind of level themselves into a call on the turn.
Sure.
Harry looks a little bit like, I kind of wish I would have got more.
Pick and then they got mucked.
Oh.
Like every time, but then when it's his turn,
I spread them out.
just turbo mucked him.
Turbo mucked him.
You got me.
Reem is still leading this
Show one,
table.
show one, show one.
233 big
The
blinds.
only entertainment I get
The second he pipes up about you
You
not
never
winning
tell
any
this was a
bro.
10K event, right, Joe? These guys, this is like the home game on Tuesday.
I'm not opening on his big blind.
Hanging out. Hanging out with the guys.
Classic PCA, it's always like this.
Everybody's just like, we're going to play at 25K in a couple days. What's 10 grand between friends?
It really is sort of the stop. It's like a time capsule here. Always has been. It's like Black Friday never happened at the PCA. Everyone's rich. There's Americans. People are having fun.
Yeah, I'm into it.
Hey, Sergi. It's his big blind.
My time.
It's your time.
Oh, boy.
Time to shine.
I'm not sure how I feel about pointing out whose big blind it is.
I will fold.
You, buddy. It's not happening.
I'm numb.
Oh, wow.
I feel like walks, you should be able to pick one, right?
I think that's the first one.
It's the first
Let's
walk.
add that
It's
to
the
the
first
list.
walk of the day.
Yeah.
I should have opened a tight fold. UTG.
5 minutes left on the level.
Were you defending? I opened.
If you min raise it like you normally have been, yeah.
If I made it 4,800, you would have let it go.
Probably.
And the break coming up is going to be slightly longer than we're used to. We usually have a 20-minute break. This is going to be 30 minutes because we're expecting a mad dash for the registration desk.
You would have been ahead.
And better just to extend the break now because I don't think they would leave anybody hanging because the break's over, right? I think as long as you're in line for registration, they're going to get everybody through.
Sure. I mean, everybody
You keep guessing. You probably
came
get it.
all the way to the sunny Bahamas to take part in these events.
8-9 suited?
And obviously, the more the merrier.
More gap, but better.
9-7 suited.
Markish under the gun, pocket sixes,
gappy.
Corral,
Yeah, but
ace-8
better.
suited.
Oh.
3-betting time.
Ah. Jack 9 or Jack 8 suited.
Jack 8.
Jack 8. More gappy, so big gap.
Yeah.
And Markish is not folding. And flops a siggity set of sixes.
Oh, Joe, flopping sets and 3-bet pots feels fantastic.
I wouldn't know. I don't see how Corral could get into too much trouble here.
Oh yeah, what about like the 9 of spades?
5 would be interesting.
Yeah. Well, there's only one way to find out. I think there's
Probably goes check.
a very strong chance we will see a turn card.
I think there's a strong chance that we might see a raise right on the flop, though, Joe. These guys are really deep.
Oh, then maybe we won't see a turn card.
I know. I was going to say Marquez might be tempted to start building a pot right here, right now. He wants to win all the chips off of those bigger pairs. It looks like the effective stack at this stage, given the action thus far, is about 66 big blinds. How do you get 66 big blinds all in if you're not going to raise?
Or a,
oh, hello.
That seems like a raise to me.
for 4. 4 frame? Yeah. I would have checked all the bets.
Raised to 10.8 with bottom set. And therefore, I think we probably will not be seeing the 9 of spades ultimate sweat. But wait a second.
Wait.
Just wait a moment.
Floaty McFloaterson. Somebody's been spending too much time on the lazy river.
We would have done if this was the flop if I had opened it.
Turn is the 3 of spades.
Oh, here we go.
The square root of 9.
Here we go. He made it just the right size to keep him in with very little equity. Only 17% on the turn. Now with that flush draw, some of which are no good. Some of them spades are not going to help.
Being pretty big. Yeah, I saw that, like, I went to register and I was like, oh shit, there's only 166 on day 1A. And then I showed up day 2, like an hour in, there was only like 220 in. And I was like, damn, this shit's so small. Yeah. You know? But all the rebuys and people coming in late.
We're already over 8:30, Jason.
Start their trip.
Yeah,
I think 850 will be easily attainable.
Like an EPT main.
Yeah. Of course.
That was capped at 1 total.
Markish.
In EPT mains, they usually do one single
Corral.
You can take it whenever, but it's not per day, it's just 1 total.
Ramping up
Whereas you could do
to
6.
maybe step in this real hard.
I bet nobody did 6.
17.
I bet nobody did
If I bust
4.
this in the next 2 minutes, I'll do 4.
I think somebody
4? You think so? 2? But
I
there's
think
probably
it's
not even that
just
many
gonna
people
call.
that did 2
on day
1A.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, he's just got such a good price in the turn there, Joe.
Stack to pot ratio, both players with
did 2
under
on day
pot
1A?
left
No, I
behind
did 2
8
on 1B.
on the river. So it's just a pair of 8s for Corral.
No, none on day 1A.
But,
I didn't play.
but day 1B and re-entries, for sure, there are a lot of with 4.
Yes. Many people probably did 4.
I agree. Also because the ones that would gamble more for the re-entry first day were probably playing the 100K and the 50K one day.
Yeah.
That's are the ones more likely to fire like 2 bullets in the first day.
I would guess there's at least 2 people who did 6 Phillips.
No.
Would be my guess.
I would bet 0.
Bet 0.
Maybe there is someone that he got cooler at the first level of the day 1, you know.
Markish announces all in.
Yep.
Corral now facing the prospect of calling it off with second pair.
Yeah, that turn size, Joe, definitely designed to get under SPR1, and that's where we're at now. So there's only one move left on the river, given the action.
Yeah. Flush draw missed. (9-10) got there. I don't know that 9-10 really plays it this way.
Yeah, potentially. Still a gutter on the flop, right?
Corral makes the call. Get back in the house, Corral.
Wow. Huge, huge pot here, Joe.
Tiuma Corral eliminated on the last hand
Good game.
before the break, meaning Corral can still re-enter for another 10K. Makes a hero fail to close out this session. 839 players, total entries, I should say, so far. And we're going to take an extended 30-minute break to see how many more are going to register or re-register at the last possible moment. Back in the house, Corral. Now the Walking Dead.
I thought it was in the small blind.
Let's take a look
Would have called if I knew it was in there.
at some of the other tables, if there are still tables in action. Looks like a secondary feature table is donezo for now. Sam Grafton won't be rebuying again. Patrick Antonius sneaking in as a late reg. One more look at the chip counts from the featured table. Chino Ream still leading. Reichsack started a chip leader, still doing just fine with over 157 big blinds. Markesh winning a huge pot to close things out there. Extended break. When we get back, final entries. More from the PCA after this.
Folded to William Thorson.
Raise.
It's an interesting poker variant, James, maybe for a TV poker show where you can
He's made it 60,000 to go.
wager with the house. Like a side bet on what the person had.
He's just folded. Over to Garrett. He folds.
I prefer the idea of you having to compensate the player you just beat in the pot if you're unable to identify their hand.
But maybe there's like a deal or no deal style banker that chooses whether or not to accept your side bet.
Ooh. This could do with some workshopping.
Well, this is what we're here for, isn't it?
Call.
So Thorson's raise with 10-8 of diamonds, called by Timberg on the button with pocket tens.
Yeah, so called by this counter.
And those called. Bertrand's called.
Elke calls with pocket fives. Three-way to the flop.
This feels like an Elke pot to me. There it is.
However, Thorson has the flush draw.
He's the button, yeah. Bertrand, he's first to act.
And Elke's just going to lead out with his set. I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all. I think you're perfectly happy to get it in on this flop with a set of fives.
It's 100,000.
I'll make it 300.
300,000 now.
Okay.
Announced a raise. He's going to go to 300,000.
Thorson ups the price. Elke moves all in. Thorson will be priced in.
Bring the 300 in first. It's like 100 something more. Huh? About 120 more or something.
I mean, this is exactly what Elke wants.
Thorson can't possibly fold.
He's got a little bit more to go.
He is allowed to fold.
How much? 104.
103. 85, 95. Yeah, 103.
103. Johnny's got 103,000 behind the 300.
The problem with raising here.
So it's going to be 103 to call for William.
Yes, sometimes you're going to win when Elke's just goofing around, but not that often.
And we've got 10-8 of diamonds.
So Elke, the at-risk player, but he is a 3-1 favorite with his set of fives. Thorson looking to hit a diamond.
And we got the flush draw. All right, let's go ahead and see the turn.
Well,
boom.
The ace of clubs pairs the board. That takes the drama out of the equation. The full house for Elke. We'll see him double up through William Thorson. Susik.
Tron wins his all.
So sick.
Doubles up.
I bet 100, you wait 300, and I'm moving for 100 more than his bet, so.
Like, I don't think Elke's going to be leading with too many hands that he's, like, just going to fold to a raise there.
Yeah.
Even if they're not super nutted hands, like, he's just not going to fold.
62,000.
So raise here from Garrett Adelstein with ace-8. We've got ace-queen for red. Justin Phillips
Americans obsessed with their right to bear arms.
Are you going to show one?
Just a call.
Okay, red calls the 62,000.
Action now on William Thorson, who's in the big blind. Thorson with 10-7.
How tilted is he?
Are you saying, based on what we've seen of William Thorson so far on the EPT, that he's susceptible to tilt?
Yes.
I would concur.
I know how to spot it. There, but for the grace of God, go I.
250.
Who amongst us hasn't been third player into the pot with 10-7 offsuit?
Okay, we got 3 players in on the flop.
Well, the flop is Jack 10-4, so Thorson does flop best.
Red has checked. It's over to William.
It's just so difficult with 10-7 to flop anything that you're going to be super confident about.
All in.
Of course, you can flop a pair and just make a move that's going to ensure that you get no value and always get called by better hands. Maybe Phillips will make a liar out of me. Like, I don't like being in this spot if you're Thorson where you're like, even though Phillips is in the tank, you're pretty sure you still don't want to call.
Okay, red folds. William picks up the pot.
Did you have a pair?
He's talking right past Thorson like he's not even there. Look at that, he's got a fishing lure and everything.
Talking of fish, look at that tank.
If he reshoves all in pre-flop, you call him?
Tough spot, honestly. It would have been really close.
But with me limping in too, you call him?
Can't say.
Christian Harder opening here with ace-10 of spades.
62,000.
Christian's raised. He's made it 52,000 to go. 62,000.
Very dramatic peel of 8-deuce. Thank you for that.
On the small blind.
Thorson also has spades. Jack 9. He's in the small blind here.
Boy.
William's going to go all in.
Okay.
I mean, you know, what does he know about William Thorson? If he knows what we know, seems like a call.
Okay, Christian's looking at a $390,000 call here.
It's for only about a half of his stack. He's getting...
I call.
Okay, Christian calls.
Seemed like he was getting an okay price.
He calls, and he is right. Near enough a 2-1 favorite with 5 cards to come.
I'd bring him into the middle. Yeah. So we got ace-10 for Christian of spades, 9 jack of spades for William.
Oh, Billy.
Ace.
Okay, we're going to take a look at the flop.
Well, the flop is jack high.
Jack of clubs, 4 of diamonds, 6 of hearts. It's giving William the pair of jacks.
Harder, not impressed.
In this hand. All right, let's see the turn.
Turn card is an 8. Christian Harder Looking for an ace on the river to eliminate William Thorson. It's a 6. That's the double up for the Swede.
Oh, it's so gross. So gross. Just trying to give your stack away. Cruel, cruel.
So we join this hand. 3 players involved. Elke with ace-7. Garrett Adelstein with queens. Hafa Khan with 10s.
Going to go to 212,000.
What is this, a 3-bet?
I think so.
Total.
So Elke raise, Khan calls with 10s, Adelstein 3 bets with queens.
Yeah, I'm going to lay out the cards. You got my card? Come on.
6 on him?
How much do you have behind?
Khan's going to count it for you. Don't worry. He's got it.
Close to 500.
Close to 500.
Wait. 3.
Interesting.
20, right?
I believe yes.
Try and fold.
Not really sure that, considering Khan's involved in the hand, he should be counting out another player's stack and verbally announcing it to another player in the hand. Also, the dealer shouldn't really be asking a player, what do you have behind? It's up to the player to point to their chips and answer the question if they want. Whatever.
I was going to say a whole bunch of stuff, but actually I'm just going to come down on the side of whatever also. And whatever says Khan.
Sure, I have the best hand. I call.
He calls.
Let's go. Hold.
All right.
Hold one time. Come on. Hold.
One time invoked.
All right, bring in the 10s, bring in the queens.
Alas, Hafa Khan cannot invoke his one time. He's already used it.
Let's go.
Let's
Hold.
go.
Come on.
Fast. Fast.
2 times?
Flop comes down.
Oh!
Deuce, all
He hit a set, though.
Turn card is the king.
Heart?
Oh, going
Right,
fast.
the set of 10s is going to win this.
Got unlucky. So sick. 4-1 favorite.
2 times, James. 2 times.
So sick.
Garrett cashes out in 24th place, $48,000.
Okay, the action's on red.
And we are sweating with Chris Kuykendall.
Got to expose card.
Oh, okay, we're going to use that information.
Christian on the button. Action's on Chris.
I mean, I can do this one. Don't
Yeah,
fold.
go ahead.
Don't fold. Raise, get it in.
Raise, get it in is generally a pretty strong plan with kings.
Going to make it 90,000.
You put one extra out.
We are taking on the dragon, though.
There's only one hand we're worried about the dragon having, and it's such a mathematical improbability that we're not worried about him having that hand.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Now, that is annoying, but blind on blind, we don't have to be completely upset at this ace. Also, we didn't get re-raised pre-flop.
Okay, Chris is going to bet 150,000.
Always an ace on the disc.
Some folks are going to re-raise with an ace from the small blind. Some folks are just going to call too. Looks like Fam's loading up for a raise.
The sneezing and the coughing continues from red over there.
Okay, Fam just calls.
The 150.
I think he's going to call with any pair.
Turn card brings a jack of clubs.
We're not super worried about the jack. I'm okay with checking for a little pot control here. I don't see us being able to get 3 streets of value. So I'm quite okay with keeping the pot a little small now. Fam's so wily, I don't think that we can necessarily just fold to a bet here either. $300 into 500,000.
That's chunky.
It is chunky. I think there are so many hands that he would just fire with when checked to. I think he might turn a 5 or a 6 into a bluff. I think he might just fire big with a jack even. This is a pretty, this is a very tough spot. Because I think he would fire an ace too, but I don't think we can fold right away. I like the call. And I think sometimes when we call,
Chris calls the 300,000.
we can get a cheap showdown, but out of position still too.
Oh, this board is horrible.
Yeah, not a good board for us. Maybe it's not a good board for David either, so he can just check back and we can get a free showdown.
There's now 1.1 million in the middle. This is a genuinely good sweat with spot.
David checks.
Fam does.
We do get the free showdown.
Wow, we had 9-8. He had sweet FA.
Chris shows 2 kings.
Sweet, sweet FA.
There's a pair of cards in by the P for the they want to see him. Nice hand. Thanks. There we go.
Okay, I will raise.
16 players remaining.
How thick is that glass at the back of the? You were at this PCA event? Was there like a safety briefing?
To fold it, at least 70%.
Must be very thick because if it, you know,
Buttons in the
you don't want
seat
to,
with Richard.
especially not on live TV,
Marcus
right?
is going to be first to act.
Yeah, also, you know, that's the pressure of that amount of water. You need a very strong piece of glass.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You don't want the tank to, not only obviously the danger of the animals, but you know, ruining the set, equipment, etc.
Fold it around to Glenn.
105.
105.
Elke with ace king now.
Elke raises. He makes it 100,000.
Must be nice.
Oh, 105. Excuse me. 105.
You are excused.
About how much are you playing with? All on you.
What?
All on you. Yeah. See, that's a good answer. I was intimidated. I was scared by it.
That is not Connor.
One jack.
Oh.
One queen.
Remember, good pals with Elke.
High player.
Always coming in for a better look.
I hear about you. Why so much?
So much? It's 2040. It's cheap, actually. Can't take an out, you know, we got the French connection here.
There
French
is a French
connection.
connection between these two.
Ooh la la.
Are you gonna read?
I saw your foot.
All right, guys.
Queen jack facing a 2.5x open here. Queen jack, 2.5x open. Just a single raise. Folds it. Must have picked something up from that interaction.
What's that to me?
This is 65 more.
This be Connor Allison.
Oh, sorry, a player still to act in this hand, by the way, after that charade. A player who has kings, no less. King for Allison. Okay.
Can you imagine having to wait that long for your turn to act if you have kings?
You're just trying to keep all the like frivolity going, like, haha, yes, we're all having fun. Aren't people having fun and throwing chips around so carelessly, aren't they? Let's continue in similar vein.
Elke.
So re-raise, all in, call.
One time.
So we've got a
gross Pellier in a gross spot.
And Allison with the dominating king calling for his one time.
So sick. We got ace king
This
versus
pot
two
for
kings.
almost twice average chips. Although I guess effectively for a little bit less than what you see on screen.
So seek.
Non, j'ai pas d'as. D'autres aces.
All right, let's see the flop.
One time. One actual time.
Yes! Bertrand!
Flop.
Oh my goodness.
7 of clubs, 7 of spades,
One
ace
time.
of clubs.
One time
Elke's
my whole
moved
life.
ahead now with his pair
Just
of
one
aces.
time in my whole life.
Connor's
This is
looking
the
for
grossest thing I've ever seen at the PCA, and I saw someone once puke into a Shark Tank.
Jack of diamonds on the turn. In the river. Oh. All right, river card.
Big
please.
sweat for the one out.
Queen of spades on the turn.
Allison. Al is out. And some real hugging going on over there. Allison finishes in 16th place for $56,000. Pretty insane that $56,000 is the payout here, and 15 places later, it's $2 million.
Is that how you become a team pro? You
Yeah.
just
That was kind of standard.
Yeah.
Oh,
but
wow.
What's standard is let me win the pot one time.
We just lost one on the outside, guys.
And a rundown of our venues of the EPT: Barcelona, London, Baden, Dublin, Prague, and the great European nation of the Bahamas: Dortmund, Copenhagen, Warsaw, San Remo, Monte Carlo. How many EPT stops were there?
A lot. By the way, that is Jacques
passes.
Zasik, friend and competitor of Elke's.
I ask first if I get it. All in.
Marius is all in.
$241.
241,000 total.
Jamalama Ding Dong.
It's folded around a Joe in the small blind. 241 total.
I'm sorry, what?
Joe passes.
It's 241 total?
Yeah.
Oh man, this is marginal.
Probably a fold that.
40,000 is the big blind.
Is that marginal?
6 bigs, yeah, it kind of is marginal. It really is.
Double me up then. Call it the sixes.
Sixes, not marketing.
I know.
Elke, you cannot say that, and you know better.
Oh, sorry.
Don't you ever say anything like that.
Sorry,
I will time you out so quickly.
Sorry. There was nothing to do, that's why I said I'm sorry.
If I had sixes, I would have already made my decision.
I'm just trying to get you to call, you know.
I call.
Ricky announces a call. King
Oh
deuce.
my God.
That's Martino.
All right, I probably had odds.
King two?
You said nine.
Yeah,
Nine's
that's
better than 9-2.
I don't hate putting it in with the king deuce. It's certainly marginal, but it is only 6 big
So
blinds.
Ricky has king deuce, and Marius has ace 10. Marius is the
All
one
right,
who's
man.
all in. He's at risk here. Okay, give us a flop.
King or deuce.
All right, ace high ahead, headed to the
Queen,
flop.
nine,
Queen,
nine.
9-9. Ace
King.
high looking real good.
Or a deuce, or Marius will double up. Turn card, please.
Thank you, Lee Jones.
It's a 7, so now a king or deuce, or Marius will double up. River card, please. It's a king.
Oh.
And Marius will be our
Carvel.
14th place
I drunk for
finisher.
you guys. Hey, good game, man. Sorry, I figured you're moving in with any two, man. I'm sorry.
Oh.
2 million.
Oh my God.
Oh, okay. Please,
That
please,
white man
please.
can't dance.
What's a king on the river, though?
14th place for Olsvik, $72,000.
Let the cards dictate.
A6 of diamonds for Hafakan.
Hoffa raises. He makes it 325,000.
Opens to 325K. That is ace queen of clubs for Chris Kuykendall.
Hello, nurse.
Chris calls.
Just a call.
Actions over to David.
Somehow he's going to get Fam to put money in dominated. Elke getting an insane price.
Are we going to see a family pot here?
325.
A David family pot?
All 4 players in.
Four-way pot here.
Give me 5 back.
Yeah,
no,
five back.
Very, very unusual situation here, four-handed, and all players taking a flop. Who will flop best? It is deuce, 5, jack.
Jack of hearts, 5 of diamonds, deuce
So
of hearts.
ace queen, still the best hand? Yeah.
Yeah.
Checks.
Somehow.
Checks over to Chris. He checks as well.
Well,
Nobody likes it. Checks through.
Understandably, and we get the queen of hearts on the turn.
Elke checks. Office and Chris.
And everyone checks again, despite top pair and flush draws. Top pair.
Brings a deuce of club. Actions on David.
Well, you can't really blame him for betting here.
600.
No, I don't think so at all. I think once the flop and turn check through, David Pham can reasonably expect his queen 9 to be ahead enough of the time, and maybe a hand like 7s or 8s or ace 5 that check the flop might look him up.
Played this so poorly.
I do wonder why this guy did not want to get more money in pre-flop with ace queen suited.
Well, as he just said to himself, I played this so poorly.
600.
Depends.
I mean, certainly could have got away with a turn bet. I think maybe he should have. The only thing that's going to be a really poor play is if he somehow folds now. But
yeah, exactly.
Let's make the call.
Calls. David shows queen of diamonds, 9 of diamonds.
Kuykendall wins the pot.
And then, yeah, bring it on now. Chris is going to pick this one up with queens and deuces with an 8.
Welcome back to the Bahamas and the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure 2023. Day 2 of the main event continues, and the registration desk has just closed. That's why that was a slightly longer break than was anticipated. Plenty of players wanting to get in at the very last moment, take their seats, and compete for an as yet undisclosed prize pool, but looks like it's going to be in the $8.6 million mark, because the number showing on the clock right now is 889. Looks like we have 889 total entries in this 10K main event. It's James Harshka alongside Griffin Benja.
Hey, James. Yeah, all the way back in the first level, they were talking about, I think it's going to be over 800. Yes, it was.
And the line was 830. Some people saying it was optimistic to predict 850, but looks like just shy of 890. Now, we will get that number confirmed. We will get that field size announced. Plus, of course, the prize pool will be calculated and the payouts will be confirmed. But bear in mind that this is playing a slightly different format, a slightly different time frame to an EPT main event. We will not hit the bubble. We will not start paying players until tomorrow. So you're going to have to wait for day 3 of this main event for world-famous bubble coverage. But we still have 3 levels to play today, and we're certainly going to keep this lineup on the main stage for another level. Probably switch the feature table during the next break.
Yeah. Maybe, and, obviously we are anticipating a slightly at least bigger field in the PSPC, but let's not. This is a pretty big deal to have a 10K buy-in with nearly 900 players. This is not something that happens every day, James.
So you may have noticed that we have got some new faces on the main stage. Dan Smith, King Dan, has joined the feature table with a stack of 30k. Jesse Lonis also with a fresh stack of 30k, and opening here with 7s. Sergei Orishak with 6s. He is second in chips at the table, starts the hand with 235k, which is a 157 big blind stack. As the blinds have gone up, we're now playing 1,000, 1,500.
Good fold there from Ryshak. I mean, you can just tell the thought process there, I think, was, I know better than this. I don't need to play this hand. There's so many players behind. The opener is playing, 20 big blinds. And this is a great example right here as we see Harry Lodge waking up on those 12 big blinds with this ace-queen. That really feels like an automatic shove. But, of course, you want to keep things a little balanced here with that consideration. All of it goes in.
Could be off to the races here.
20 exactly. 20, right?
Yeah, and this is not a fist pump all in for Lonis. When you talk about the range of Harry Lodge's shove here, you might just want to take your hopeful flip and equity because you're going to be against hands like ace-queen, like ace-king. So many more combos of those hands than the, aces, kings, and queens out there.
So here we go. Lonis' 7s racing against Harry Lodge's ace-queen, and this is a race that Harry Lodge needs to win. He's the at-risk player here.
First hit.
It's a low board, 8-5-4, favoring the 7s. 6 outs for Harry Lodge.
It's difficult that the 6 comes.
Is it the same for, what was it for 10?
Not a good flop for the Brit.
Or the 7.
Always coming 7, and now Harry Lodge is dead to a chop.
I guess it can be a chop, right?
It can.
I said to you it was difficult.
Did you guys manage to find a chop in that second over, James?
Yeah.
We didn't have one in the first.
Don't believe so. No 6 on the river. It's the full house for Lonis and the KO of Harry Lodge. And now it is a freeze out. No more rebuys. No more bullets can be fired.
Oh, we can make an exception for Harry Lodge.
No exceptions.
I know that Clay, you use bouncier balls.
So we think we have around 346 players remaining.
There are new players.
Again, guys, when we get that confirmed, when we get the actual number of entries confirmed and the prize pool confirmed, that's when we'll bring in the field ticker and we'll keep track of every elimination. Feels honest, man, asking on Twitch, how is Lex doing? I think he's okay. He's out and about with his family today. He entered day 1A, he entered day 1B. He did not fire again at the start of day 2. Lex is chilling. But I'm sure there are other tournaments he'll be playing here in the Bahamas. And of course, we'll see Lex Veldhuis.
I've been doing
in the
it since the beginning of the stream, and everybody agreed for now. So cool.
True story.
Ooh, sorry.
Ace
King
now.
Honest thinking, maybe this is my level.
Round to the big blind. Pedro Marcus, who's got king 6-5 of diamonds and defense.
What you have now? Like
Exactly. Yeah, double. Oh yeah, 50 actually. No, he didn't have a full stack. I thought we both won.
Ooh, interesting.
Open-ended straight draw versus ace king high, and we have a post-flop flip.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
and if we've learned anything about Pedro, it's that he will mix in some cheeky check raises in certain spots. We saw quite a beautiful one with the 7-6 offsuit in that first level after turning the straight draw with that pair. And now this does go check, and it's advantage on the turn for the 6-5.
Ionis rocking the moon swatch.
He called. Pick, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, hope it's the 5.
He good card for that. My friend, he called. Huh? That hand, obviously, because he took his seat. The last hand before the break. He called you.
Yeah.
On the river?
Ace-8.
Yeah, he called him.
Yeah.
Set of 6-6.
Yeah, set of 6s, and he rivered an 8 and called with this 8.
Of course, talking about that
River
huge
just
hand
an
against
eight?
Coral.
Yeah, it was flushed around the turn.
Jack 7, 6, 3,
3,
2 spades.
2 spades, and then 8.
And he called ace 8.
Yeah.
Oh my God. And you had a set of 6.
Oh my God.
Set of 6s, yeah.
Yeah, I did happen to see Coral in the halls after. Head was hanging a little low.
You had a lot. You had like 50K on the river.
Started with 70.
More.
Wow, he called 50K on the river with just an 8. Holy shit.
Better than just ace high, right? You had ace 9 of spades. You would
8, 9. It's like 8, 9. 8, 9's all he beats.
He was lucky that it was the hand before re-entry, you know.
8, 10, but like
What
he
did you
only
say?
beats those.
He was lucky that it was the hand before the re-entry ends.
Maybe
if this
that's
hand
why.
happens now,
right.
Maybe that's why.
I
Maybe he
don't know
was
if
looking
it-
at it like, oh, if I call and I'm right, I have a huge stack, and if not, I'll just go buy in.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think that's what happened.
For sure. Fortunate for him.
7 deuce offsuit. That's the worst starting hand in poker, Griffin.
How dare he?
And has not connected with this board. Pair of 5s for Marques, who is betting.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. It's a unique event, this this PCA main event, because of the metagame of that rebuy. You know, a couple levels into day 2 creates, and that's really what they're talking about with that particular hand with Coral and Marques. You know, it's certainly part of the consideration is, you know, if I call and I'm wrong here, I can rebuy. And that's not something we're normally used to seeing too much in an EPT main event or PokerStars main event.
Bobu Sapo asking, is this the first PCA since 2018? Close. First PCA since 2019, when the main event was won by Chino Ream, who is among the chip leaders and is on our feature table right now.
The players still in definitely jumped, though.
Yeah.
It was like 302 or something. So.
All right.
So it's probably right, or close to it.
Chino always entertaining to watch, and in action here with James Harvey folding under the gun. Chino opens. I only know one of his cards, the 5 of clubs. He's made it 3.5K.
Got the penis stack. Yeah.
What is that?
That's a dick.
What is that?
It's my charity. Double up drive.
Okay, cool. What kind of charity?
Not in love with this call from the small blind from Lana, set mining with,
we do fundraising,
you know,
for
30 big blinds
other
out of
nonprofits,
position
so
against
each
the
year
chip
I
leader,
have a
who's
big matching
going to be
challenge
really tough
for us
to
go 10
call
organizations
down
that play,
against,
and you donate
especially with a
$100
hand
to
like
them.
this. You're really going to need to hit a set, which doesn't
Over 8
happen
years, we've done 25
very often. And also prices in the other. Okay, well, maybe I'll just keep it down.
Amazing call with the 3s. However, street flash potential,
Street flash,
Griffin.
and maybe Ream has
Find
pocket
an amount
5s.
that we're prepared to match up to ahead of time. Okay. So like this year, we had like 600,000. So then just the first 600K in donations get matched. So like, but who's matching? I just find big donors. Okay, I got you. And like the first year was just me. Yeah. And then somebody was like, oh, I like what you're doing. Here's $1 million. Okay, cool. Yeah, because I was going to say, bro, if you've matched the 25 million, how are you still here? That's a lot of millions. That's a lot of millions.
5K from every player, and we go to the turn, which is the 9 of hearts.
Always wanted to ask you.
So, do we think a set of 3s is the best hand, or is there the possibility that Chino has got 5s?
So bad at
And,
everything he does.
you know,
Donate so much
recharge
money.
with the backdoor
That's not it. I was just
double
like,
gutter
I
now.
thought the
8
Giants-
also makes it straight.
That was a good bet, actually. What about last week?
I mean, even if Ream just has a 5x type hand, might want to attack these, what appears to be capped ranges, but no, the check indicative to me of not pocket 5s.
You're a Giants fan?
And Lannis, despite my objections to the flat call from the small,
Yeah. I thought that
has the winner. And the question becomes, will he make any money from this hand? Doesn't look like it unless Chino's got that Jack 5 suited.
Are they going to re-sign the QB? Didn't he have an open contract? I forget his name.
I'm not sure. I don't think it's open, but I also would expect them. I think they like him a lot. And I would hope so. They picked him number 6 when he wasn't expected to go in the first round.
I get to pick one, right? Oh, yeah. Of course. Sorry, I didn't throw it far enough. Ooh.
3 of hearts.
Which one?
I can beat this. I can't beat 3 of them, though.
And that's what you were up against. Sam on YouTube, very keen to know why we won't stream the Super High Roller. Wasn't a case of we didn't want to, Sam. It was a case of not logistically possible.
We beat ace-3
We
hard.
could not get everything set up, built, and done in time for the Super High Roller. Very, very, very tight turnaround time to get everything unloaded and set up here in the Bahamas for the start of our coverage today.
Have you played a hand with this stack yet?
No. Oh, D's here.
No, I think I played 2 hands. I folded them and then I got moved.
Yeah.
But it's starting stack.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, Dietrich.
Yep, Dietrich Fast, newest player at the feature table.
Why are you asking?
I just saw
He thought
had,
you were cheating.
No, I saw you had exactly 30K, and I was like, maybe they're still like sending people in line. You know?
He thought you were stalling the 10 minutes to get closer to the money.
Nothing to do
Marius
with you.
says they read YouTube. OMG.
Don't listen to.
You know why Dietrich is so good at winning races?
No, I'm
Because he's
well known
fast.
as a cheater, so you can call me out.
You know, once you say the punchline, it's technically our joke, James. So.
Oh, I'm so glad I get
whatever the
joint ownership
reactions
of
is,
that.
we're together now. We're in the end game now.
I'm losing pots, but I'm having fun.
This is turned.
Looks more beautiful.
We first talked to you in 2012.
Yeah. Now he's back 11 years later.
Who's captain, Sergio or Chino?
Who's what?
The captain.
The captain. I think we have been quite chill.
Chino.
Chino, yeah.
By a lot.
But he have more chips. That's
By like 40K.
Yeah.
Those aren't 20 stacks.
They're not.
He plays aces very good.
Easier to tell if he just made a big dick.
I played aces for 16.
I mean, the speech was amazing.
Berkey tilting during pickleball.
He got on the court. I mean, he was late, so we were supposed to play at 9. He's like, oh, I'm going to be late, but other people were coming. So he got there at like 9:50 or something. Right? He was one of the 4 people that we were going to play at 9. So I was like, whatever. Shows up at 9:50. He gets in the first game. First, like 5 balls, he smashes out of bounds or into the net. Like,
What is pickleball? It sounds familiar.
it does have
It's
a very
Joe knows about pickleball.
yeah, powerful spike.
It's been explained to me once, but I kind of may only have been half listening.
Mm.
Have you played a bunch?
You tend to breeze in and out, I find.
Yeah.
Unless you're interested.
And 77. And Jacks for Marques, who's opened to 3,500. A reminder, this is the 1K, 1.5K blind level. Level 11 of the PCA main event.
Yeah, that's how I
So
feel.
apparently it's like full-sized table tennis. Unless there's some collective pranking by some of the Twitch chat.
It's nice just being at the net, though. Like, it's so easy to volley when you're ready in position compared to, like, having to be on the run.
3-bet from Sergio Rychak with 6-5 of spades.
Yeah, definitely the bottom of his range working in 3-bets, but so deep stacked that, you know, Marques isn't really going to, I think, be 4-betting at this stack depth. So, going to have to play defensively a lot of the time out of position, but look how confident and comfortable Marques looks. Like, let's do it then. Let's go. Let's see 3.
Pair of 6s for Rychak. Marques still ahead with Jacks, but probably not that happy about an ace-high flop.
Yeah, and Rychak needs to continue to here to fold out some equity. You know, this is technically your board as the 3-better. Going to expect some calls from hands like this and, of course, all the aces. But you can still get there in a very sneaky way. You know, if the turn is a 6 or a 5 and you're up against Ace Jack, Ace Queen, even Ace King would probably flat this 3-bet over 100 big blinds deep.
$8,000 apiece. Turn card. 10 of spades. Marrakesh now a 9-1 favorite.
Now this is going to be a tough spot for Ryshak. Do you really want to continue this story and, you know, you're probably going to get called again by almost all of the aces. You know, you're going to fold out something like pocket 8s, pocket 9s, probably pocket jacks, which is what Marrakesh, the exact hand he actually has. So this stiff bet might actually work here, James. This looks like upwards of 20, 30,000.
Yeah.
And you can see the quick fold. He wants him to know. He wants him to know. Now, was it the 5 that he saw or the 6?
That's fine.
We're playing. He is going to break the fun, I think.
Yeah, I'm.
Is DD in?
Yeah, he's that kind. He's that kind of guy.
I'm a cheater, guys. You know, I'm cheating at games. So.
We're playing show 1. You wanna play?
No fun with DD.
When I have to show, I will decide if I.
Then the game is over.
Well, I explain you the rules how we're playing. Pre-flop only if it's 4-bet pot, and post-flop the other guy can pick.
If you win the pot post-flop, someone can pick your card, or you show one card.
I'm in.
Okay.
Nice.
So we established earlier that today is day 1 of 10 days of live coverage from the Bahamas. It's also day 1 of the mini PCA. That series running now, offering EPT satellite tickets in the prize pool of every single tournament. Those tickets added to the prize pool of every single tournament.
Yes.
And there is a mini PCA main event on Sunday, same day as the final table of this tournament, which will offer an EPT Monte Carlo package to the winner. And as if that wasn't enough, Griff, part of the series is the mini PSPC.
Oh, you'll love to hear it.
A 5-day version of the PSPC for 1,000 to the buy-in, so it's $25 to play,
Wow.
with 10K added to the prize pool.
Nice.
Somebody in PokerGo, Germany.
I'm not even.
I just want to say, as Jason Mercier outflops, Lon is here with the 8-4.
Yeah.
There was, as they were discussing the rules of the show 1, and Dietrich Fast agreed to the game. The ace on the turn gives Lonis the advantage. I saw this big, I don't know if any other eagle-eyed viewers saw this, but this big sigh of relief from Jason Mercier that the game was continuing. Like, it's like the little DJ in him where he's like, oh gosh, I'm so glad this game isn't over. Like, Mercier just like, nobody loves it more, you know?
Even that, I actually, when we are final table in PokerGo, sometimes I ask if people want to show both, but nobody wants.
Yeah, the board just kept getting worse
So you're
for
thinking 5 of spades?
Mercier. I mean,
5-6.
Yeah, I don't think really you can consider this too much. I'm just gonna let it go.
Shit, you can look that one. You think
Where
it's
was it?
Huh? Where was it? Shit.
Just say one of them.
Just say one of your cards.
A 10. A 10. 10 was one of them.
Okay.
Is that fair? You can't
Very
tell if
fair.
it's red or black 10 or blue or green. And the other one was better.
It was higher than a 10?
Yeah, it's better.
So we got jack through ace as the range?
There you go. I feel bad. I obviously would have showed you.
2 bluffs.
I think we both forgot. Did you forget?
I never remember.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta remind me if I win.
Quite enjoying the nervous
So it's
energy from
50-50
Lonis
that.
talking to, I'm sure, a lot of people's one of their heroes, you know, grew up watching.
King, ace, correct.
I didn't mean to screw you over there, man. We both forgot, right? Like, I know I forgot, but did you forget?
Yes. 31.
30 what?
31.
I think you can only do like increments of.
James Harvey opening.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
okay.
there's no blackjack.
Oh, I see. I took them off.
Can I just say, the cojones on Harvey raising the 6-4 suited into Chino Ream, Jason Mercier, and Dan Smith from the cutoff. You just love to see it. You never know what you're going to get with the unknown entities. And
Yeah.
I'm loving the energy of this this Canadian from the cutoff. Trying to make it 31 and just getting away with it 6-4. Look at that guy. That guy runs a business.
Which thing first will be?
1.2 million.
Oh, more.
Do we know how many countries are represented at this PCA?
Won't get that
No, we
detail
won't get
till
that till
later.
later?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said right now the tournament staff are just.
They got a lot on
double-checking.
their plate.
Yeah, I mean, it's just,
a lot of entries.
You're pretty sure that
don't wanna
you've
double
catalogued
count.
everything. You're pretty sure exactly that you don't have any
Yeah.
duplications, but you don't want to announce the field size. You don't want to announce the prize
Working
pool
on twice.
until, belt and braces.
Bobu Sapu wants
You
to know,
never
hi
wanna
Griffin,
hear,
what
though.
range should I open 40
Yeah.
big
True
blinds in a
story.
tournament? That depends on your position, my friend. So if you contextualize your question a little further, I'm sure I'd love to help.
The good thing is they don't hear us anyways. They're always talking, the guys in the booth. I think these mics are not working.
Solid analysis, Dietrich Fast. That's right. We don't hear you at all. The microphones aren't working, and we never hear a word you say.
How's the hotel business going?
Jesse, how many bullets are you in for?
We're about to
It's
open.
the third.
Smith
About
with
to
a
open.
kind of loose-ish flat
So
from the small blind with the fives. But
longer
what
than
makes
you
this
expected,
situation,
I
I think, a
guess?
little different
Yeah, we were
from the one we
expecting
saw
at the beginning of
Launis that I was saying that I didn't really like. The small blind call to threes is just obviously the hand strength for one. Five is slightly better than the threes, but also just about the kind of player you're playing
I met
against.
the guy
And I think
yesterday.
Smith is
This is the
going to
last
feel
video.
comfortable
It's
playing
like
against
30
Launis out of
hotels.
position,
No.
whereas,
But-
Launis is going to be much more
whatever you
difficult.
want. I mean, maybe on credit, I don't know. But
My bad. I was
to play against
running
Chino out
30
of
hotels
position.
in Manhattan is, I guess, a big deal.
Yeah, sounds quite stressful.
I'm sure he has some advice for you.
Average stack right now, 83,000 with 320 players approximately remaining. So we have got 4 players at this table with below average stacks: Launis, Harvey, Fast, and Smith. Fast pretty short with 17 bigs. Dan Smith with 13 bigs is in the danger zone. Meanwhile, over at the secondary feature table, this is Mikolaitis Dominikis versus Jean-Noel Thorel. And that looks like a win for Jean-Noel Thorel. Sam Grafton still in his seat. Gianluca Sperenza still alive.
Doesn't look like a lot of chips there for Sam, though.
True.
It's up to around 140K in level 1, but now looking more like 25 to 30.
Javier Fernandez also at the secondary feature table.
You guys are all a bunch of legends.
Oh,
How old are you? Are the
I
younger,
see the red
47?
triangle of death. Dan Smith all in with kings
27?
and has run into the aces of James Harvey.
I will have better a little bit.
So you ever played a
Said you were
freestyle?
25.
The main event.
I thought that was
Probably some
two aces
online,
came
man.
in the door. This 25K is the freeze out, right? Yeah.
Where's aces? Where's kings?
Aces.
the ace.
Guy taking off his mic. Kings. And
With the-
Chino showed King Jack.
Dan Smith already removing the microphone.
showed-
Does
Wow,
this
that's
add
next level.
more equity than putting on a jacket?
You better believe
I'll
it.
bet
Come
you
on,
he
I've never
doesn't
seen
make
anything like this.
I'll lay the price.
Things these super high rollers are coming up with.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's not
I
looking
think
good
I
for
had
King
king
Dan.
8, but I'm not sure.
Oh, apologies,
sure.
guys. I've got
Maybe-
the
Yeah, I think
graphics
he's
from
gonna
the secondary
need his
feature table
I know,
coming
I
in.
know.
Just ignore
that's
that.
That's why I'm saying it right now, because I know he doesn't use my king anymore.
Yeah, that's a good flop for him then.
Dan Smith drawing dead on the turn, KO'd by James Harvey, and a reminder, no more
like it.
re-entries.
I like the pause.
Registration is
If
now
the river would
closed. We
change.
will not see Dan Smith again in the PCA main event.
it's unfortunate that he already
Unless he's on the rail supporting a friend at the final table.
For the needle.
Yeah, for the needle.
If there's ever a next poker movie, we have the dealer.
Pick a phone, any phone.
Yeah, the phone giveaway. My favorite part of the feature table.
Look,
I always
it's
take the
random.
shiniest one.
You might get an upgrade.
Be good in a poker movie.
You might suddenly get
No,
access to
that's,
Chino Reams' contacts.
Collateral.
You'd be the guy that would just have the royal flush. It's the quad. Sorry. Have a nice day.
With the
Better
German
luck.
accent.
Better luck next time.
Yeah.
Better luck.
10,300.
You look a little bit like Aniva.
Back over to the secondary feature table.
Ooh, is that Sean Winter? What a stare that guy's got.
Looks like we got Sam in the small blind in this hand. Jean-Noel Threl in the big blind. Campomanes is opened with 8-7 of spades. Gonsalves is in. Sam folds the small blind. He's had enough.
Don't storm out, Sam.
Trying to give you a espresso.
Thorell in the big blind with King 10. Calling as well. Three-way to the flop. Flop is Jack 7-4. Gonsalves with the advantage. And we're going heads up to the turn. 5 of diamonds.
More equity for the aggressor, so might come out firing into this 18,500 chip pot, and it's a big one. Near pot at 15,500, but Gonsalves gonna feel pretty decently about that jack. Not hugely incentivized, I don't think, to shove, because you're probably just going to get snapped by better and fold out worse. So I would expect to see a call and then potentially a tough decision on the river, and also a chance for Campomanes to get there. I mean, we're talking 6s, 7s, 8s. Ba-doom. Oh, shouldn't have done the sound effect.
Yep, 2 pair. And now checks 3 times. Gonsalves considering value betting top pair?
I don't know. I don't think so. I'm very surprised Campomanes didn't bet this river, or at least think about it. You know, you're going to expect your opponent flatting pre-flop here. Going to have a lot of ace-jack, king-jack, queen-jack suiteds. You know, what 6s are you really worried about Gonsalves having? Shouldn't really have, I mean, might have pocket 6s, but ace-6 suited, 8-6 suited, those kind of hands are probably going to be fold pre-flop in these early positions. So I would have liked to see, you know, a little bit of a bet there to get the money and get a little more value there. But still a very nice pot. You know, might not have gotten called anyway. You know, I guess you could argue if your opponent turns some flush draws sometimes, floating with something like ace 10 of diamonds might turn their hand into a bluff on the river on that 4-card straight. Just would have liked to see a little thinking.
Yeah.
It's nice to think about all your options. Not every day you get to a pot on a 2-bet street river where you river 2 pair. Smiley Chop says, small raise for value. If I say this to my boss, will it work?
I'm going to hazard a guess at no.
I'm going to try it next time. Consalves on those 30 big blinds now, early position. You see, that's nice. You know, just a little raise and take after the drama of that 8-7 with the king 8. Sometimes you need it, you know, a little break.
Is Sam looking at or looking for someone in particular? Or just taking everything in?
I think he's probably just maybe bored. A lot of players will have a sort of a no phone policy to themselves so they can focus. A dead time between hands. Like, is there anyone I know that I could just muck it up with? I mean, he's a social boy.
Okay, so Mikolajčić opening here from the hijack with Queen 10.
Miko Lightish.
And round to Gianluca Speranza in the big blind.
This is one of the reasons I love these international fields. Get some really cool names. Miko Lightish versus Speranza.
A 2-time Scoop main event winner, and as if that wasn't impressive enough, he did it in back-to-back years. Defends his big blind. What does Speranza have?
That's your turn, grabbing to par. Oh, they're so good. Ace-Jack suited, very nice.
Oh, wow, the straight for Mikolajčić, and second pair top kicker for Speranza. Disha, watching on YouTube, wants to know, where is James Stapleton? I'm not aware of anyone of that name. Oh, maybe Disha means Jamie Staples. Don't think he's here in the Bahamas.
Although now I'm curious. You know those things that can kind of like merge two people? I wonder what you and Joe would look like merged. We gotta have there's gotta be an app for that. Yeah, nowhere to go but call for Speranza here. Loving the bowl cut. Ooh, nut flush draw for Speranza. SPR of about 2-1. I don't think Speranza is gonna have any other move but to check call here, despite turning more equity. You're never really going to fold out a better hand. So the question really becomes, what's Miko going to do regarding sizing? I mean, the sweater haircuts combo here is kind of a vibe, right? And so is the absolute nuts. If he dies, he dies.
Speranza considering calling this 14,000, has the pair of jacks, has the nut flush draw.
You know, maybe Speranza is thinking, I can fold out some of the equity hands that are just bluffing, that I can't really defend against as a call with ace-jack on the river. But I think it plays way more likely still as a call. 30,000 is going to be 20 big blinds with an hour left on this level. Once you call this 14, if you miss. It does represent 30% of Speranza's stack. You would hate to put this money in and have to fold.
Is it on me? Is it on me? Oh, shit.
You want to call the clock, buddy? You're within your rights to do so.
Yeah, that's one way to do it. Wow.
Big fold from Speranza.
Wow.
2-minute turn check tank is reasonable. Sorry.
What a fold.
I would never take that long. I think anyone should.
Okay, stop making it about you, buddy. Come on.
It's a long...
Incredible fold.
Meanwhile, out in the field, Mike Watson has just KO'd Kerry Katz.
Oh, off to take a money bath.
Oh, he does not look happy. Aggressive disposal of cans as he exits the arena, and we return to the main feature table.
I forgot about these guys. This cast of characters that they're showing each other their cards and all this goofy stuff. Let's do it. Things were tense over there on the outer, you know?
Oops. Did you see it?
No, but I didn't see it. I really didn't see anything.
Okay.
I wouldn't trust Didi.
It flashed it for sure because I saw
Yeah, I
it.
saw. It went down, so I.
It's okay, it's okay.
It's going down for real.
Redeal.
Only you and me saw it.
But I don't mind.
Or could see.
It's random, you know.
Just you here?
If there's a risk someone sees it, you can always ask the dealer.
Alistair on Twitch says, is this the real day 2 or day 1B? If it was day 1B, the stream would be labeled day 1B. It's actually day 2.
It flashed, but I didn't.
It's okay, I had the same question.
Well, we're going back to Mike Watson's table because Spraggy is all in, and he has been called by Julian Martini. Spraggy all in with Queen Jack against Martini's Ace King. Ace high flop. And Spraggy is drawing dead on the turn. Spraggy is eliminated. And Julian Martini, the runner-up from the first PSPC in 2019, is up to 104,500 as Spraggy departs the room.
Yeah, I played a lot with Martini, actually, in my 14th place finish back in 2019. And it was his phone that I took when I left the when I left the feature table. Still use it today.
Anyone tell me or the table I saw this or that card? Never, not once. I don't even understand how that's possible, you know. Because sometimes I'm missing something, but someone else sees something, and then they don't call it, you know. Because that's an edge.
If you see something, you should say something.
I know.
Like if there's a chop, for instance, and no one figures it out, so, you know.
See it, say it, sorted.
Yes, yes.
So easy to look smart with the cards I get.
I just
So
want
easy
everyone
to
on
look smart
Twitch
with the
to know
cards
that
I
if you
get.
weren't asking if Spraggy was in the chat, then that's the reason why he eventually busted. It's like the Peter Pan fairies thing, you know? You gotta believe. You gotta ask.
There can be miracles if you believe.
I do believe in Spraggy.
I
I do.
has opened with 8-5 of hearts. Marquesh calling on the button with ace-9 of clubs. Reichak
You
with
have new
7-5 of
businesses
clubs,
going or
calling out
something,
the
or
big
just
blind.
Hanging out, family stuff, and
Hanging out, family stuff.
yeah.
3 incredibly capable and big stacked
Managing the wealth.
players with some interesting hands.
That's a full-time job, bro.
And Vantage Reichak, weirdly enough, although I have a feeling he's going to have a tough time holding on to this pot based on this board.
You don't have kids yet?
No, didn't find the right one so far.
The right kid?
You want kids?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we should talk over them because this conversation is awkward AF.
You want kids?
Wow, we got a question here from Grupp the Muck. What's the name of red shirt guy? I remember him less
Don't want any
beardly.
more
People
kids.
are forgetting
Happy with the 3 I have.
Jason Mercier, man. Wow, and there is the gin card for Reem. You know, some players are just kissed by the gods.
Were you in Florida before this?
No, I came directly. Not sure, like then I have to rent an apartment or somewhere because the hotel is quite expensive and I don't get good room rates. I know there are getting better room rates. I'm not one of them, so I don't mind skip it. Yeah. It's just the main obviously is a good tournament, but
Oh, you mean in Florida?
yeah.
Marquesh
I remember
with
getting
an interesting bet here
when
on
there
the
was
turn.
no guitar, I got like
Perhaps
$1,900
electing
or something,
to
or maybe
represent
$120.
the 8 instead of
And now it's like 400.
holding on to
Yeah.
that 9
Ridiculous.
third pair.
It's expensive.
That jack on the river is going to be a bit tough
Some people
to
stay off properties.
bluff
I know,
at.
stay off
Certainly
but
you
then
can,
I have
you know,
just
still
like
rep
very
the
back
8.
and forth
Your opponents
and-
could have it, which we know Reem does,
worth it, really.
and your
No.
opponent could also have Jack X.
Not that big of a schedule.
Exactly. If that's a big stop,
Yeah.
I would do it. you
And
know?
we're not just
Yeah.
talking
But
about
for
the
3
8 here.
tournaments,
You know, this
The
did
25K
complete
wasn't good.
what would have been the
usually
nuts on the
it is
turn, the
good.
King
Crazy,
Queen.
crazy. It's the first,
Usually it's
I
very
think
That's
it's
part
the
of why
first time
Reem is
ever.
elected
thought it
to
was
check
really
this
fun.
on the turn
it
because
was really
King
good?
Queen is largely in the range of Marquesh. So
I thought it was great.
if Marquesh
Yeah, you
checks
had
here,
soft
he is
table.
just waving the white flag, and he's going to be glad that he did.
It was
Because he
definitely
would have had to
the
make
tougher
a really
one,
stiff
yeah.
river bet that wouldn't necessarily have made
even the 50K,
a great
I
deal of sense
remember
once
were
the
great
board
there as
pairs.
well.
You're not going to
Yeah.
bet 50K with King Queen once the
But
board
they didn't
pairs,
have one, right?
when your opponent
I
can
don't know, I
certainly
wasn't-
have, you know,
pretty
Jack
sure they
10,
didn't.
pocket 10s, pocket 9s.
Where did this expression start? When did bets become stiff?
Did I say that?
Yeah.
I don't know. Is it a thing, or do I just say it?
You've said it a couple of times, and I wondered
Oh.
if it's now
I feel like it's
kind
like
of
stiff drink, like stiff,
like
you know.
common poker
But
parlance.
does it like? Maybe I'll stop saying it.
Can you have flaccid
Justin?
river bets?
Saliba?
I have in my day, yes.
Justin, Aram,
I just admit it. Sometimes I just, you know,
Philip Shane.
doesn't come out right.
Too. I don't know if you know him.
The new
Pokar Stallion, I did
upcoming
not
star.
play the PCA main, just so I could
must be
be in the
upcoming,
booth
I
here
didn't
and
listen to
be with you guys, but I will be in the PSPC.
Did you know?
So look for
Yes.
me in my flaccid bets.
I've seen him on the
next
Instagram.
week.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why
And
did
the
you
occasional
give him a
stiff bet.
follow?
Yeah, man.
I think it was on Poker News Instagram.
Oh, okay.
They were interviewing him. It's like, who is this young buck?
Only flaccid bets on the flop. Chino
He
raising
did
with
an
Queen
interview
Jack.
with Chad Holloway, I think.
Under the gun +1, up to over 300,000, which is over 200 big blinds. I'm going to guess Chino is, of the remaining 292 players, third in chips. Now, of
He's
course,
five
we
again?
can't confirm this right this second.
Good one
Maybe we'll
this
be able
time.
to find out at the end of the level, but that is my guess
balance.
at this juncture.
Balance. Gotta mix it up.
Over under, James.
Going almost 5 weeks to Brazil.
Over
so I
would
have a
mean
long
he's
trip
first or
anyway,
second.
so.
Under would
5
be
weeks to
he's,
Brazil?
he's you know, 4th, 5th, 7th.
Under.
What for?
Under.
I just like
We
the
like to keep it deep
lifestyle
stacked here at the
there. Better
PCA.
than cold Europe.
You go with friends?
Hmm?
You go with friends?
One of my best
The
friends.
deepest possible
lives there
structure, so there
partly.
isn't too much
Oh, okay,
free
cool.
time for the players. Go and get
the
themselves
museum
burned in the sun.
Sao Paulo?
Fortaleza.
I've been to Fortaleza
Me too.
when it was the World Cup.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, I went around.
Ace-5 suited for Marquez, and he's raising to 3.5K.
Suited sourdough.
Lonis in with Ace-4 of clubs. 3 betting to 10.5K.
Honestly, good for him. If you're going to acquire chips somehow, and these, you're up against a bunch of juggernauts. You got to come in with your little jab here and there. I'll tell you what, though. If we've learned anything about sourdough suited, James, do players like Marquez like to fold it? Do they make a habit of it?
No, Griffin.
No, they don't. The fact he didn't shove, you should be grateful, Lonis.
Marquez checking, and there is a very decent chance of a chop if this gets to showdown with 2 small aces.
And you know what they say. Standard down bet here. Lonis making it nice and small. Doesn't want to inflate the pot with this weak ace. But going to get some value from those, everything from a 10 to Broadway combos.
Good comment from Ra on YouTube. He says, I remember Marquez from Barcelona. EPT final table. Damn, he was good. He crushed players' souls. He's a sick beast.
Nice.
So we get the 7 of diamonds, and yep, this is going to be a chop, assuming it gets to showdown. And could well just go check on the river, Griff.
It actually could go bet call. If Lonis was 3-betting and then betting super small with something like those kings and queens, Marquez could get some value from those hands with the misses that he might have. Let's just say Marquez has 2 queens, or pardon me, Lonis has 2 queens and Marquez has like king jack of diamonds, which would call the really small bet on the flop. Might bluff the river here, and queens make for, a bluff catcher. So I would expect to see something like a bet call in the smallish range, and there it is. Looks like around 11K. And the quick call.
We finally got one. This is a chop pot. And Griffin, you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
PCA edition.
1 card was enough for both of you. No need to show both. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone, for the kind reviews. Yes, someone remarked that I didn't change the words. That's a really good start. And also, being in the exact same place. James and I we're a well-oiled machine, but especially when we're in the same location.
Amazing the difference that makes.
That or you shove river. Just saying. You said the options.
Too good of a hand, man. Thought I was going to win.
I hear you. Jack 3. Take it.
Do you guys think there is a chance that next level we are not in TV table?
Very high chance.
Yeah?
So we're not what?
I have inside information.
So we're not feature tables?
I think Dietrich Fast is guessing
Very
rather than having
unlikely.
inside information, but he is correct. We are going to change feature table at the end of this level.
Yeah, these,
Oh,
hey,
you-
listen,
they
these
say
guys have been
Jack
great.
three.
I would
One-
say
one
a
blind.
slightly above average
Yeah,
feature
they
table.
might take me off the table now, boys.
I feel like they're not going to switch us.
They want the old Chino back.
Why?
What's the guy who opens the 8-5?
I don't know, because we're all mic'd up and there's no dinner break. They'll probably just let it run.
So what I heard is we're supposed to be only 2 levels per table.
Oh,
This is
perfect.
our
so
third feature.
Oh, really?
This is our third.
Okay.
I don't know where you heard that, Dietrich, but you're wrong.
I didn't say anything.
I want a massage free or something.
I have a ticket. You need a ticket? You need a ticket. Here's a massage ticket for you. There you go.
Relax.
Enjoy.
Can I take it?
Yeah.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
What's going on?
How good is the hand if you close it?
I was suited. I only want this.
We can flip for it. if
Can't
you
show
want.
that.
Make it fun.
No.
Let's do flip for it.
And you
Do you
can
think
see
it's
a
going
little
to
bit
be,
of the
uh,
meta game there with the showing. You don't have to show it unless it's 4-bet pre-flopping right there. You didn't want him to see the 5.
I got red.
To 16 at the WPT main, there was a chip right here. It was his.
Oh,
It's probably his, and I took it. You know? So I think I should pay you back something. Yeah.
We
was day 6.
were close. We were close to get
Banned.
banned.
Day 6, an ante is worth quite a lot.
Yeah, of course. Starting there.
Yeah, and they were after they wanted to not ban maybe, but to give us a penalty.
Wow. They actually thought you guys were.
I don't remember if we actually got a penalty.
No. Here it comes.
Dietrich trying to get one through here with the suited ace-deuce, but Chino Reem going to be his Huckleberry with the 5s on the button and that 200 big blind stack.
I said oops because of this one.
Running good.
Yeah, I don't think Dietrich is liking this board too much.
Perfect.
Really hits the range of Chino much more than it does Dietrich, and that's why we see that check. Promise that's not me or James. All the mic'd up players, there will be some yawning, some sneezing from time to time.
They've still got 2 and a bit levels to play. Can't be getting all snoozy now.
Because you know what they say, James? You snooze, you lose.
Snoozing is losing.
And now Reem, very aware of how his range is doing against fasts based on this action. These
don't care.
pocket 5s,
Take
doesn't
one.
matter. Either one is a 5.
So Chino's playing more than 300k now, right?
Oh, yeah. 315k.
Consistently around the 200 big blind mark, even when the blinds go up.
Yes.
Monster stack.
Normally-
Dietrich Fast, the
normally when
shortest
you do
stack
that,
at
right,
the table
you
with
see a good
18
card for
bigs.
the board, most of the time it always means like you made the right fold, right?
I'm pretty sure I made the right one.
Confirmation. Chino
5s are a flush, right?
is, if not the overall chip leader, certainly a top 5 stack right now.
I mean,
Right check also very
Maybe
healthy, playing 236k.
Chino is crazy enough to play ace-5 offsuit here. I block ace-5 offsuit. So.
I did not have ace-5 off.
I think he had the 2 5s. He was praying that you would see the 5 of hearts. He was like, damn it, this
The 2 5s are good though.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said.
Chino with king 8 of diamonds.
Hard to have much else.
Advantage Ream going to be coming in with a C-bet pretty much all the time here. Should get a quick fold from the 7-6.
Do we see cards? No? Yes?
Oh, I forgot. But why not?
It was too late.
I forgot, bro.
Just stay one.
King of diamonds.
I don't even know what the board was.
Chino Ream wins another pot, consolidates his chip lead.
Chino does Chino things, huh?
Chino does Chino things. And we are going to head over to the secondary feature table, Griffin, and check in on Sam Grafton, Jean-Noel Thorel et al.
Let's do it.
In fact, we got three-way action here on the flop. Thorel, Grafton, and Gianluca Speranza. Heads up to the turn. Thorel's bet of 6,000 called by Sam. Turn card hasn't changed anything. Thorel a huge favorite. Goes check, check. Sam does not improve on the river. Checks again. Thorel bets, or is betting rather. How much is that? 6,000.
Yeah, and Grafton would hate to call and lose here, but it's such a good price. Is going to lose to any ace, chopping against any king. And then, of course, the flushes to consider. You call here and you lose. You're down to about 10 big blinds with half an hour left. Going to have quite a bit more fold equity with the 15 big blind stack. But too high up in the range, makes the call, sees the bad news.
And Sam down to 17K. He is super short, Griff.
Yeah, quite antithetical to the stack of Chino Ream on that feature. But it's a long way to go. A lot of poker left. And hey, only 275 or so players remain. Get a couple double ups. But all in or fold now for Samuel Grafton here on day 2 of the PCA main event. Could this be it?
Action has been folded to Sam Grafton. Ace-4 suited.
Oh, Squid's got the shove hand. Release the Kraken.
Present Mr. Grafton with the red triangle of death, all in from the hijack for his last 17K.
4 players to get through. So far, so good.
Yep. Shove gets through.
Pardon me, I can't be up with
John Noel, why do you hate me so much? Why do you hate me so much? You punish me all day. Slap me.
Yes, but you bing boom. I remember.
Today, you're the champ. I didn't even get one shot off.
A lot of history between those two, dating back many years, surely.
Many years. Round 2 the blinds. King 3 in the small. Completes. Gonsalves in the big with Queen 7.
Gonsalves getting one through there with the Queen 7. Not a standard candidate by most means as an ISO there, but maybe there's a little bit of metagame between them. You know, getting lucky with that 8-7 against Gonsalves. Maybe thought would give him a break there. Unless a strong hand for Camposano.
In the tournament, the first.
Yeah, yeah.
You kill me.
In Prague, right? With when the 6 came on the river, I thought you.
Yes.
That was a very lucky hand.
Oh, when did you get here, Sean? What do you think? I got aces or something? Is that what you're saying?
A little sly chirp there about Sean. Probably been card dead for this level. Hasn't played many hands. Fernandez, the very playable 10-7 of clubs from the big line, going to be happy to peel here, but not the flop he signed up for.
That'll be the toppest 2 pairs.
And interesting to see Winter mix in a check back here. Maybe having the board so crushed, you're going to get so many folds to a bet. But actually checks to the river. Very surprising. And lets the spade get there. Now, if Fernandez just had the, you know, King 4 with the 4 of spades, you just let him get there. But I'm not going to dispute the way that Winter wants to play any hand with the success that he's had.
You play here every day? Sean? I didn't have a set. Play here every day.
Something's going on with Sean today.
Attention, PCA main event players. We have a confirmed prize pool for you. We had 889 entries into the tournament, generating a total prize pool of $8,623,300. We'll be paying 127 places. 127th will receive $17,600. Second will take home $1 million. And the winner of PCA Main Event 2023 will take home $1.5 million and, of course, the coveted trophy. Thank you very much for your attention and enjoy the rest of the tournament.
Thank you, Toby Stone, tournament director. We will.
Oh, yeah.
So there you go, guys. Confirmed payouts. 889 entries, total prize pool of 8.6 million. 6-figure scores for the top 10, bar the top 2 who get 7-figure scores. $1 million for the runner-up, 1.5 million for the winner. And a reminder that we expect to make the money. We expect to burst the bubble tomorrow. World famous bubble coverage on the stream when we get to 128. That's when we go hand for hand. And min cash, if you make 127th place, around $17,000. And right now, 271 players remaining as we return to the feature table.
Somebody asked me to exchange.
And we are joining the feature table with what appears to be a full board. You can't quite see it yet, but it's the Jack of clubs, 10 of hearts, 8 of clubs, Queen of clubs, 3 of diamonds.
It's a straighty flushy board,
It's a straighty flushy board, James. And Chino Reem is up against Sergey Rychak. So the 2 big dogs at this table going to bat in a pretty large pot. And I don't think Sergey likes it. And with what appears to be a 96,000 chip pot, I think maybe even before the bet was called, the graphic we got here, James.
Yeah.
So that's a massive pot. That's going to send Chino Ream flying up the chips.
I mean,
nearly 400K.
Exactly. I mean, we talked about him crossing the 300K threshold, now closing in on the 400K threshold, nearly 260 big blinds.
Damn, am I really about to call off 200?
I mean, I know it's only day 2, but already the concept of Chino going back-to-back is being discussed in certain circles. So reminder that once the PCA main event is wrapped, we will start our live coverage of second ever PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship is literally days away. The Platinum Pass winners are going to be making their way to the Bahamas in the next couple of days. They're going to be here Monday, January 30th for day 1. We will stream all 5 days. That's January 30th through to February the 3rd on Twitch and YouTube. It will be an extra special event. Could be the biggest 25K in history, beating the record that we set back in 2019. And if you get sad after we conclude our live coverage of the PSPC, not long to wait till we go to Paris, Griffin. The first EPT stop of the new year, 20th to the 26th of February, and again, live cards up coverage, 5-day live stream from EPT 2023 Paris on Twitch and YouTube. Of course, all EPT stops in 2023 have been announced. Paris, Monte Carlo, Barcelona, Cyprus, Prague. We're going to be live streaming all of them, so keep your eyes peeled for details.
Yeah, not wasting any time to get out to Paris, because as big as this event is, we're really excited about 2023.
Yeah, you fold 3. It worked out.
Now, we do have a couple people asking about the levels, how many levels,
Yeah.
is there a dinner break? James, quick breakdown.
So this is the 3rd level of the day. We're playing 5 levels. There is no dinner break per se, but the last break of the day will be slightly longer.
Okay.
So we should finish play around between 9:30, 10 o'clock this evening, I reckon.
I do love it when you reckon.
And just to be clear, any times we refer to a local time, we're Eastern time, which is 6 hours behind Europe.
Okay, so 2 very strong hands here between Chen and Fast. It looks like a classic race. I don't know if Chen will be snap calling with ace queen facing this, what I would assume is a shove for the 20 big blinds from Fast. I think there's a good chance it'll go as a flip, that Chen will call, but it is going to represent Pete Chen's entire stack effectively, just 6K behind this.
30, right?
29.
And Chen says, you know what? Yep, this is too strong. Let's just do it.
Good luck.
And there they go.
Don't prepare the 29, please. Come on, don't do it.
That's
My
suspicious,
move,
man.
Yeah, I'll give it to you.
It's a man that's lost too many flips in his life.
Don't need to fall down.
The superstitions of a poker player. Yeah, exactly.
Now you're supposed to move it towards, like, right next to his stack.
The flop is pretty good for Jacks.
Barry.
And Dietrich Fast is now
Barry's always coming.
better than a 3-1 favorite.
Barry's always coming. Now, that's a fan of the stream, James.
It's a pretty good flop.
Although it is also always coming 7. I know it's not relevant here,
Last time
but
I saw that flop,
always
the
coming
turn was clean, and I was standing up and leaving.
don't
But
talk during
this
a
time
card
I-
reveal, man. That's another rule. It was always going to be
I
painted
stay
that
in the
point.
chair.
Barry, Barry,
Yeah.
Barry.
River card is a 7. So Jacks hold. Dietrich Fast doubles up. And that is going to leave Pete Chen short. He's got 6 big blinds. Hyper danger zone.
Hyper danger zone.
Paparazzi is back, huh? He made yesterday, like 200 pics of me. It felt like 200.
You must have been in for a lot of bullets.
Yeah.
Chen with the Snowmen's.
Nom nom.
All in under the gun for his last 9K.
We didn't even rehearse that. God, we're on today, James.
Gonna win. Not much of a sweat.
Let's go.
Wow, gets the folds. Here I was
That's how
saying
it
he was
starts.
effectively all in. You seeing the reviews, James? A lot of 10s, and then one person
You gotta
says
make it.
8 out of 8
Always.
for the num-nums.
You can already book like a nice restroom for tonight, you know. Book
Think
some.
about that earlier. What time are we done? 9 o'clock?
9:30.
9:30?
No dinner break.
No dinner break.
No.
Way better schedule, I guess.
I can't do it without my phone.
Worried about the dinner break. You worried about the dinner?
I do nothing during dinner break. Always, you know.
Old Dietrich would have made a joke, but I kept it myself.
You just smiled.
You know, Dietrich Fast is always talkative, but he's not always smiling. After that double up, a lot of smiles from Mr. Fast.
A polite request for Ryden Round, who's watching on YouTube. I appreciate you're trying to help people by posting information on chip counts of players out in the field, but bear in mind, guys, we are on a 30-minute delay. There's a very good chance we might check in on those players at a different stage in the tournament. So please, if you're happy to potentially encounter spoilers by checking Poker News or PS Live, that's fine, but let's keep the information away from the live chat tied to the live stream.
Well said. Dietrich opening the hijack with the Queen of Clubs. Was only provided with one card in this hand, fortunately. The other one we are unaware what it is. Mercier, of course, with the sourdough suited. 3 bets to 13,000 from the small blind. We are going to peel away for a second.
Well, you know what that means. We're going over to the secondary feature
It's gotta
table.
be Grafton.
Red triangle of death in front of Sam Grafton, all in against Javier Fernandez. Queens against 4s, and it looks like Queens hold. So that is going to be a double up for the Squid.
Go into the game.
We're back, baby.
Back.
Never give up, never surrender.
That's the starting stack. Look at this. Extended the rebuy period for me.
The perks of being a pro.
$267 players remaining.
So for those of you that were on the edge of your seats, based off the chip counts that I'm looking at, Dietrich looks like probably shoved over that 3-bet. Mercier now down to 94K. Dietrich up to 78K. Was sitting around, 65 or so after that that big flip win. So the sourdough suited didn't get it through. But we had to check on Grafton, guys. Come on, We had to choose, and Sourdough had to take a seat. Chino with the ace-10 suited from the cutoff, and Marquesh in the big blind playing about almost 100 big blinds, but firmly aware of Chino's wide range from the cutoff here, is going to 3-bet the jacks for value despite being 100 big blinds deep. You don't want to make a habit of getting in 100 big blinds with jacks, but you want to 3-bet here for value get hands like what Chino has to continue. And if you get 4-bet here on the odd occasion, which shouldn't happen very frequently, you can always just call. And a tight fold from Chino. Would you look at that? Very impressive. It being a 5x 3-bet, Chino thought to himself, you know what, I don't think Marques is really messing around. He's not looking down at King 5 suited here and going after me. I think he's a big hand, and this isn't my target. And I think that shows a lot of maturity, honestly. I'm really surprised to see that because Chino has been, you know, in his career, as much as he's really talented and a good hand reader, can be a bit of a loose cannon. But this version of Chino to just say, you know what, I've seen this situation too many times before. I don't think this guy's coming after me here. This is a really big hand. Yeah, it's fine. I'll get chips elsewhere.
What'd you have?
I go down.
I believe you, obviously.
261 players remaining. That means the average stack is now more than 100K. 102,000.
You don't want to check the hand anyways.
No, we go pee and then they take our phones back right away.
That's why I want him to tell me.
But nice try.
I want him to tell me.
3,000.
I'm going to check. I can tell you.
Thank you.
An extra 12K to call there pre-flop for Chino. I mean, that represents...
I don't even know why I care. I folded. You know?
I mean, 3% of his stack, but just a good read.
You have 50?
50,000, 52,000, 52.
Okay.
You know, there were times at the Triton where they took our phones, and I put the YouTube video and had one mic, not mic.
Oh, I already did. Oh, you got a giveaway?
Yeah. So I knew all the cards.
On delay. Just make
Huh?
you know all the cards on delay.
On delay, of course.
I'm just saying that.
No.
It's better that you say it.
And then they took our earphones.
Always coming 7, James. But Lannis at least with a flush draw.
Potentially, he already has the flush.
Glass half full. Could already have the flush.
I brought actually my second phone. I have an old phone where I have my authenticator and stuff.
Was his nickname No Mercy Mercier?
Leave mine.
13.
Jason Mercier, not to be confused, Griffin, with Isabel No Mercy Mercier.
Ah, that's what it was. Okay, listen, I know it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, this pocket sevens thing, but it really feels like it does always come. I mean, it's, you know, how many set of 4s do we see? Like, well, it really feels like it's all. I mean, there's some regulars on the stream, right? There's a lot of viewers here. You guys tune in a lot. It's more often, right? Am I losing my mind?
4? 5? A diamond? 9.
10 minutes of this blind level still to run. It's the 1K 1500 blind level.
We're going to see a rare 4-way flop here. Ream with by far the worst of it with the Jack-10, but certainly some playability against these hands based on the board texture. Sneaky little ducks for Marques, and the under-repped Ace-King for Mercier. And like I said, the playability of this Jack-10 based on the texture, I mean, this might just go bet, fold, fold, fold. And even though the Jack-10 is so dominated by the King-10,
Go on. Oh, yeah.
it's just going to get it right through. And that's a, decent pot there.
Obviously, these guys have already discussed it, that they've been up on the main stage for 3 levels, so we are going to mix things up when we get to the next level, the last 2 levels of the day. New feature table, players coming to the main stage off the back of the 20-minute break. Maria Ho is going to be headlining the new feature table, but some other solid players, some other big names at that table. Elliott Smith, Tim Adams, Taylor Poor.
Oh, yeah.
Rudy Cervantes is the table chip leader. He's got about 155K right now. Maria has an above-average stack, 114K.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And should say that we will also be changing the secondary feature table. Among the players at the secondary FT, Pavel Placev, Martin Jakobsen, Jonathan Proudfoot, Nick Petrangelo, Xuan Liu, and Papo MC, Alejandro Lococo.
Those are some great features there, feature and secondary feature. Really like the main feature there. We got super high roller legends like Tim Adams, online legends like Taylor Parr, and Elliott Smith is like 6'8". I'm telling you, he's a Viking. We got to get that guy on TV.
Not forgetting that we will have Maria. Maria!
Yes, yes. We already freaked out about Maria, I thought, but yes, you're right. She is the star of the show.
Chino Ream versus James Harvey. Deuces versus King Jack.
Fair fight. Just kidding.
I have a question.
No set, no bet.
Do we stay feature table?
We want to see one card.
Sure.
Oh, I can see one. Yeah. Oh.
Over there.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
You mean at the end of the
That's
level?
that's the frown of someone who just got their king exposed.
Okay,
Oh, everyone saw just a top air.
King 10 deuce. What?
He put the face that he said, ah.
Elise informing the players that they will be off the stage
He was right.
Yep.
at the start of the next level.
Should have bet. You would have gotten me.
Well done, Crawfaldo. If I had prizes to give away, you'd get one for spotting the Bureau reference.
I'm not betting with professionals.
I don't know about the Bureau, but I am a fan of the Adjustment Bureau.
I'm
I like
sure
that
you are
movie.
ahead with betting. and
Okay,
throwing
the two
knives.
things have absolutely no connection
No,
whatsoever.
I don't know. What's the Bureau?
I know people.
The Bureau is
I
a
know I can
fake
never bet against them.
soap opera that was featured in the
I'm
comedy
actually
show
one
The
of
Day
the-
to Day in the mid-1990s.
Oh my gosh,
I'm
deep
not hanging out
cut.
as much with him. It's funny you say that.
I don't know if you know about the Adjustment Bureau, but it's an underrated Matt Damon
People bet against
sort of sci-fi vehicle.
And the manager of the Bureau, Hennessy, played by Steve Coogan, shouts after one of his employees, Maria! Maria!
Okay, there we go. Mercier with the best of it here with the ace-10. Oh, but Dietrich jumping ahead real fast. 2 pair. And a cheeky check back from Mercier. Doesn't want to get check raised on this board. Is happy to stay under-repped and sometimes turn even more equity with this always coming 7 on the turn. So even though Dietrich seems quite far ahead with the ace-8, any 9, any 10, any jack, any 6 will jump Mercier into the lead. So 33% to win it. And surely Dietrich is going to bet this. The question just is how much. Looks like 6,000 into 9, about 70%. And I really like the way that Jason Mercier has played this hand against the small blind range, but does not improve on the river. It really sucks for Mercier. You kind of have to call here. I mean, you block Jack 10, which is the big sort of nut hand.
Yeah.
You're losing to 8s and 9s and 7s, which does comprise a part of Dietrich's range, but, you know, Dietrich might have Queen Jack of diamonds here. But you never know with Jason Mercier. I mean, he is someone that is shown to be able to make some incredible folds over his career and hasn't looked rusty all day. And there is the 70% river, and yeah, I think Mercier is just thinking I'm too high up in my range, but doesn't like it. You can see it on his face. Like, I think I have to pay this off, but my instincts are going off. If anyone could make a fold like this, it might just be Jason Mercier, but not today.
Calls the 15,000. Those chips go in the direction of Dietrich fast. 2 minutes left on the clock. Should be able to squeeze in at least one more hand before the break. And a reminder that we will have 2 new feature tables when we come back from break for the penultimate level of the day, for the last 2 levels of the day. 248 players remaining right now. We learned a short while ago from Toby Stone that 127 will make the money. So we can expect world-famous bubble coverage during the first half of tomorrow. Min cash, $17,600. Up top in the PCA 2023 main event, 1.5 million, with the runner-up also becoming a millionaire.
Dietrich now with some playing chips. 70 big blinds or so on the button. 9-8 suited, you'll have to see it. The kind of stack size that might even be able to call a 3-bet if it comes. And this is exactly what happens here with this 3.5x 3-bet. And I do wonder, you know, this is a 3.5x 3-bet.
You know how much you play?
70 big blinds deep. Maybe you do want to be calling these as a rule, but maybe Fast isn't really thinking that Harvey's going to be doing this very light.
Enough. How much is the blue? 60. 60, all right.
But having said that, you're in position with a very playable hand against, you know, I would never say the weakest player at the table, but maybe one with the least reputation, kind of a who's who gallery of superheroes and supervillains on this table. So this is a spot where you're up against a bit of an unknown that maybe you feel like you can outplay, but yeah, it's tough. It's close here for Dietrich.
Tight fold.
Yeah. Tight fold indeed.
Break.
And that is going to take us to the break.
We're moving now or after?
Are you moving our chips?
They move the chips.
So much to worry about. Who's going to move the chips? Do we take our own microphones off? How do we get our phones back? The problems of being on the feature table. So these guys will be moving out into the field, and a reminder that there is a new feature table coming up onto the main stage. We'll talk about that in just a moment. Let's just check on the stacks of the players we've been watching for the last 3 sessions. Chino Ream up to 195 big blinds, and that's at the new blind level, 1K, 2K. But a reminder, when we come back, Elliott Smith, Tim Adams, Taylor Poor, and Maria Ho are among the players who are going to be at our main feature table when the action continues here from the Bahamas at PCA 2023. Elke opens with ace deuce of diamonds, raises to 400,000.
Office folded. It's over to Chris on the small blind. He folds.
David Pham has queen five of clubs. I'm guessing he's calling out the big blind here. Yep.
David calls the 400,000.
And these two go heads up to the flop, which is king, queen, five. So second pair, two pairs, sorry, for Pham. Elke with a couple of backdoors and picks up straight and flush draws on the turn.
David
huge turn for Elke, huge hand for Pham, who checks again.
David, come on, buddy. Let's get some value. Let's charge the multitude of draws to see the river card.
He bets 700,000.
Bet of 700K from Elke. Pham a 3-1 favorite here.
Looks like he was going for the check raise.
It also becomes a little bit awkward when he check raises because Elke is going to have hands like ace-10 and queen-jack and pocket-jacks to check back. He does announce all in. We can see that it's going to work for him very nicely here, inducing a bet on the turn.
So Elke's bet was 700K, so it's 1.3 million to call here.
So it's 1.3 into a pot of what the pot totals aren't right.
The pot total is right because it's Pham's all in, so that pot total is
right.
correct.
So he's going 1.3 into 5 million. So he needs just over 30%. He doesn't quite have it. Might call anyway.
Well, he's just
HTC poker is still in effect.
said the words, Joe. He just said, have to call.
I mean, does he has the right odds if he thinks the ace is live, right?
David shows.
Might not still be up there. I think his ace is really not going to be live too often, but I think even with it, Joe, he might not quite be there.
Well, he makes the call. And David is the big favorite, but is the at-risk player here.
And a straight draw.
The river card.
All right, let's go ahead and see the river card.
Is a diamond, nut flush for Elke. David the Dragon Pham eliminated in fourth place. I remember this hand being hugely controversial at the time. I remember there being a big discussion and a big debate, and many people feel that Elke wasn't getting the right price. It was a very loose call. It was a, quote, bad call, and he got lucky to eliminate David Pham.
Drills it on the river. I mean, yeah, he needs, once he's made the bet, in order to want to call it off, he needs 38% equity. With that hand, he has 25. If we add an ace, that's an additional 3 outs. There's about an extra 6%-ish. Yeah. So that gets him to like 31, but he's still very shy of the 38 needed.
Well, as things stand, with Pham cashing out for 600K, we're down to 3 players, and Hafa Khan has pocket kings.
Alpha raises, he makes it 400,000 to go. What is all that out there?
I thought it was the button.
So I choose another gun. And,
so what am I?
You're a person.
That's another thing. You're taking it back.
Okay.
We're looking at 400,000.
Okay.
Okay, 400,000.
So who is the button? Oh, it's a dead button.
David Pham. Drogon.
There is.
Okay, Chris has announced raise.
Kuykendall re-raising here.
$1.2.
Okay, Chris is going to make it 1.2 million.
Well, what do you do?
So Kuykendall had acted out of turn. He thought he was the button, so he'd raised. But of course, Khan was actually first to act, and he raised.
You didn't see there was a deadline.
I didn't see his 400,000 down there on the circle either. Okay, so you pulled my 400 in?
Yes.
You're looking at 1.2.
Is this all an act to not be fist pump getting it in?
I think there is an element of genuine confusion, but also yes.
I mean, it's certainly causing some confusion when you act this perturbed this situation, then move all in. Could help him get a call here.
Elke where in front. I don't think Kuykendall can fold, and indeed he doesn't. Kings versus ace-queen.
So Khan, huge favorite here. He is the at-risk player, but there is a 68% chance that he doubles up through Chris Kuykendall.
And that'll put him within sniffing distance of Elke. Elke's got 9 million, right?
Correct. Close to 10, the last count. A 9-9-4 flop. Just the one diamond. Are we going to get a sweaty turn card? No. So only an ace on the river would eliminate Hafa Khan in third place. The river is a 5, and that will see Khan double up. He does now have close to 8.5 million.
Catapulted into second place. This is so disgusting. $1 million difference.
It really is coming off the back of that, you know, just greater than $200,000 pay jump straight into a heads up for close to $1 million. This really is an absurd structure.
Elke raising with ace-7 of hearts. Lee Jones at the bar, still waiting for service.
They're just shocked by the fact that he didn't order booze. You want what? Do we even have soda?
Well, Khan makes a call pre-flop. It's got a very playable hand, not one that really wants to get 4-bet or can get value from a 3-bet. And a huge flop for Elke. Flops, trips, snap checks behind.
And of course, Khan has paired his jack. And now picks up the flush draw on the turn.
Well, this is kind of a cooler heads up.
Yeah, Khan looks for a value bet on the turn. Can, of course, get called by some dominated pairs. Something like deuces through 10s that checks back the flop would be sticking around for 1. Occasionally some smaller flush draws as well, or bare flush draws would make the call. But Elke puts in that raise on the turn, having checked back. Here's a double flush draw board as well. Khan would have been looking to get called by some diamonds. His decision now has to come from how often does Elke check back this flop and have a hand that wants to bluff, right? Is it not very easy for something like 9-10 to just c-bet the flop? Do too many of Elke's bluffs just bet the flop? Is checking back and raising the turn always going to be strong? Even if it is, he still has outs to improve to the club, so we see him peel. But he won't like a brick river, or rather a diamond completing river. So if somehow Elke was bluffing with diamonds on the turn, those improved as well. It's a very, very rough spot for Khan at this point. Has to be a check back on the flop and a pure bluff on the turn.
That's 1.1 million. I call.
Elke gets value on the river as Khan calls the 1.1 million. That's going to put some distance between them.
Yes, it sure will. Just the river alone was $1 million, huh?
Yeah, huge pot for Elke. Great start to the heads up.
So he has
James, you were there for this, right?
Correct.
How long do you remember this heads up taking in real life?
I said to Spraggy, the whole final table was pretty quick. I remember the the party outside started at 7 p.m. and we were there for the start of it.
Okay, wow. Considering they started at 5 p.m., that's very, very fast for a final table.
I want to say it was like a 5 or 6 hour final table. Jack 4. And Elke gets a walk.
Just one of the biggest and most top-heavy prizes in tournament poker history, and it's over in 5 hours.
Yeah, but there was a party. There were free drinks.
We spoke about that actually, John. Like, might have played into it, right? Because if everybody kind of has to play for first,
right,
then you don't worry too much about the ladders. So even though they did it anyway, disregarded payout jumps, even more so here, it might have actually been closer to correct. Plus, as James points out, there was a party.
Pocket 8s for Elke. Raises to 400k.
Elke raises, makes it 400,000.
Victor Ramden in the background,
who we saw actually made a deep run in this event.
Office going all in.
Oh boy.
Whoa, actually.
Yeah, I distinctly remember this. Khan blasts off with 9-3, gets snapped by Elke.
9 of clubs, 3 of hearts.
Oh man, if he manages to catch a 9 here.
This is a near $1 million heads-up match, and Khan is all in with 9-3 offsuit for 6.7 million chips.
Well, surely he must have been very short.
All right, let's go ahead and see the flop.
Negative on the short.
I couldn't explain it then. I can't explain it now.
Flop comes down. Deuce of diamonds.
We've seen some epic punts over the last few weeks. This might be winning the prize.
Still in the lead with his 2-8.
This is right up there at the tippity top. Khan is out of this unless he finds a 9, doesn't on the turn, picks up a straight draw.
Let's give him an open end straight. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can get. All right. All right. Last card.
The river is a blank, and that will seal the deal for the Elkster. Second place finish in Copenhagen in Season 3. A win at the PCA in Season 4 of the European Poker Tour. He wins the title, the trophy, the $2 million first prize. Hafa Khan, the runner-up, for just shy of 1.1 million.
I can't believe Hafa Khan's brother, Havad Khan, hugged Elke first.
Ship it one time. So sick.
Action on Schultz. King Trey. He raises to 350,000.
Fine.
10-4 suited for Diego Ventura. And he'll defend.
Calling's fine, sure. It's heads up, come on.
Oh, Ventura pairs his 4 to become a big favorite in this hand. He's playing in flow. He's checked to the pre-flop aggressor. C-bet coming.
Aggressor's gonna aggress.
365,000.
Diego should certainly call. It's hard to flop a pair.
He does call. The better part of 1.5 million in the middle as we go to the turn. Which is a king, so we see the percentages do the big switcheroo. Schultz, now an 89% favorite.
Kevin shan't be slowing down now. He is going to hope that whatever Diego called flop with, he's also going to call the turn with.
More than half the pot, 775,000.
Now I don't think Diego should necessarily be calling. Bottom pair is not so hard to make at this point. Unfortunately, this probably looks like a good card to bluff at.
Diego does call. We now have a 3 million chip pot, and we're heading to the river. It's a 6 pairing the board. No help for Ventura. He's checked.
Probably, hopefully, surrendering.
Kevin Schultz deciding now whether to value bet his king.
I think he's already decided to bet. I think he's trying to figure out what strength hand Ventura has, so he can see how much to make it.
Well, that is 900,000, roughly a third of the pot.
Might look weak.
Do you think Ventura's considering making a hero call with just a 4?
He's counting out chips.
Rolling.
Oh, wow, he shoved.
Wow is right.
How much is that?
Diego has just check raised to over 3.1 million.
I like the idea, but the raise actually isn't for very much. Kevin might have to call if he thinks they're chopping, or just based on the fact that this could look like exactly what it is. A desperate bluff attempt. A call here would be totally justified.
Well, we can see that Kevin Schultz has the best hand. And if he calls here, this heads-up battle is over and he has won the 2015 PCA main event.
Kevin's thirsty. I'm parched and I'm not even in the hand. Diego's doing a great job of keeping composed. I have no idea how.
This decision is for one of the biggest and most prestigious titles in poker. This decision is worth $500,000. He calls! He's done it! Kevin Schultz takes it down!
Nice call. Well deserved.
The skydiving American Pro is the 2015 PCA champ.
Is Tony Gregg going to have another runner-up finish in the PCA?
He's called here with ace-8. Mike Watson checks his option with 7-4 off. Well, the flop brings top pair for Gregg. Flush and straight draws for Watson. It's practically a coin flip.
You would not have expected there to be a collision on the flop between these two hands, but somehow the poker gods provide.
Tony Gregg bets 400,000.
Seems like a pretty obvious spot for a just call.
Why call when you can raise 1.2 million from Watson?
This raise puts Mike in a really awkward spot. If Tony shoves, he'll pretty much have to call, and it's a weak hand as far as calling hands go.
Let's see how Tony responds.
All in.
Gregg's going with it.
Oh, Mikey. What have you done? I think I know what Mike has to do, but don't forget, he's making a decision for one of the biggest titles in poker.
Hard for him to know that it's pretty much 50-50 here. That it would be correct for him to call. He does call!
Here we go.
Let's flip that coin.
This is a good one to see for you.
A really good one. Really good one.
Mike has 12 outs twice.
This is why they make a deal.
I can't really picture you holding up 7-4 off for the winner's photo, you know? It's just like too dirty.
It's a great hand.
You need a prettier hand than that.
Gotta build my image.
If Mike hits, we have a winner.
Just don't turn me dead like you did to Philip.
That's true. Offsuit 9. Just
yeah, you can turn a pair or something.
He does turn a pair.
well dealt.
Mike Watson now has 16 cards he can hit to win the PCA. 4s, 5s, 7s, and hearts, all working for him.
That's a lot of outs. Is it too many?
The river is a heart, and that means it's over.
7-4 in the winner's photo.
Tony Gregg is a runner-up again. Mike Watson wins the PCA 2016 main event. The real Lampropoulos is now massive chip leader with more than 15 million. Sean Buchanan on the ropes with 2.4 million.
fewer than 10 big blinds.
He is in big trouble.
King 5 on the button. He limps. Maria Lampropoulou with 10-7 of clubs.
All in.
She shoves on Sean.
Probably hoping for a fold, but when she does get looked up, she's going to be a dog.
He throws in a single chip. That's a call. On their backs.
One more very flippy situation.
17 suites. 17 suites.
Once again, Sean Buchanan has the slight advantage, but this time he is the at-risk player.
Let me win this one.
No, please. I won.
She wants million.
It's more fun to keep playing.
It was enough fun.
The flop is 10 high.
Looking real good for the fun to come to an end.
Maria is a 4-1 favorite to win the PCA. Deuce on the turn. Sean has 5 outs. Unless there is a king or a 5 on the river, we have a winner. The river card is a 9. Maria Lampropoulou is the PCA champion.
Good game. Played well. Good job.
She played incredibly well the entire length of this tournament.
The main event trophy, $1 million, and the Platinum Pass are all hers. Sean Buchanan, the runner-up, for nearly 673K.
Felicidades, qué orgullo.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure. Caribbean Adventure? Caribbean Adventure. Otherwise known as the PCA 2023. Coming to you live from the Bahama Resort. Chip counts from our new feature table. Elliott Smith, the less tragic one, in the 1 seat. Timothy Adams also repping Canada. Taylor Parr, oh my goodness, they're all coming back. Joseph Drury, don't know him, doesn't matter. I'm sure we'll get to know him well. Christian Dressler, Maria Ho rings a bell. 2 feature tables. This one's secondary, but it's not lesser than Pavel Plisov, a player we know him very well from their time online. Martin Jakobsen won something big at some point. Who can remember? Jonathan Proudflop, Proudfoot at the table. Hey, it's Nicky Petrangelo. Hey, tell your mother I said hello. Alejandro Lococo and Xuan Liu also repping Canada at table number 2. Cards about to get back in the air. Here on our first day of coverage, day 2. Registration closed about 90 minutes ago. 90 minutes of play time at least. 889 total entries. People brought their money to the Bahamas. Joe Stapleton, Nicholas Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me, Joe.
Sorry, Nick. I thought I introduced you hours ago.
You did. But we're back, guys. We're back here from the Bahamas. Let's go. I mean, this is the warm-up, right? The PCA is an incredible event, but these 2 tables are so stacked already.
And one of those stacked names, short stacked, all in, at risk here. Ace 4 suited for Timothy Adams. Drury. Nah. Shove gets through. Nice hand to pick up on the button. Unlikely to get called. It's always going to have some equity if you do. Beer Blazer says, lol, how long did you spend to come up with those intros? Are you asking because it sounds like I spent a lot of time coming up with them, or it sounds like I spent a little time coming up with them? Because
Around the clock. I mean,
the answer is it depends.
I did, but it's okay. Is it kind of like? Yeah, it's just like.
Excited to see some new faces here at the feature table.
It's not gonna make so much of it. Yeah, it's 2 minutes, but yeah, whatever.
All right, Poker Pro and Twitch chat. Lol, what even makes a pro these days? Just being known in the poker world, that's all. This is the kind of statement that you banned. Should I even say why? It's just so stupid. It's just such a stupid thing to say. It's really the easiest thing in the world. Do you play poker to pay your bills?
Yeah.
If so, you're a professional poker player.
Do people call upon you to pass comment on poker?
Also, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for your comment. Maria Ho opening King 9 suited under the gun and has been 3-bet by a worse hand. Gets a better hand to fold. Well, Cervantes, technically. Is this Jaime Cervantes? No, Rudy. We had a Jaime Cervantes in Monte Carlo.
We did, yes. I remember well.
First trip ever to Europe and made the final table.
That was a great story.
Maria now. 7,000 to call. At the very least, she's going to act like she could call this, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure, given sort of the UTG +1 dynamic, that King 9 suited is going to be good enough here. But
Nay.
Yeah, Maria keeping it cool. She's got so much experience at the tables. That kind of stuff's not going to flush to her. She knows it's a hand she should be opening pretty much every single time from that position. King 9 suited, very playable. Still going to be part of your UTG opening range. But you're going to let it go a ton, especially when the guy directly to your left is like, yeah, cool, let's put you to the test here.
You're going to see that in the stream later, though, and be like, this guy.
Yeah, this guy.
Masterpiece says, poker need more poker women poker pro. I'd use the edit button next time, maybe, before pressing send. A backspace key can be your friend occasionally, although I agree with the sentiment. Meanwhile, Tyrus writes in to say recreational, which I guess is someone who is occasionally a recreational player.
Somebody that plays poker recreationally at a professional level.
Occasionally. Recreational. Tom the Mod asks, how is everyone enjoying the coverage so far? We don't want the answer to that. Keep it to yourself. Plato Poker asks, do we know who the overall chip leader is at this point? Yes. Thank you for your question. Timothy Adams raising from the hijack. King 9 off. Maria in the big blind. Pocket threes.
Nice little spot just to go for the old set mine.
You know, I prefer to set mime.
I was waiting for it, Joe.
No, we do have a camera in the booth, although I don't think anyone can see it. I'm set miming right now. Hold on, I'm doing the rope. Trapped in a box. Those are the only two moves I know. My Duolingo for miming is way behind right now. Maria has missed the set. Top pair for Tim Adams.
Yep, pretty good flop for the old King 9. I mean, when you're playing against Tim Adams, you're like, okay, here's a spot where threes can still be the best hand. This guy could just be bluffing with, you know, some ace-10, some ace-jack, some king-queen, that kind of thing, maybe with a heart. But do you think Tim Adams is going to slow down?
No.
No, even if he doesn't actually have the made hand. King 9 actually being a pretty strong one on that texture.
Emiliori NA has a good point here. Do mimes talk now? Well, I
Damn.
guess if I'm miming on radio is the only reason I would I would talk. All right, I know we're boring you, Tim Zero Thee. I know this is only a 10K. Try to stay interested. One of the things that's really cool about PCA is that people tend to bring their families with them, bring their SOs.
Yeah.
Their significant others. Yeah. And so I got to hang with Tim's significant other.
Yeah.
Huska, I believe, if I'm pronouncing it correctly.
That's right. That's right. We met her hanging out by the cabana here in the sunny Bahamas.
Always fun.
Yeah, it was fantastic. It was a nice little afternoon. And look at this, Joe. A little bit of Adams, Drury, Queen v King scenario. And I'm just looking over. Timothy Adams only has 17 big blinds behind after putting in this raise. I think we know where this is going, you guys. And I think it's in the middle.
Hold on, maybe. Hold on. Tim's very good now.
Tim is extremely good. He is an outstanding poker player, but I think any player worth their salt knows that the queens are going in here every single time.
Maybe Tim's worth. Nope, there it is. I just like to try the other side, just in case.
And a quick call, of course. No slow rolls here. Drury makes the call. A significant favorite. Probably going to have something in the region of 80% equity here pre-flop.
Tim Adams, Drury thin right now. And here we go to the flop. Queen, 7 deuce, 2 diamonds. Adams spikes the 2-outer. Has to fade a 2-outer of his own now and the running diamonds. But things are looking very...
Oh! A deep sigh.
Sassy Mo Lassie. Time to pay Grandma for the rubdown.
Unbelievable, Joe.
Looked like Tim was about to be crowned suck-out king. But no, the odds hold. King on the turn sends Tim Adams to the rail.
Real shame. Love watching Tim play. Seriously, a legend in the game.
Do you think his emotion, heart rate, anything changes at all when it comes queen, king like that? I mean, I'm sure he still feels something at this point, but not what we would feel.
He probably feels disappointment, but his disappointment is probably more to do with the setup rather than the actual outcome. You know, his mental game is going to be rock solid. These situations, he'll see those a lot throughout any given year. Just one of those spots, you know. As we continue now into hand number 114 here in the sunny Bahamas.
Some confusion right now in Twitch chat. It was TIM, was not ITM.
I see.
M. No. Sorry. No. Not ICM, Nick. ITM.
Yeah, ITM. TIM was not in the money.
ITM. There was no ICM at play.
There was some ICM at play, but it's still more of a conceptual thing at this stage and less of a pronounced one that you get on like a final table.
Drury opening ace-10 suited after just eliminating Timothy Adams. Dressler with ace-king off.
So in this case, guys, Dressler, being the shorter of the two stacks, had about 30 big blinds before putting in that 3-bet.
So what sorts of assumptions would you be making now in a 30 big blind stack, just 3 bets you hear?
I mean, I think 30 is still a sort of stack depth where there are going to be plenty of 3-bet bluffs in this situation. When people start 3-betting you off of like a 15 big blind stack here, I think you can start to make some assumptions based on your perception of that player and their style, and you know how frequently they would have studied those sorts of balanced 3-betting ranges at those sort of shallower stack depths. But here, ace-10 suited, you probably just peel. You're supposed to peel against good players. Obviously, feel free to make much tighter folds against unknowns, especially if you're playing lower stakes where they're just going to have strong hands every time. Or very frequently, they will. But no damage here. Ace-10 of diamonds not connecting here. Some backdoor straight draws, some backdoor flush draws, but Dressler here now with 25 big blinds left behind. Probably going to put in a C-bet, and you're going to win this a lot. Makes it 6,000 into a 26K pot.
There you go. Listen to Nick Walsh, ladies and gentlemen, and however you identify. He knows what he's talking about. Master P, who writes, he can float. Just take it easy with the sideline commentary, all right? Let the professionals handle it.
Look at the chip count here. Par, 164K up top. That's 82 big blinds right now, guys. Smith currently in 7th on our feature table, just with the 5 bigs. So keep an eye. Cervantes, a little bit of a tighter fold there from the button, 9-6 suited. I think we're looking at as one of the bigger chip stacks here as well. I think probably what was at play here is, of course, as I mentioned, Elliott Smith in the big blind is only down to 5 big blinds. So even though 9-6 suited plays fine from the button, probably doesn't want to raise and be forced to call against the much wider range of Elliott Smith, having put in a big blind ante and, of course, the big blind as well. Going to be committed a lot of the time. Reuter is supposed to shove here. Jack 4 off is correct. Blind v blind at this stack depth, there is enough dead money to justify it. Smith not waking up with it, though. 10-3 off, going in the bin. Gotta know those ranges, you guys. I know it seems trivial. Blind v blind, under 5 big blinds effective there. Jack 4 off. You know, you're just going to pull the trigger, especially with that big blind ante in there. There's so much dead money already. It's a garbage hand, but it's good enough to profitably shove there.
Pocket aces for Drury. What an orbit here. KK, 2 hands later, AA. I don't know about you, Nick, but I was in a debate recently. And in my opinion, aces is one of the best hands that you can get. And
yeah, popular opinion.
Yeah. But there's always a contrarian out there.
T Gold in the chat says, it's not garbage, Nick. It's the Robbie. You're absolutely right. And actually, I do have a really funny clip of making a Jack call. The Margot Robbie.
So Maria Ho along for the ride here with pocket eights. Ace-8 suited for Elliott Smith. Elliott Smith, by the way, was an early guest on the Poker in the Ears podcast.
Oh, man. So tempting to put in a squeeze here. Ace-8 suited. 1 open from one of our deeper stacks here.
This might save Maria.
It just might.
It might not be enough, though, either.
There's just no chance.
Rory does.
Yeah, he's never folding ace-8 of hearts here, and just unfortunately running into the aces. Let me look at this spot now. So Drury here, 62 big blinds behind. Maria's got about 49. I think he's going to want to isolate this this all in. I think he does want to put in a raise here at this point. If it's possible, it might be an under raise, but I think it was enough for him to go ahead and raise again. Okay, puts in the 4-bet. Sorry, excuse me. Yep, puts in the 4-bet, that's right. He's going to try and isolate the all-in player at risk, Smith, with the ace-8 of hearts. Maria really wants to see a flop with those 9s, but it might be too much.
I mean, Maria is wearing white. She could set mime.
Makes the fold.
Oh, no, wait, they wear black. Never mind.
Sure enough, folding a hand very, very dominated.
Maria's going to be happy when she sees these aces turned over. Would you rather have ace-8 suited against aces or pocket 9s, Nick?
Good luck. Good mirror.
I think technically speaking, you have more equity with the 9s than you do with ace-8.
Better, right? Yeah. Obviously, we can see here ace-8 suited, 11%.
Yep.
You'd have around 20, right, with the pocket 9s?
Correct. Going to a flop. There's a heart.
And a 9. Oh, boy. Maria's a pro. She's not going to be as upset about this as I am. I'm upset. I'm thinking about how I would have folded 9s here, and I would have kicked in the LED screens.
Okay.
All right.
7 on the turn. That's it for Elliott Smith. Elliott Smith is the only person in the tournament who is in for the maximum 6 bullets.
Wow.
How is he upright right now? My knees would be buckling knowing I spent $60,000 in this event and did not get ITM.
At 9s.
Yeah, don't tell him.
Wow. Oh, I wish we had a reacts on Maria's face there.
Ooh.
Yeah, good flop for 9s there, Maria.
I mean, Elliott saved you, saved you.
Man, yeah, can you imagine if Elliott didn't squeeze that in?
Yeah.
Oh, man, that might have been Maria set up the layup for the...
Good work, Drury.
For the slam dunk, yeah, the isolation there.
Well, you don't get it.
Did its job.
See, some people lose a pot and they lose composure, and they... For me, seeing that 9 there, I would be out of the tournament, like within the next orbit. That would have felt like losing to me.
Would be good to know what is pointy elbows.
What?
Internet
joke.
You guys, I'm loving the energy in this room. So cool. So many good players.
That's the PCA.
I know. It's just, I mean, and, you know, guys, I know 6 bullets in this event. Yeah, okay, that's a ton of money, no doubt. But that just goes to show you how high value the PCA is, you know, and just like, you know, how much potential there is in this tournament. And, you know, if you have the bankroll to do it, why not?
Yeah, how high value the PCA is. Obviously, Elliott Smith in for 60,000. And he would have needed to finish 17th to make a profit. Almost there. It was like 222nd. So close. Closer to 17th than being the first player out. Although he probably was the first player out. He probably did finish 889th and then 750th and then 640th. I mean, technically, he finished 5 times before 222nd. So, yikes. Anyway, moving on.
How do you know I wasn't just saying hi to you guys? No, that's not what.
King Jack suited. FTA, first to act.
Seems like a pretty easy squeeze spot. So much dead money out there already once Cervantes makes the call and the cutoff with 8-7 suited here. How about just like a little like 4x?
Little Reuter rage.
Maybe like 16K. Oh. Oh, was that?
All right, Nick. All right, I'm gonna put a cookie in the jar for Nick. Here you go.
Got him again, you guys.
Have a cookie.
We got him again. Just a cheeky 16K. So Dressler here got about 35 big blinds behind. He's definitely going to consider making a call here, but still a player to act behind him that's got to be playing on his mind as well.
Look at Maria's face. You can tell she's a little miffed about the nines. She's a human being.
She is.
She's a human being.
And Cervantes here, actually with a combination that could come along too. It is quite a large 3-bet though. It's almost a 4x scenario, but he's going to take it down. So Joe, what you're saying is you get more tilted by those situations where you're forced to fold and you would have flopped a set and it would have been a really cool spot than, you know, just taking a bad beat.
Not more tilted, equally tilted.
Okay.
10 out of 10 tilt every time. Every time I miss a flop, lose a hand, get rivered. Anytime it's just a negative card for me in general, like there's a card that doesn't improve my hand. If I get a text message in the middle of the hand.
Is it unusual? Or?
I love that.
If I bite my lip,
Okay.
10 out of 10 tilt every time.
Okay, chat, I want your suggestions on how we can improve Joe's mental game, but I want wrong answers only. Go.
Couple of folds to kick things off. $100 challenges, and that's why you're a commentator. I think you mean that's why you are a commentator. And you banned. Go back to school. Thank you for your comment.
Ace-8 suited here. Hajiev. Oh.
Yes, Hajayev. Raman Hajayev. I was waiting for that name to be confirmed. This dude, I am a big fan. He's been on our feature table multiple times in the past. I like his demeanor. Right now, he's obviously serious in a pot, but I've always appreciated at the table. He had a guy that was really quite antagonistic toward him at the table a couple years back and just handled it like a pro.
Got to kill him with kindness sometimes.
I mean, the dude literally put his hands on him.
Really?
On his way out of the tournament, yeah, and he just laughed it off.
No way.
Yeah. A 3-bet here from Dressler. Pocket jacks.
Collins in the chat says he suggests you should do some flaming yoga. I mean, flamingo yoga. I mean, so there's a 3-bet here, guys. From coming from out of position, he's going to size up here.
Not
Seems
just out of
good.
position, from the big blind. And Maria and I always have this debate that I think when people 3-bet you out of the big blind, they're very heavily weighted toward having it.
You think so?
Yeah. We in a very small sample size. The 3-bet, they're never of like Jack-8 suited.
Well, it probably shouldn't be Jack-8 suited, no, but, you know, it's going to be like Ace-5 off and stuff like that. All right, so we do see the flop. 2 overcards to the jacks. This is a Joe Stapleton flop when he's 3-betting jacks.
And no matter what hand you have here, you're not really happy with this flop. King, Queen, 6, 2 clubs. Some great advice coming here, by the way. A lot of people recommending prescription medication, alcohol. Play every hand. I like that one from Sherry Thomas. That seems to work against me. Dressler continuing. And you hate c-betting on this board. But in this case, maybe it'll work. I wish Hardigan was here to comment on Hajayev's watch. James, if you're watching, please weigh in, because that looks like a doozy. And Hajayev going nowhere with ace high and 2 diamonds.
Oh.
And there is a diamond on the turn. Things getting juicy.
Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, versus that smaller continuation, there can be a float from position. You got backdoor straight draws, backdoor flush draws. Obviously, you're not calling purely to hit those. Those are very unlikely, but they do make things easier in the event that you're facing additional aggression. And occasionally you just make them, and your hand's super disguised, and you can stack people just like that. You put hands like pocket jacks, pocket 10s, pocket 9s in a really tough spot now, right?
In a tough spot, in the blender, in the heater. What would you say specifically? What's the metaphor?
I think in the blender is more situations where you like check jam like 3x
Yeah,
pot in a really
not quite a
gross one.
blender situation.
Right. No, this is
a pressurized situation.
this
A
is
little pressure.
Just a tough one. He can go so small here as well. If he's targeting those kinds of hands that I described, he really doesn't have to bet big here because he's going to get so many folds.
Not super small. I think it'll have the same effect. 36 into
Ooh.
48. Yeah, not
Okay.
small.
No, chunkier, on the chunkier side for sure.
I mean, I think you can understand why he might feel the need to go a little bigger.
I mean, like, look, if you're trying to target some queens and stuff, if you're
Yeah.
trying to get ace queen to fold or that kind of thing, then obviously you want to be bigger here. You do have considerable equity on this turn, regardless. Dressler's only got about 47K behind here as well, so bear that in mind, guys. He's putting in an amount where he can't fold to a shove because he is priced in to call for the pure draw. And the larger size, absolutely spot on what we wanted there.
Do you think that maybe clubs fold at that point? No, or no? Would you just get the rest in on a club draw?
I think if he had clubs, he'd probably just put it himself at that point, right?
So maybe the big size isn't that necessary then, like you said.
Yeah, honestly, not sure.
The king's not folding.
Or king's not folding. The clubs probably would have put it in for you, though, which is one of the reasons why you're really confident about continuing, right? Because, if he has ace-king, he's probably concerned about getting outdrawn himself, or a king-queen. So I think you keep him kind of honest when you float, but I'm a big fan of that larger size because it means that you price yourself in to go for the draw, right? You can actually mathematically say, okay, I put in a big bet, it didn't work, but now I can still call for the diamonds anyway, right? Not the best spot you're trying to find, but you're trying to maximize your folds, and I think maybe the bigger size is superior.
Okay. Until the baby's born.
Yeah, that's. I don't think the guy wants that. I would be up for that.
Commentary from Joe Stapleton and Nick, the Size King Walsh.
VJ and Windsor in the chat over on Twitch says, not blended, but pressed. I like that a lot. Very good.
Nick's all about the size.
Big size guy.
Size is important to him.
Where is this one streamed?
The internet. Thank you for your question.
PokerStars TV or what?
It's on YouTube and Twitch.
Twitch, yeah.
Thank you, Maria. Maria's got this like oversized, like white jacket thing on. It's dope. This is a look.
Looks like she crawled inside a stuffed animal.
He's having a baby soon.
Were you,
Who's having a baby soon?
Oh.
I mean, maybe, but
You
I'm
should have
not.
told
I'm
me.
just messing with you.
Anyway, but it's fine.
It's on TV, man. Let everybody know.
Jayev, all right.
Chat, let us know what you guys think about boy or girl.
I know.
Congratulations.
Set of trays for Drury. Having a pretty good session here.
Don't at me now.
Aces,
It's
kings,
a little better
set
than
of threes.
asking me if I'm pregnant. You know, like that could be a little more offensive.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Set O trays.
I know, like, people might have gained some pandemic weight, but damn, Chris. No, I'm not.
What a convo.
Do you live in Vienna?
Right. So there has been a bet.
Conversation change.
Dressler here, 17 bigs. Drury obviously a lot deeper. Honestly, I think this might have been one of the spots where I don't mind a flat a little bit more, Joe, because 17 big blinds behind, you can put some chips in later on and you're going to get the whole stack. The check raise obviously is going to be totally cool here. But I think you might want to try and convince your aggressive opponent to continue barreling, continue representing, trying to get some like just one pair of threes to fold, some one pair of tens to fold.
I feel like that was the intention there, but maybe one street too early, right?
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right.
You're like,
But
oh, he's got 17 bigs. They're going to get it in somewhat liberally here, just a little too soon. You get hungry, you get a little thirsty for it.
I mean, look, it feels great when
Well,
you
you
check
told
raise
one
there
of
and they
the
got
wrong
top pair and
ones.
you stack them or whatever.
All the
But
Russians
as you
speaking
get
now.
shallower, obviously, having a few more little sneaky traps. The check raise is probably better there if there's like a flush draw on board as well, right? When it's rainbow, it's a little bit less
Some
likely your
draws,
opponent's going
yeah.
to come along with a draw. But it's never going to be wrong. It's never incorrect to check raise there. It's totally fine, of course. But for my taste, might have got a little bit spicy, a little bit trappery.
It's always been nothing but very nice to me.
A little bit of trappery.
Oh, another new player at the table.
Like, gain your trust. So you can
Christopher
finally fill up
Frank.
your spot.
Another crusher.
It doesn't,
out of the
take much to break trust sometimes.
Austro-German area. I'm not sure what he's claiming these days.
Left when Mercier turned up, he's like, oh, my other table was kind of tough. And this table's kind of tough, too. And this table's pretty tough, too.
No, it's different. If you, for example, you say to me, I tell you, but don't tell to anyone.
Yeah.
And then I go and say,
Yeah.
this is different.
I mean, if you tell stuff at a live
And you
poker
said it. You
table,
said it in Florida.
Yeah, I
Right,
said it at
so-
a table, so, like, obviously.
The only difference it was not activity.
Yeah.
King 10-6.
Yeah, I have the baby in Vienna.
Deuce is still good.
But I have system.
A baby in
But I
Vienna.
have system.
Did I just hear that? Is there another expectant parent at the table? Is that Lissy Stinkt? I believe it is, Tomzo.
So you guys have some friends that have kids, right? Like Stefan has.
Yeah.
Kids. I don't know who you're close to, but.
Cervantes.
Sounds like Lissy might also be expecting.
I haven't seen him in like forever, at least 3 years.
Really?
Yeah, we're not really hanging out.
No.
He's a good guy.
This is a check raise with deuces.
Bye-bye.
And it's going to work. Cervantes just picking up on something there. Deuces, definitely a very, very interesting check raise.
Disha on YouTube says, I think any poker player buys in for a 10K is going to be very tough. Have you ever heard of the United States of America? Not everyone buying into a 10K in the U.S. is going to be very
How's
tough.
this level going? Pretty good. I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Certain 10K buy-in tournaments considered some of the softest poker in the world, in fact.
Pretty good.
Yeah, exactly.
TV help. Main event day 2, guys. Hand number 121.
Yeah.
Maria.
Welcome back to the feature table if you've just joined us.
Frank under the gun, King Jack suited. Gets a jive to fold a suited ace-8. Over to Drury. He's finally going to take a hand off. Maria Ho, your friend and mine. 94K.
It's funny, I saw Joe and James the other day, and I told them they're going to commentate on me. But I didn't expect that. I said final table, but that's a start.
Yeah, I mean, you called it.
I mean, it's an FT
You should
either
have
way.
specified. You should
Right. Interesting one here, Joe.
day 2
30 big blinds, ace queen off.
Still both.
Sorry, 31 big
There's a
blinds
chance.
behind. This might just be the pure jam from the ace queen off. Ace queen suited might be the 3-bet not all in, but I think this might just be the push.
We're hitting the money today or no?
Ooh.
Is that a fold of ace queen?
How many makes money?
Huh?
Nope, just makes the call instead. Wow, very, very tame.
We only play one more level.
And sure
after
enough,
this,
there's a
so-
king on the flop. Ace queen outdrawn.
Early tomorrow, probably.
We play till 9:30.
What's next level?
And Joseph Drury brings up a good point. I remember him asking for a photo.
125.
One of the first days I was here. Glad he made it to the feature table.
So nice and small c-bet here, Joe. Obviously, ace queen with ace of diamonds. You do probably want to peel on this texture. You're just going to have the best hand very, very frequently. Does make the call. Obviously, you have backdoor opportunities as well as having the best hand once in a while. 10 of clubs is one of those backdoor opportunities now. An opportunity to make Broadway.
These have been nice. It's nice not. Yeah. Haven't played 1 in the morning.
Frank betting once again. This time 15,000, nearly full pot. And what a great sizing here up against Ace Queen specifically, who might want to see a river for less than this.
Exactly, because I'm sure all the home games and wife and kids.
Oh, nice.
Now it's a good time. You have most chips on the table.
I was gonna see a river even for a full pot bet.
All right.
I guess if you think ace high is good sometimes.
Did you know the guy that was sitting here? You guys.
Oh my goodness.
He did everything right to avoid this circumstance, but there it is, Broadway on the river.
Charged the wrong price. Reuter makes Broadway, has the ace of diamonds, does not have to fear that many flushes, checks. Frank makes 2 pair, a different 2 pair, a better 2 pair. The kings are there. He checks back. Come on.
Wow.
Lissy does not stink. Lissy smell good. Coming out smelling roses in this one.
My best friends.
Checks back 2 pair.
I told them to come over here and they didn't.
Oh.
They missed big time.
Yeah, that's annoying. Did everything right. Unfortunately, could not prevent.
Another 10 out of 10 tilt moment.
You know, I think Vegas #1, here #2. But, you know, in 2000 is at 9 the last time, and they cut it. I was like so disappointed, so it's not going to happen anymore. But it's nothing to do with COVID that they stopped it, right? And then they brought it back.
Okay, yeah, like before,
Yes.
along the while back.
Yes,
Yeah,
I think 2019 it was the last
Yes.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, which venues you like more? Atlantis or here?
I like it here a lot. You mean the Bahama, right?
Oh, where we in Bahamar, yeah.
Yeah, compared to Atlantis.
Better.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
for
like
sure.
this hotel a lot.
Yeah, hotels are. And Cove was the best there, but it was old.
Yeah.
Oh, the Atlantis? Yeah.
The Cove was quite nice, but it was also a 27-minute walk to the poker.
I was thinking exactly the same thing, Joe.
If you're staying in Cove, you have to stay in Cove because it's like the best. Walk to, I think, 25, 30 minutes. Like, there's no way you can
Loving the new digs here at Baja Mar.
Yeah, me too, actually. This is a nice setup. Maria Ho, ace-4 suited in the cutoff. Going to raise it up, the absolute min.
Staying at the
Cervantes.
Coral? Cool. Yeah. So that was
Makes the call on the button, ace-jack off.
And there was one. Okay, once was the Reef, the apartment one.
Yeah, 3 ways to the flop. Queen 8-7, 2 spades, pair of 7s for Frank is the best of it for now.
I think there was one, the opposite side, like other side of Coral, that was nice.
Royal.
The Royal
No,
Tower,
well,
the
Royal's
Coral
in the middle.
Tower,
Okay.
the Beach
Royal-
Tower,
Royal Cove, but on
the
other side of
Cove,
Coral, there was
and then I
something
think there were the residences. There were like little apartments there too. Anyway, let's focus on the Hyatt East, the Hyatt West, the Rosewood, and the SLS.
The Rosewood
Huh?
and the SLS, yeah.
Maybe they don't do furniture. Such a big territory, nice territory. They could make something.
There are some really great parties. See and hear them quite well from my room. In the Hyatt
Seems
East.
like the pools and like everything better here too. Like I've only walked around.
There was a raise here on the flop.
And it's not.
Maria puts in the C-bet multi-way. Cervantes sees his opportunity with the bare ace of spades here. Puts in a raise to 18K.
What?
Cervantes versus Don Quixote.
I mean,
Yeah,
really
like, I
interesting,
feel like
guys.
the
We're going to keep an eye on
outside
Cervantes. We've seen him putting in some really interesting raises on flops, whether that be check raise or raising from position. But seems to really, really favor that sort of flop aggression, trying to exploit people's tendency to c-bet liberally, putting him to the test, putting him in the press
Have you been
right on the flop.
I've been to few. It's my second time here. I've been to this steak place, the Japanese place. Well, they're all like that.
Yeah, you don't have a favorite? I've been to the steak place. I thought it was good.
Yeah, I've been there yesterday.
How was it called?
Karna.
Carne. Like carne. Yeah.
Carne.
Yeah.
Carne, Filia,
Yeah.
Katsuya,
I want
Pizza Lab.
Sticks Noodle Bar.
It's the one that when you go from the
Have you been there yet?
I have not been to Sticks yet, but I have had several Starbucks breakfast sandwiches for dinner.
No,
Just because I'm a man on the go, you know what I mean? I don't have time. I don't have time for the 8-course tasting menu.
Yeah.
I definitely have the money for it. I just don't have the time.
The Mexican.
what's that called?
Costa. It's in Rosewood. Side.
Reuter here, fresh off
And
that
then
big
it's like
pot
the
he had with
Mediterranean
Ace Queen.
Rio on the SLS
Is
side.
going to open up from the button here. Ace Jack suited. Reuter now 42 big blinds behind.
only tomorrow about my take up.
All right.
A lot of them
Going
they-
heads up to this flop.
Like closed the actual.
Queen 8-8.
Like I tried to go there last night at 9.
10:30 is like the last order.
Well, I tried to go at 9:15, and they're like, "Oh no, we're not taking it."
Well, no, I think my reservation is take out.
Zayshi asked, did we just lose 9 people in like
Yeah,
5
we
minutes?
said
Possible,
right
but
after.
probably is more likely what happened is they just updated as they
Yeah.
broke a table.
They have all of that on this.
Reuter bets 5K, takes it down right on the flop.
Thank you.
Thank you. How many levels this table?
Oh, this is our just moved here.
Cervantes leading this table, 89 big blinds. Taylor Parr and Roman Hajayev very close behind.
Do you want to stay or you want to go?
Who cares?
A lot of people asking me if I'm going to take, I do owe Maria Ho a dinner. A lot of people asking if I'm going to take Maria Ho to dinner here. I snuck Maria into a continental breakfast this morning, and I told her this counts, and I ran off.
You can make it. You could
So,
do it.
No,
nice.
Good now.
Yeah.
I can see I can be playing without the phone.
So I told her to take all the croissants she wants, and that's it, because that's all she's getting. It was the free breakfast for staff, yes, but technically I had to sneak her in, so that counts.
But I'll play so much better. It will be dangerous.
That's been hanging over your head for a long time, Joe. I'm glad you finally cleared that one up.
Yep.
You know, it works both ways.
King 4 suited from the cutoff. Yes, please.
Really? Is that
Yeah.
a yes, please?
It's in there, yeah. It's in there. It's in that range.
I don't understand this game at all. Hajayev with ace-6 suited in the SB.
Definitely could consider a 3-bet here. Could consider a flat here, too. These guys just like to do aggressive stuff, don't they? Yeah, there it is. Putting in the 3-bet here.
So to make it interesting for the viewers, we need to say where we all from.
We already know.
From Austria.
We've literally got flags next to your names.
You can talk while you're in the hand, right?
I'm from Azerbaijan.
United States, California.
California. I'm originally from Israel, live in Boston now.
Boston, cool.
Cool, nice one.
I was born in Taiwan, but I was raised in Los Angeles.
I'm also from California. Austria.
Austria.
Austria, American domination.
There's like 4 Californians, 3 Austrians, and
Now you can
Azerbaijan.
have to
Your
get
classic
back there.
poker matchup.
If you
Probably
take
have,
Yeah, go.
have
Take your memory now. He's from
Austria, California, Germany.
California.
Germany.
Close.
No, Augustan. What is it? How do you say it?
Azerbaijan.
Azerbaijan.
Sorry, I'm not familiar with the. Sorry.
I would expect a guy from Boston to not know what Azerbaijan is.
Germany.
I don't know.
But not a guy from Israel.
I'm from LA, like.
Yeah. Oh,
I know
Taiwan
who he's
originally, I remember. Yeah, I don't need to repeat. Get me into trouble here.
You have the most chips, so you have to be the face of the table.
He doesn't even have the most.
Actually, he has the most.
Cervantes technically has the most chips.
We're about the same. No?
You got more.
You might even you have money.
Come on, man. I have to be undercover.
Ace, king, 6. Both players miss, both with 10 high.
He has the most. He has second most.
Zen has asked, where is some Swedish players? I would try Stockholm. Thank you for your question.
Good place to find them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gothenburg, maybe?
Taylor, you live in San Diego still?
Yeah. North County, like Oceanside.
Okay, yeah.
Oceanside,
Oh,
beautiful.
I've been to Oceanside
Yeah.
before.
I went to college
lovely.
at UCSD, and I used to play at Ocean's 11 like all the time.
Oh, yeah.
And Verona.
San
and
Diego.
Yeah, I went
all
to
those spots.
San Diego State for a year. Not much school, but I would go to Verona all the time. Play like the 1 and 3.
Yeah, same. I mean, it's like kind of a scary drive late at night. I'd be playing like a 15-hour session, and then I would try to drive back, and it's like a little, you know, windy. It was like dangerous.
I'm sure with you on the road, it was dangerous, Maria.
Pocket 8s for Maria Ho.
All I know is Maria makes the drive from LA to Vegas is supposed to take like 4.5 hours, and Maria does it in like 2.5 hours, so.
Time is money, Joe.
That's true. Jaya folding an 8. 8-2 suited.
Does Maria just always have like a spot at the Aria whenever she wants it?
Maybe. I think she stays at a condo mostly when she's in Vegas.
Yeah, fair. Okay, small blind defending the Queen 9 suit here. Very interesting, and it is Queen
instantly outflops Maria in the window.
How many players do you think the big 25 table?
How many runners?
10 on the turn, no player with a heart.
Maybe more, right?
I just assume it'll be huge.
Drury with
I would do
a drawer now.
It must be.
How much was it?
Just because so many people have packages, right?
And also 20.
400?
Check, check, king on the river.
The poker community has more liquidity now. And inflation. 25K is less than 4 years ago. Poker community made a lot of money in the meantime. So probably way more than last time. There's no more pros now.
Like, there's not many people.
A teeny tiny bet here.
Yeah,
2.5 big blinds.
This
Hoping for a crying call for exactly this
No,
sort of
the
hand.
last one
Ace
was
high,
also
Yeah.
pocket 8s.
19.
Yeah, he's done well to find the value bet here.
It was
One of
planned,
those
but then
spots,
they
though, isn't it?
postponed
Like,
because of COVID, yeah.
I think Maria was really happy to get closer to showdown without too much action, but at this point, she might level herself into a call. Makes a great fold, though. Well done, Maria.
Too good. Too good. Maria with around a 40 big blind stack, just under 40. Drury up to almost 80 now. And we're more than halfway through this level. One more level to play after this one. 30-minute dinner break before that.
Excited. Very excited.
Freeze out too.
Yeah, I'm way more excited for that one. For this one, I'm like 2 out of 10 excited. For the 25, like 8 or 9.
Action. Folding, folding, folding to Raman Hujayev, who also folds. Taylor Parr. King, queen offsuit. It's a fold from the button. Small blind out. Maria in the big.
What you got, Maria? Oh.
Ooh.
That's
wow.
It's a pretty ugly one. 8-4 off.
Godspeed, Maria Ho.
Show him who's boss.
Jack 10 tray. So king queen misses, but is ahead with king high. and has a number of cards that would make by far the best hand.
Yep, pretty fancy flop for King Queen. 2 overcards to the board, up and down straight draw. You're feeling pretty good about betting this one and calling raises and all sorts of stuff like that.
Easy game. Kyle asks, what was starting stack? That's the number of chips each player started with. Thank you for your question. Jay Brill says Boa Note. Good night, J.R. Brill. J.R. Bill.
Good night.
How much delay is on this?
About 30.
30.
Larry in the chat saying off topic, but what's the go-to drink this week? Sir, the Bahama Mama reigns supreme here.
45.
Oh, so that's a drink.
Yep.
Makes a lot more sense why I hear people requesting them.
Pina colada will do too.
50K was starting sack. Thanks for being such a class commentator, Joe, says Some Luck Box. You're welcome. And you banned.
Thanks for coming.
First time comment, too, by the way. Well spent.
Shout out an 6-7. That was just for my friends.
Cervantes not wanting to shy away is going to make the call here with the 90s of diamonds.
Thinking about them.
It actually has the best hand here pre-flop.
By the way, 50K, not
Just
correct.
wanted to shout out some friends.
Wow, what a flop here. Top pair for Cervantes.
7, right? 7 is always coming. So.
The bottom end of the straight for Frank.
You ordered the 7 on the flop.
Very, very familiar.
Oh dear, oh dear. We made some observations about Cervantes' flop play just now. I don't know if this is the combo he's going to be putting in another raise with, but we did say we were going to keep an eye on that. Does make the call. I think I definitely prefer that here.
Good call here from Stozy Pokes, who says, let's hope he doesn't find one of those creative check raise lines here.
Yep, exactly right. I think thus far, though, he's timed those really well. I don't think he's just blindly doing it. I think he knows he's going to be in the danger zone here. The ace of diamonds actually might save him a few quid here. And Frank's like, this is sweet. I like flopping straights. So slight overbet turn.
Wow. How happy are you? Because they're never overbetting here with Jack 10.
Well, that depends on his perception of the big blind calling range, but I think probably not. I think that's the size you're going to do with an ace some of the time.
Just gets away from the flop top. Oh, don't smile like that. Make him think you bluffed him. That's just mean. Bit of a head scratcher comment here from Kylie on YouTube. Can't run good without an amaretto sour and a chicken parm sandwich. Now, your name's Kylie, so if you said this to me in a bar, I'd probably agree with whatever you said. But here...
He's climbing a lot.
Is he?
Yeah.
It makes no sense. Thank you for your comment.
Yeah, he was like getting a mat like
Doing multiple degrees, he's just like,
right.
kind of what you would expect him to do.
Yeah, for sure.
He's super sick at like rock climbing.
Yeah, that's cool.
I think he has a girlfriend now, hangs out a lot with the boys, I think. I think he's doing... Maybe I shouldn't have said the girlfriend thing, but yeah, he's doing good.
No, like, let's just get everything out there. There's, you know, no secrets.
He
We're
seems
all
to be doing good in that.
Yeah, that's good. I know, I haven't seen him in a long time.
Shout out to him, he's a very good person.
Yeah.
Christian Christner used to play like super high rollers like 5 years ago or something. He was the guy like solving everything for everyone. The math guy.
Shout out to Kylie again. I really would like a chicken parm sandwich right now. You've pretty much just ruined my night here in the booth. Got a while before the break here, and that sounds fantastic.
A big hand here for Miss Ho. The Clangers. And I see an all-in triangle from, I assume it's Reuter with the jacks. This is after Maria 3-betting the open from Drury. Maybe we're on jacks right now. Did I not see a triangle come flying across?
Don't think so.
Okay. My mistake. Maybe I'm a little early.
Oh, man.
All in.
There is an all-in. Maybe I was just pre-cogging that one.
Yep.
Minority Report style.
Minority Report makes the call.
Maria does make the call. Domination situation. Maria, the player at risk, but ahead. Reuter has her covered just about 9 big blinds separating the two of them. Still always a slight chance things could go awry. Aurora says hodl. And away we go. Queen 10-4. No reaction from the pro. She's been there before. Reuter down to 10%. 9 on the turn is a pretty big sweat now.
So you're saying there's a chance, Joe.
Reuter with 5 outs. Jack's no longer one of them. Maria needs to fade the king or the 8 to stay alive in the PCA main event. River card is a tray ball. And that is the pure double.
Nice hand, Maria. Very good.
For recreational player, Maria Ho. Reuter going to be left with under 10 bigs now. Big hodl, says Stozy Pokes. Alan Musavi says, crush his Herat. Which I assume means heart.
Have a hand layout.
And the audience breathes a collective sigh of relief. Aurora Argyle says, congratulations on the unbiased comment. I'll tell you this, I was incredibly biased for the best hand to win.
That's always been the case.
If you ever listen to my commentary, you know that I want the player that got it in good to win.
It's true.
It's 3 weeks? Yeah.
I don't know, I mean, I'm joking. I don't know how many. I'm probably not going.
I think 3 weeks is good approximation. Maybe, yeah.
I think it's like 18th of February or something.
I think prelims start earlier and then main starts at some point a little bit later, obviously.
Yeah, the main's like on the 20th something of February.
Poker is fucking huge in France, so it's probably going to be a good one.
It's what huge? Language.
I think there was no events in Paris. There wasn't Deauville, Cannes.
Cannes, yeah.
30 minutes left on the level. Under 200 players left.
Maria Ho now up to 77 big blinds.
Whoa, don't be biased.
As we see.
Don't be biased by announcing how many big blinds Maria has.
Frank in the big blind here with the ace-king off. Is going to 3-bet to 20,000.
Ryan, I just covered this, but your question seems genuine. Hey, I am new here. What does the 199 and 889 in the top right mean? Thanks. It means that there are 889 total entries in this event, and 199 of them are still in. Time to shake things up a little bit to a less biased table.
Probably not.
Heading over to the secondary feature table.
You going, Maria?
I wanted to, but like.
Just gonna have a little mosey on over. Haven't checked in on the secondary feature table in a while. And what have we got here? Raymond with ace-10. Pocket queens for Xuan Liu. Nine, 6-6, so queens holding. Raymond missing pretty hard. And goes check, check, king on the turn. Not a very welcome sight for either player. Liu out of position for this hand. And Raymond with the
3,500.
I'm not sure exactly what the pre-flop action was, so I'm not sure. I would assume that Xuan would have 3-bet. Pocket queens out of the big queens out of the big blind.
I feel like that's probably the most likely scenario. Yes. And then played it nice and trappy on the flop there.
Exactly. So she's not hating this bet.
She's obviously concerned that he might actually have a king that peeled turn. Obviously.
Right. This is Alexandra Raymond. And check, check to showdown here. And a nice pot for Xuan. Stop looking at me, Xuan. McDupley says she called out of the big blind. Okay, queens just flatted big. Thanks, everyone. Thank
Okay.
you. So I guess it was a delayed continuation bet on the king on the turn. Even better. Looks like we're going to hang around here for another hand. Xuan in the small blind here.
There he is, Papo MC.
Wow. Martin Jakobsen all in, pocket fours, and that's going to get through. World Series of Poker main event champ, Martin Jakobsen, that is. Also won an event at EPT London, if I remember correctly. Was it the UKIPT High Roller?
Don't recall, Joe. Where's Hardigan? We need him.
I'm pretty sure it was the UKIPT High Roller.
You go, though, Coco. You go.
Anyway, yeah, Papo MC, welcome to the table. PokerStars Team Pro, rapper out of Argentina. And you would think, oh, rapper out of Argentina, like it's like a charity pro patch, right? No, this dude puts up results.
Yeah, never misses. La Bestia del Hardcore.
UKIPT main event in London. Not the high roller, main event. And hey, Nicky Petrangelo. You think King 9's a good hand? How about this Queen 9? You come around here with that King 9. 7-5-5. King 9 still. Hey, Nicky Petrangelo. Still the best hand.
Continuation.
Rogue 1987 says 755 garbage. Thank you, Rogue. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you for your contribution.
I can see why you're called Rogue. You're a real independent thinker. The funny thing is that Nicky Petrangelo bit, from what I can tell, he's nothing like that. Not even close. But I like to imagine. Hey, Nicky. Told you not to come around here no more.
You know my brother, Nicky? Nicky Petrangelo.
All right, here we go. 2 hands in a row. You think you're something? You think you're better than me, Nicky Petrangelo?
I'm walking here.
King, queen suited? All right. Lococo. That is Papo MC.
Come on, Papo. Oh, a little bit of a pause here in the small blind. Is he looking for a squeeze?
This feels like a real hand. Ooh. I got the speed limit, Nicky Petrangelo. What are you going to do about it?
Ace King Jack says not to be stereotypical, but I bet Nicky knows where you can get a chicken parm sandwich for you.
That's true. You think that chicken parm's good? It's garbage.
My mom makes the best chicken parm you'll ever try in your
There's
whole
only
life.
3 good chicken parms in this city, and that ain't one of them. King 10-9, top pair for Nicky Petrangelo. You get out of here with that trash.
It's garbage.
Take it down around the corner. Nobody can see you.
You know what it is, Joe? 755 is garbage.
It's garbage. There goes Lococo. There goes pocket 5s. There goes A5. Another one for Nicky Petrangelo. I told you this is my neighborhood. All right, now get lost. You're bothering me. Here's a couple of bucks. Go get yourself a donut.
Now this in December.
Oh, boy, we got a big one brewing over here. Dressler shoving.
Way better.
And Taylor Parr thinking about it. This has gone to the flop. King 10 deuce 2 clubs. So Dressler's got solid equity here. And needs to hit a club. Otherwise, we'll be walking on out of here. River card is not a club. That's going to be it for Dressler. Power is going to pick up a medium-sized pot, and Dressler will be walking off. I think for a guy named Dressler, he'd wear more than a white T-shirt. You know what I mean? I'm Dressler.
Dressler.
Just dress up a little bit, you know?
Dress it up, Dressler.
Clean it up. Smarten up. That's what my friend Boston Rob says. Taylor Parr now a chip leader at this table, over 200K in chips, which is more than 100 big blinds.
That's a whole lot of big blinds, guys. 193 remain here. Reuter UTG +1, ace 8 off. He only has 10 bigs. I think he's debating whether or not to put all of it in right here, right now. It's going to count him out. I feel like this is probably not the worst spot in the world. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 players on this table. It is quite early. He is going to put it in here. Ace-8 off, going all in pre-flop. Just the 10 big blinds.
Welcome to Jamrock. Reuter all in. And Chris Frank. Ooh. Just calls with ace-queen. What other sorcery will develop in this hand? I think that's it. Reuter at risk, behind, domination situation.
I can't say it's a boring table.
I don't think
it's I think it's been a pretty good table. Ace-8 at risk, guys.
It's pretty exciting when you can see all the hold cards.
It is indeed. Going to the flop.
And away we go. King high flop.
You like the...
Reuter looking for an 8.
Action.
You can get an 8 too, but 7 is not.
7 of what?
As long as no 6 comes.
Doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, they can come a 6 too. I don't care that much.
It's always come a 7. 7!
If the 6 comes, I will scream first.
They want to make sure the 7 is not an out, because the 7 it is always coming, and that's it. Lights out on the turn. Reuter will not loiter. Exits immediately. We're really burning through the field here.
I was about to say exactly the same thing. Still day 2, guys. Already down to 193. We'll be 192 after we see Reuter exit here. GG to you, sir. On we go, but you're absolutely right, mate. We've definitely gotten through a big chunk of this field.
Taylor Parr now top of the heap here at the feature table. Chris Frank second in chips after busting Reuter.
Hand number 135, excuse me. King 6 suited for Hajayev will be part of this opening range for most players. Does open it up 4.5. 500 more than the absolute min raise. Folds round 2. This guy Rudy Cervantes. Really enjoying watching this guy play thus far. Does seem very confident. Taking some more unconventional lines that we've seen, but they have been working out really well. Very well timed. Pocket 10. So Cervantes here, guys, about 80 big blinds. Hajayev about 77 behind. I mean, it's a bit of an awkward one here. I think 3-betting is totally cool. I think flatting also not completely ridiculous given how deep stacked these guys are. Does decide to go for the 3-bet instead. I think Hajayev might just decide to lay this one down. King 6 of hearts, not the best playability in a 3-bet pot, Joe.
What do you do if you get 4-bet here with 10s?
Ooh, that's actually a very good point. Let's not rule out the 4-bet bluff with the King 6 of hearts here.
I agree. I think that I would be more weighted to 3-betting 10s out of the big blind, but I genuinely don't know what I would do if I got 4-bet.
I know. I don't want to be the one to say it, Joe, but I feel like the 4-bet bluffs are going to be some sourdough suited situations here more often than King 6 of hearts, though.
No. I don't like. Let's just take King 6 of hearts out.
Yeah.
Of it. Let's just play it for Cervantes' perspective.
I see.
And we get 4-bet to 50,000 right now.
Yeah, it's a really, really tough spot, and that's maybe why some players might sort of opt for the more passive route pre-flop and just play their hand.
But calling also just feels terrible, too.
Yeah,
right?
I definitely do not know this spot particularly well. This would be a great one for Griff or Maria to cover. These deeper stack situations, definitely not my forte, but still interesting to try and see it from their perspective. And, you know, when people play chess against themselves, think it's cool to watch this and kind of go, what would I do from this perspective and try and be honest? And what would I do from this perspective and try and be honest and try and take the other player's hand out of the equation, you know?
You know, something I want to cover real quick, Nick, not to change the subject too harshly, is before James gets back in the booth, I don't know if people out there are aware, but the Global Poker Awards are happening in just over a month, and the ballots have gone out for the just the nomination round. And there's a list going around if you're part of the nominations. I've been nominated a few times for broadcaster or personality, whatever it's called at the time. And James Hardigan has never been nominated. And in my opinion, James is the best poker broadcaster that ever has been. No offense to anyone else. I know that when people say that and about other people, and I'm like, hey, I'm better than. Sorry. And I just think it's an absolute shame that he's never been nominated. So if anyone out there can find it within them to put out a tweet, put out a Facebook, if you know someone that's maybe on the nominating panel, I just think it's ridiculous that he's never been nominated. And I'm kind of making it a point this year to get the word out. Because I'll sometimes kind of campaign for myself, and I realize that, what am I doing? There's a guy that's way better than I am sitting right next to me most of the time, and I'm out there campaigning for myself. So I'm just trying to get the word out this year, and I think it'd be really nice if we could show some recognition for a guy who is truly one of the best, if not the best, to ever do it. And I'm going to do this probably once or twice a day, so you're going to have to sit through this for the rest of the PCA, but I got to get it out there.
I mean, well said, Joe. I mean, you know, come on, guys. Support your boy. He's been broadcasting to you all that good stuff for so long now.
5, 6, 7, 2 spades. Ace King still leading. And I think Frank's going to be tough to get rid of on a blind on blind situation with Ace Jack.
So this was a limp raised pot,
no,
right?
It was not. Was not tough to get rid of. Pardon me.
This was a limp raised pot, I think. Cervantes calls, Frank raises, and then the limp 3 bets. And a chunky around half pot sizing, something like that. Managed to take it down.
Pretty strong.
I was pretty strong.
You'll see it later.
I know.
You'll see it later, yeah. Good thing about these hands, you get to see.
Breaking news.
Too late to
I hear there's a big hand developing on the
he limp raised me from
secondary feature table. We're going to be over there momentarily.
Unfortunately. 30 pre, 30 flop.
Dragella says, can you nominate the best pair, James and Joe? I do think that the teams should be nominated. And at this point, you know, Nick and Griffin and Maria are all part of the team. I would like to hear, like, you know, the EPT Live team nominated, the WSOP team nominated. But they're not there yet for how it goes. Or the high stakes poker team nominated, whatever. I think that's probably the best way to do it. But I love the guys at the Global Poker Awards, and no matter what they do, people are unhappy and always complaining. So I'm not complaining about how they run it. I think it's just time to right the wrong and get Hardigan's name on the list. All right, Drury opening pocket threes. Maria getting a little OOL with King 10 offsuit in the cutoff, and Chris Frank is 4-betting. I saw some blue chips go out there. Yeah, 28,000.
Oh, wow. Wow, the cold 4-bet here. Really spicy. And it's just going to work like every time as well. Maria's like, not ideal, but it's okay.
And Maria, I think we're in a situation here where she's got to put on a serious face and make it seem like this isn't going to work all the time. And while we're at it, by the way, James is easy because his name is already on the short list. Now, there's something called Industry Person of the Year, and I looked at all these names. All right, we got that breaking news from secondary table is happening now, but I got one more speech to make before we go on break. And Martin Jakobsen eliminated. Didn't catch the hand, but it's Jonathan Proudfoot who has knocked out Martin Jakobsen. Sure, we'll see Martin in the PSPC. No stranger to the featured table. There's the mic. He's out of here. So one more Global Poker Award speech real quick here, kids. So there's a category called Industry Person of the Year. So James is on the list, right? He's easy. His name's right there. You just have to click it. On the industry list, there's a lot of names there where there's a name missing off that list. And I think it's worth mentioning, too, that our boss, Francine Watson, is the executive producer of all these shows. EPT Live, WCoop Streams, Scoop Streams. And there's a lot of people, by the way, who deserve credit for how great all this stuff looks. But it all kind of starts with her. And the EPT TV shows, all the stuff that James and I have done for over the last decade. She's the boss. She's behind it all. So I see a lot of people on that industry list, and she belongs on there too. So if anyone out there hasn't filled out their industry list yet, it's sort of frustrating to me that the name's not even out there. And that's something I'm going to be working on in years to come if we don't make it happen this particular year. But it's worth mentioning both those people because I think we put out a pretty good product here. And for me to get nominated pretty regularly and not James and not Francine is somewhat ridiculous. And I got to say something. I got to keep saying something till it happens. And okay, that's it. We'll focus on the poker from here on out. 6.5 minutes on this level. Bottom pair for par. That's hard to say.
Bottom pair for par.
Bottom pair for par. And second pair for Drury. You guys might have to sit through that speech probably once a day for the next 10 days because it's important to me. Under the gun versus big blind. And Drury wins it on the turn. Small bet gets it done. Gets a pair to fold. Smaug Katubi says, why do these announcers suck so much?
Hello, everybody.
Smaug Katubi's, why are you so banned? Thank you for your question.
Staying?
You banned. Farron Diak joining the
Congrats,
table.
Not boring.
That's too funny.
But the field was so down too.
Raise what?
Diak went D-app? No. In Monte Carlo.
Yes, I think I did it.
Last year.
How much you have?
How much I have? 86.
Okay.
Oh, 84.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, another new player, Anatoly Nikitin.
Oh, sorry, guys.
We've got a Nikitin patch here at the table.
Nikitin.
And Nikitin has raised from under the gun. Why is everyone just playing one-eyed poker right now? What's happening?
Yeah.
4 or 5,000 raised.
4?
Yeah, 4.
All right, guys, name their hands. Chat, given your vast knowledge of pre-flop ranges at 64 big blinds effective 8 ways, name the hands. Go.
Only the more you have.
Okay, we know what two players have
boy,
here.
oh boy.
Yeah, this could get really spicy.
See, this is my entire goal playing poker is just to never have a decision like this. Okay, yeah, no, folding. I see things folding fine. Pocket fives for Nikitin. We got the other card. It feels bad folding nines there, but what's the best that can happen?
Yeah, just looking at the effective stack depth here, there's a chance you could call and more or less place something in the region of a set mine. However,
pocket tens.
It doesn't feel good. You're right, Joe. It's definitely a tricky one. Don't know that one particularly well either.
Tens feels way different, even though it's only one
it should
rank
too.
higher.
It should. It should. I think Maria will come along here. Folding tens does feel a little bit on the weaker side.
And we are going to the flop. Clean flop for tens. Auntie Flanders says, remember the nines. Yes, we do. We remember it very well. The tens did not get folded, and tens are holding.
You have like 120.
Yep, I can definitely see the thought process here, guys. He needs to decide right now what his plan is on the flop, right, Joe? Like, it's not, I'm just going to c-bet and just, you know, expect this is going to go down.
Wait, you can't do that?
You're not allowed to do that.
That's exactly what I would be doing. I just bet, c-bet and pray.
No, I mean, the c-bet is something that we're going to see a lot of the time here, of course. What I'm saying is he's trying to figure out right now whether or not he's going to turn this hand into 2 barrels, 3 barrels.
Well, here comes barrel number 1.
And the flop size will probably be quite telling here. Makes it 17,500. So given their stack depths at the moment, it looks like if he did want to pull the trigger, it was going to be across 3 streets instead of just 2. They did actually start this hand exceedingly deep, though. So really, I just think this is a fairly standard c-bet size. It doesn't necessarily indicate how aggressive he's going to be on later streets, compared to if we were, for example, 30 big blinds effective, where it's a lot more towing.
A pretty easy call for Maria. 7 of diamonds on the turn. So far, so good. Now we're going to see what the next step in Taylor Power's plan is.
So there's 81K in the pot right now, guys. Maria has just 96,500 behind. So if he really wanted to test her, he could absolutely do so right here, right now. $40K, telling a very believable story with this size as well, Joe. I feel like this really feels strong.
So what are Maria's options here? Can you call and leave yourself 56K in a 150K pot?
I think it's shove or fold, Joe.
Yeah.
I think it's shove or fold, especially with 2 flush draws on board. He can have all kinds of stuff. He 3-bets here, and now he's going to have to push because he has the equity to do it. I mean, of course, and then just hands like ace queen off with no draw at all.
Yeah.
But you don't want to call and see an ugly river and then have another decision, I don't think.
I guess part of the problem is that you're not against 8s and 9s that often in the spot, are you?
Ooh, that's a great question. Honestly, don't know how often he squeezes there. I think probably given the pre-flop multi-way dynamic, there's more flats there with those combinations.
Yeah.
So I think that's a good point, Joe.
So you do have to worry about the jacks, the queens, the kings.
Yep. Oh, this is such a tough spot, Joe. Honestly, do not envy Maria here.
Maria's ice cold, though. She really is pretty unfazed by these spots. Typically, I'm so scared to think here because I think it's going to give my opponent a read, and I act way too quickly. I know what she would tell me to do here. And I think she's going to do what she would tell me to do, but it's just going to take a moment. Maria lets it go.
Oh.
does get bluffed off the best hand
great-
by
great
Taylor
at 7
Parr
minutes
on
in
the
my life.
last hand.
Table, star moment.
Before the dinner break, this is going to be a 30-minute break, 30-ish minutes.
30 minutes break. Whoa.
Can I change your batteries real quick?
Yeah.
Regardless of what you had, you played nice. Good job.
Let's take a look at these featured table chip counts after that fold. Maria Ho down to 38 big blinds. New player to the table, Anatoly Nikitin, is the shortest stack at the table. Ajayev and Frank with a very healthy over 60. DX, Cervantes, Poor at the top. We're taking a dinner break. 27 minutes break. We'll be back. More from the PCA after this.
So Bedell,
I can't be too greedy. You know?
ace king on the button, raises to 2,600.
No complaining.
Chino Reem, the reigning champ in the big blind.
Chino going to be very defensive of his big blind. I don't think really has any
Only
folds
'cause
in
he
his
saw my
range
card.
here. And that looks like a fair bit of
trying to
chips
show off
here.
right
That you know, deciding to go aggressive action. And when the way this talk is going, I think this is probably on the weaker side. Just
I would raise more than aces.
from the hands that I've seen.
You only raise aces?
When Chimo
I
starts,
guess you got the
but
same hand.
it is an ace in hand. Could be big.
Oh, yeah.
I can still win if you have the same hand.
All school poker right here.
Ugh, I don't like this chatter from Bedell because it's the kind of mentality that I mean, I don't want to make any judgments on Bedell as a player, but it's just like, oh no, well, you could have the same hand. Whenever someone says that, it's often ace king, right?
I guess you do have the same hand, huh?
I only play aces, I promise you.
So,
but they are talking aces.
I have played you a lot before.
Chino's
I
three bet
don't
was
only play aces.
7,200.
I like to play aces too. What's the bet?
17,000.
Bedell has four bet to 17,700.
17,700.
Don't forget the position.
Huh?
Don't forget the position.
I know I'm out of position. So now I gotta think about what I should do.
Well, you could have been doing that the whole time.
I should just hope.
When I came to the table, I met the two biggest favorites for the tournament.
Okay.
So
I want to hear what else is going on. I'm out of position, so I gotta try and just like win the pot right now, right? That's my only shot.
I got the rebuy.
Well, Chino just threw chips out there.
I'm ready for a rebuy. Ole.
Wow, is it the
You
aces?
said you didn't have aces. How can you lie like that?
A 5-bet, an all-in, and a
I came
call.
to the table, I didn't want to play you, and I didn't want to play Celsi.
And Chino has aces.
Chino is as polarizing as a 5-bet shove.
I can't believe he has it.
You need a lot of luck. Tom.
Everyone wants me to win.
Yeah,
But my saving grace here was I knew he was going to play slow, and I knew he was going to play slow. Chino was going to play fast, and Chino took forever that hand.
I play slow?
I wanted to get it all. I'm sorry. My bad if I wanted
It's
to
all
try
good.
and get
It's
it
all
all.
good.
One good card.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't even want the sweat. I just want it to be over on the turn. If you don't mind.
That's a
surprise.
If you don't mind.
Let's take. Doesn't
You know,
matter.
feature
10 or
tables. There's always some sort of sweat.
10 or yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Some sort of sweat.
It's a mini
I
sweat.
see the sweat so far.
2 outs for Bedell.
Boys, this is gonna be a really good game.
Everyone
Is there
wants to
justice
win
in
this
poker?
spot, so-
No.
Nobody folds.
No, king. I don't remember, to be honest.
There's like 9
It's
kings
more funny to say no.
7 on the river, and it's a bucket hat bust out.
All I was sitting here, right? I was like, what does Cliff think about my tabletop?
Rebuy time for Tom Askell Bedell.
I was just thinking, is everybody else going to find out about your
Big
table?
time
Right.
cooler against the most aggressive player on the
Yeah, it looked like
table.
he was
Just
gonna see the
unfair.
Yeah, well, once we got the 15K.
We might see Tom Askell Bedell again if he decides to fire another 10K bullet. Meanwhile, Chino Reem's closing in on the $250,000 mark.
We've got another all-in.
Yeah.
Luke Greenwood said he just wanted to win one all-in and did already.
And this is quite a big call for nearly 30 big blinds. I think, you know, Recheck going to recognize that it's going to be a lot of these pair-type hands and said, you know what? I'm suited. Let's see where the cards fall.
How you feel about this one?
Like working hard to achieve your dreams versus living for the moment. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
And Greenwood has just been outflopped by Right Shack, who now has top pair, top kicker. And Luke Greenwood is drawing to a 6.
But it is always coming 7, James. And that would give... Oh, well. Let's make it 1 out. That's more dramatic, if it comes.
Has to be the 6 of spades, or we lose another player from the feature table. It's the king of clubs. So we might see Luke Greenwood again because, as I've said many times over the last 45 minutes, players can still re-enter until the conclusion of level 10.
He should have asked to win 2 all-ins.
Yes, and we will follow him all the way to the desk to put peer pressure to rebuy. No?
Because you know what I always say? You can't keep a good Greenwood down.
No, you can't.
So Francois with a brand new stack of 30,000 chips, which equates to 25 big blinds at this level.
And right away getting involved.
I didn't see it, but if you saw it.
Well, it doesn't matter if I saw it. You were looking down when the flash, so I don't think you did see it. I trust you. Yeah. For now. Sorry about that.
All in.
All right.
I didn't see anything. All in.
Wow, BR taking a flip on his very first hand.
8-ball, corner pocket for billiard.
Nice. Nice. That was good. Wasn't as good as my reach one, but very good. Eights are ahead, 56% here for the Canadian. And I think that snap call really connected to the ability to make another entry after this.
Exactly.
So it is a little fun here. Some players willing to gamble for 10 grand.
Just in case this hand takes 2 hours to play out, he has to make sure he can get back to the cage in time.
Yeah.
There we go, $10,000 coin flip. The Snowmen's versus the Ace-Jack. And there's an ace and a jack on the flop.
Oh, yeah. Nine of hearts. Listen, yeah, things are going to...
Nine of hearts is okay.
Start chalking up that cue.
Only an 8 on the river.
Halfway out the door. Mind is already at the desk, rebuying.
No 8. Barry Greenstein makes an appearance, giving Right Sack the full house to eliminate Francois Biard.
I mean, I guess you can't complain about being 6-handed anymore, really.
My milkshake brings all the boys to Biard.
And Ream and Right Sack pretty much tied in chips now, both with 200 bigs each.
I think I'm 3, right?
And Zeno all in with Jack 9 here.
10 boxes.
Red Triangle
They keep
Death has
asking,
been
yeah?
presented to him.
Didn't have too many big blinds here. I feel like Jack 9 off is a little bit on the wider side, though. He did have 8 big blinds. He is very shallow, James, but he is pretty far to position. Lots of players act behind him, like the big blind, for example, waking up with Ace Queen.
Playing good.
Welcome to the table, James Harvey.
I mean, Jack 9 live cards here, going to be close to a 60-40 pre-flop. Perhaps an opportunity for a rebuy, James? If we see the Jack 9 eliminated here.
We're in for a jack? I think a 9 is a better card to root for. Feeling the jack.
Well, he's paired his 9 on the flop. Now has to fade
too close to the straight.
aces and queens.
Ace, queen.
Jack of hearts for the absolute Omega Sweat.
Settled in.
No Mega Sweat, just 6 cards for Zeno to fade. Does not want a queen, does not want Barry Greenstein. It's the queen. And Zeno is KO'd by James Harvey.
Think we'll touch 850, Chino?
Baron Zeno.
I think 830 is the line.
Should open on 1.
eliminated.
I think I'd probably take over
3
on
hours.
8:30.
Over 8:30?
Definitely under on 8:50.
Like, you'd take
I mean,
over
it's
8:30
nice,
though?
but
So like
I just
8:40
can't
is a good
believe it.
line?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That is a good line. 8:30?
So Corral with the best of it, 2 pair. Chino with
28.
a pair of jacks and the straight draw. Mercier with ace high and the straight draw.
Really like this smaller sizing in a multi-way pot, James. Doesn't have to go big here to get folds from the combos that are just going to give up this flop, but obviously King 10 going absolutely nowhere, Queen Jack going absolutely nowhere, especially when they have those draws. So 2 calls, and we are going to a turn. And there's the 9.
9,
10,
Jack, Queen, King.
That's
Chino
a straight.
Chino with the straight.
Obviously now, Jason picking up the nut flush draw and the gut shot to the absolute nut straight. Queen on the river would give him a very strong holding as well as the club. And the ace of spades, no change.
So it's Broadway for Chino, top pair for Jason, still 2 pair for Corral. And Chino casually betting the river, 5,000.
Yeah, I just think there are so many queens in this situation, James, especially given the flop action. I mean, pre-flop, the player calling in position here in Corral's spot in the hijack obviously can have plenty of Queen X. Hands like Queen Jack suited, King Queen suited, King Queen off. It's just really, really, really hard to figure a way that you're going to have the best hand here on this river. But he has bet a very small amount on the river, about 1/3, a little bit less. And obviously designed to entice hands like King 10, maybe a hand like Ace Jack or Ace 10 to still make the hero call on the river.
Mercier makes the call with
Does
ace
make the
3.
call. Yeah.
What do you do with King 10 now?
Really tough spot for the King 10 of spades here.
King 10 folds, so it's showdown as Chino tables the straight and will increase his chip lead. Chino playing close to 260K, a 215 big blind stack.
9-7 suited.
Markish under the gun, pocket sixes,
gapping.
Corral
Yeah,
ace
but
8
better.
suited.
Oh,
3 betting time.
Ah. Jack 9 or Jack 8 suited. Jack 8. Jack 8. More gappy, so big gap. Yeah.
And Markish is not folding. And flops a siggity set of 6s.
Oh, Joe, flopping sets and 3-bet pots feels fantastic.
I wouldn't know. I don't see how Corral could get into too much trouble here.
Oh yeah, what about like the 9 of spades?
5 would be interesting.
Yeah. Well, there's only one way to find out. I think there's a very strong chance we will see a turn card.
I think there's a strong chance that we might see a raise right on the flop, though, Joe. These guys are really deep.
Oh, then maybe we won't see a turn card.
I know. I was going to say Marquez might be tempted to start building a pot right here, right now. He wants to win all the chips off of those bigger pairs. It looks like the effective stack at this stage, given the action thus far, is about 66 big blinds. How do you get 66 big blinds all in if you're not going to raise?
Or a,
oh, hello.
That seems like a raise to me.
Four frames? Yeah. I would have checked all the bets.
Raise to 10.8 with bottom set. And therefore, I think we probably will not be seeing the 9 of spades ultimate sweat. But wait a second.
Wait.
Just wait a moment.
Floaty McFloaterson. Somebody's been spending too much time on the lazy river.
Would have done if this was the flop if I had opened it.
Turn is the 3 of spades.
Oh, here we go.
The square root of 9.
Here we go. He made it just the right size to keep him in with very little equity. Only 17% on the turn now with that flush draw, some of which are no good. Some of them spades are not going to help.
Being pretty big. Yeah, I saw that, like, I went to register and I was like, oh shit, there's only 166 on day 1A. And then I showed up day 2, like an hour in, there was only like 220 in. I was like, damn, this shit's so small. Yeah. You know? But all the rebuys and people coming in late.
We're already over 8:30, Jason.
Start their trip.
Yeah,
I
there's a
think
lot more
850 will
re-entries in
be
this
easily
event than,
attainable.
Like an EPT main.
Yeah.
That was capped at 1 total.
Markish.
In EPT mains, they usually do one single
Corral.
You can take it whenever, but it's not per day, it's just 1 total.
Ramping up
Whereas you could do
to
6.
maybe step in this real hard.
I bet nobody did 6.
17.
I bet nobody did
If I bust
4.
this in the next 2 minutes, I'll do 4.
I think somebody
4?
would.
You think so? 2? But
I
there's
think
probably
it's
not even that
just
many
gonna
people
call.
that did 2
on day
1A.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, he's just got such a good price in the turn there, Joe.
Stack to pot ratio, both players with
did 2
under
on day
pot
1A?
left
No,
behind,
I did 2
8
on 1B.
on the river. So it's just a pair of 8s for Corral.
No, none on day 1A.
But,
I didn't play.
but day 1B and re-entries, for sure, there are a lot of with 4.
Yes. Many people probably did 4.
I agree. Also because the ones that would gamble more for the re-entry first day were probably playing the 100K and the 50K one day.
Yeah.
Those are the ones more likely to fire like 2 bullets in the first day.
I would guess there's at least 2 people who did 6 bullets.
No.
Would be my guess.
I would bet 0.
Bet 0.
Maybe there is someone that he got cooler at the first level of the day 1, you know.
Markish announces all in.
Yep.
Corral now facing the prospect of calling it off with second pair.
Yeah, that turn size, Joe, definitely designed to get under SPR1, and that's where we're at now. So there's only one move left on the river, given the action.
Yeah. Flush draw missed. (9-10) got there. I don't know that 9-10 really plays it this way.
Yeah, potentially. Still a gutter on the flop, right?
Corral makes the call. Get back in the house, Corral.
Wow. Huge, huge pot here, Joe.
Tiuma Corral eliminated on the last hand
Good game.
before the break, meaning Corral can still re-enter for another 10K.
So you may have noticed that we have got some new faces on the main stage. Dan Smith, King Dan, has joined the feature table with a stack of 30K. Jesse Lonis also with a fresh stack of 30K, and opening here with 7s. Sergey Orishak with 6s. He is second in chips at the table, starts the hand with 235K, which is a 157 big blind stack. As the blinds have gone up, we're now playing 1,000, 1,500.
Good fold there from Ryshak. I mean, you can just tell the thought process there, I think, was, I know better than this. I don't need to play this hand. There's so many players behind. The opener is playing, 20 big blinds. And this is a great example right here as we see Harry Lodge waking up on those 12 big blinds with this ace-queen. That really feels like an automatic shove. But, of course, you want to keep things a little balanced here with that consideration. All of it goes in.
Could be off to the races here.
20 exactly. 20, right?
Yeah, and this is not a fist pump all in for Lonis. When you talk about the range of Harry Lodge's shove here. You might just want to take your hopeful flip and equity because you're going to be against hands like Ace-Queen, like Ace-King. So many more combos of those hands than the aces, kings, and queens out there.
So here we go. Lonis' sevens racing against Harry Lodge's Ace-Queen, and this is a race that Harry Lodge needs to win. He's the at-risk player here.
First hit.
It's a low board, 8-5-4, favoring the sevens. 6 outs for Harry Lodge.
It's difficult that the 6 comes.
Is it the same for, what was it, for 10?
Not a good flop for the Brit.
Or the 7.
Always coming 7, and now Harry Lodge is dead to a chop.
I guess it can be a chop, right?
It can.
I said to you it was difficult.
Did you guys manage to find a chop in that second over, James?
Yeah.
We didn't have one in the first.
Don't believe so. No 6 on the river. It's the full house for Lonis and the KO of Harry Lodge. And now it is a freeze out. No more rebuys. No more bullets can be fired.
Oh, we can make an exception for Harry Lodge.
No exceptions.
I know that Clay, you use bouncier balls.
So we think we have around 346 players remaining.
There are new players.
Again, guys, when we get that confirmed, when we get the actual number of entries confirmed and the prize pool confirmed, that's when we'll bring in the field ticker and we'll keep track of every elimination. Feels honest, man, asking on Twitch, how is Lex doing? I think he's okay. He's out and about with his family today. He entered day 1A, he entered day 1B. He did not fire again at the start of day 2. Lex is chilling. But I'm sure there are other tournaments he'll be playing here in the Bahamas. And of course, we'll see Lex Feldhaus.
I've been doing
in the
it since the
PSPC.
beginning of the stream, and everybody agreed for now. So yeah, cool.
True story.
Sorry.
Ace King now.
Honest thinking, maybe this is my level.
Round to the big blind, Pedro Marcus, who's got King
Now you put
6-5
up your
of diamonds and defense.
Exactly. Yeah, double. Oh yeah, 50 actually. No, he don't have full stack. I thought we both won.
Ooh, interesting.
Open-ended straight draw versus Ace King high, and we have a post-flop flip.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
And if we've learned anything about Pedro, it's that he will mix in some cheeky check raises in certain spots. We saw quite a beautiful one with the 7-6 offsuit in that first level after turning the straight draw with that pair. And now this does go check, and it's advantage on the turn for the 6-5.
Ionis rocking the moon swatch.
He called the pick, right? Yep. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, hope it's the 5.
He good card for that. My friend, he called. Huh? That hand, obviously, because he took his seat. The last hand before the break. He called you.
Yeah.
On the river?
Ace 8.
Yeah, he called him. Yeah.
Set of 6-6.
He had a set of 6s, and he rivered an 8 and called with this raise.
All a bunch of legends.
Oh.
How old are you?
I see the red triangle of death. Dan Smith all in with kings and has run into the aces of James Harvey.
I will have better.
So you ever played a free zone?
25.
The main event.
I thought that was
probably some online
came in the door. This 25K is the freeze out, right?
Yeah. Where's aces? Where's kings?
Aces.
Taking off his mic.
Kings. And
With
Chino showed King Jack.
Dan Smith already removing the microphone. Does this add more equity than putting on a jacket?
You better believe it. Come on, I've never seen anything like this.
I'll lay the price.
Things these super high rollers are coming up with.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's not looking good for King Dan.
But I'm not sure.
Oh, apologies, guys. You've got the graphics from the secondary feature table coming in. Just ignore that.
That's why I'm saying it right now, because
Awkward.
I know he doesn't use my king anymore.
Yeah, that's a good flop for him then.
Dan Smith drawing dead on the turn, KO'd by James Harvey, and a reminder, no more re-entries.
I like the pause.
Registration is now
The river would
closed. We
change.
will not see Dan Smith again in the PCA main event.
It's unfortunate that here right
Unless he's on the rail supporting a friend at the final table.
For the needle.
Yeah, for the needle.
If there's ever a next poker movie, we have the dealer.
Pick a phone, any phone.
Yeah, the phone giveaway. My favorite part of the feature table.
Look,
I always
it's
take the
random.
shiniest
you,
one.
You might get an upgrade.
Good in a poker movie.
You might suddenly get access to Chino Ream's contacts.
Okay, so two very strong hands here between Chen and Fast. It looks like a classic race. I don't know if Chen will be snap calling with ace queen facing this, what I would assume is a shove for the 20 big blinds from Fast. I think there's a good chance it'll go as a flip, that Chen will call, but it is going to represent Pete Chen's entire stack effectively, just 6K behind this.
30, right?
29.
And Chen says, you know what? Yep, this is too strong. Let's just do it.
Good luck.
And there they go.
Don't prepare the 29, please. Come on, don't do it.
That's
My
suspicious,
move,
man.
Yeah, I'll give it to you.
It's a man that's lost too many flips in his life.
Don't need a fall down.
The superstitions of a poker player. Yeah, exactly.
Now you're supposed to move it towards, like, right next to his stack.
The flop is pretty good for Jacks.
Barry.
And Dietrich Fast is now
Barry's always coming.
better than a 3-1 favorite.
Barry's always coming. Now, that's a fan of the stream, James.
It's a pretty good flop.
Although it is also always coming 7. I know it's not relevant
last
here,
time
but
I saw that flop,
always
the
coming
turn was clean, and I was standing up and leaving.
Ooh. Don't talk during a
this time
card
I-
reveal, man. That's another rule. It was always going to be
Nice
paint at
day
that
in the
point.
chair.
Barry, Barry, Barry.
River card is a 7. So Jacks hold. Dietrich Fast doubles up. And that is going to leave Pete Chen short. He's got 6 big blinds. Hyper danger zone.
Hyper danger zone.
Welcome back to the Bahamas and the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure 2023. Day 2 of the 10K main event continues. 1 level left to play with 184 players returning from break. Tomorrow, 127 are going to get paid. That's right, world famous bubble coverage on day 3. Right now, these are the biggest stacks. Andre Marques, who was on our feature table earlier, has close to $500,000. Chino Ream also a top 5 stack right now. This is the current feature table. Taylor Poor playing 95 bigs. Ferenc Diak, Christopher Frank also pretty healthy. Maria Ho has dropped below the 40 big blind mark. But we've seen anything can and probably will happen. Is James Harscombe with Joe Stapleton?
Hello, my babies.
And Joe, I know it's very early on, but could we see a 2-time PCA main event winner here in the Bahamas? If we look through the annals of history, we can go back as far as 2004, when Gus Hansen was the inaugural PCA champ. Of course, it became part of the EPT in 2008 when Elke won the title. Poria Nazari winning the single biggest prize in history, $3 million. Galen Hall defeating the biggest ever field in 2011 to win $2.3 million. The market changed slightly after April 2011. And in the modern era, we have seen Dimitar Danchev win the 10th PCA in 2013. Dominik Panka become the first Polish champion in 2014. It was a 5K rather than a 10K in 2016 and 2017 when we saw Mike Watson and Christian Hardot win their trophies. Maria Lampropoulou took it down in 2018. And yes, Chino Ream is the reigning champion. Chino Ream is a big stack with 184 remaining. And with his run good and inimitable style, Joe, I'm asking the question now. Is he on for the 2-time?
If anyone could do it, it is Chino. He just has it. Whatever it is, it's just innate poker playing ability. I don't think he studies.
I would think that's astute analysis. Obviously, there is a very long way to go, several days in fact. And as I mentioned, we will be playing through the bubble tomorrow. Great news is right now we can introduce the newest member of our PCA/PSPC commentary team, Scott Baumstein. Welcome.
Thank you. It's great to be here. Haven't been back to the Bahamas in 4 years, but I've been to every PCA since 2011, and I'm really excited to be back and joining you guys in the booth.
Now, I remember, I think you made your debut on this stream back in 2011 when it was part of the NAPT, when we had the Bounty Shootout tournament. I think you may have made a guest appearance back then.
I did. What a memory, yeah. That was the first time I joined you guys in the booth and on the features for PokerStars Live.
And I'm pretty sure you have fond memories of your last trip to the Bahamas 4 years ago. A final table appearance at the PSPC, a 4th place finish, I believe?
Yeah, 4th place in your first PSPC. Absolutely memorable experience and the highlight of my poker career so far.
That's just the tip of the iceberg there, James. I know that you don't follow like all of the poker news that goes on. Scott Baumstein is the undisputed king of South Florida poker, and that extends to the Bahamas. This dude every year is just taking down multiple titles at the Hard Rock. They're pre-printing trophies with his name on it. That's how often he is winning things in South Florida. It's insane. Every time he does it, I'm like, is this a tweet, like an old tweet I'm just seeing? And he's like, nope, I just want another one. There's no person better suited to be in here.
The Hard Rock has treated me well. In fact, I won the Moneymaker Poker Tour main event at the Hard Rock a few years ago in order to get a platinum pass for this year.
Yeah, it's unreal.
So you're one of those players who's been waiting a long time.
I've had my platinum pass since 2019. I'm about 3.5 years I've been holding on to that pass, and I'm excited to finally use it.
Fantastic. So obviously you will be playing in the PSPC later during this series. Obviously, the fact that you're sat with us rather than at the tables right now means it didn't work out for you in the PCA main event.
Yeah, I busted a couple of hours ago, kind of ran into it a couple of times, got into a tricky spot, didn't work out for me, but I'm happy to join you guys in here.
I guess a little too far from the Hard Rock.
Yeah, I mean, it's still part of my geographical run zone.
So, yeah.
Run good zone, as Matt Salzberg would say.
Geographical run good zone, I like it. So we have kicked off the last level of the day. Blinds are currently 1,000, 2,500, with a 2,500 big blind ante. 90 minutes of poker left to play. We have seen Christopher Frank open here with the Spraggy Ace-7 offsuit, and we have got Joseph Drury deciding what to do with King Jack. That's a fold from the small. Anatoly Nikitin in the big blind with Ace-4. And interesting, Scott, that even though Nikitin is the shortest stack at the feature table, he's still got 30 bigs. There is no one who is short right now.
Yep, that's pretty deep for the shortest stack of the table. You have a pretty clear defend here with an ace against the hijack open.
And obviously, Ace-7 still ahead, 40% chance of a chop, but that is assuming this hand gets anywhere near showdown.
I doubt that it will. This will probably be enough to take this down.
Yep, continuation bet.
Got it.
Gets the job done. So which of these guys do you know?
Well, I know Maria, obviously. Hopefully she can hold the flag for the commentators here.
Yes.
And Christopher Frank and Taylor Parr.
Tapar.
Former online player of the year.
I mean, I know it's been a few years, as you highlighted yourself. The last time we were in the Bahamas was 2019. But even beyond that, I feel like loads of people who we haven't seen maybe at the PCA since even going back to like 2013, 2014, have come back for this one.
Yeah, I have noticed that walking around the last couple of days, seeing these like old familiar faces that haven't really shown up in the last couple of years.
I was walking back, Joe, during the dinner break, and you know when you just sense that there's someone behind you who's like huge, like significantly taller
Yeah, you
than
just
you are.
feel you're in someone's shadow.
Significantly broader than you are.
Their
like,
neck muscles are pulsating, and you can just feel it.
And I look over my shoulder, and it's Richard Seymour, of course.
Even his Super Bowl ring is bigger than my entire body.
And he's in the Hall of Fame now, right?
He is indeed.
So we've had Ferenc Diak open here with ace-9 of diamonds, called by Drury on the button. Maria with king-queen in the big calls as well. Three-way to a flop, which is 5-4-3. That is a set for Drury. Now, Ferenc Diak, Scott, is a player who made a very deep run in the EPT Monte Carlo event last year. And he's very fresh in our memories because Joe and I have just finished work on the TV shows. So we've had a lot of Diak in our lives in the last few weeks.
How did he finish in Monte Carlo?
Just missed out on the final table.
Yeah. And we're counting the final table as, what did he finish? 10th or 11th? Or was it the final day that he just missed out on, like, so 7th or 8th? It was one or the other. Not really narrowing it down.
Diak really has all of his options open here. He's got the ace high with the overcards. He's got a gut shot, wheel draw on the backdoor nut flush draw. Should probably call for fold or raise here.
Good fold. Big Diak energy. I was allowed to say that once per part on TV, Scott.
He was 13th,
13th
in the EPT Monte Carlo main event in May of 2022.
Pretty likable guy. We saw him all over the island before play started. We ran into him at least 11 times while we were shooting the various things.
It was even more than that because he was on my flight.
Oh. For me, it was a lot because, we were just like in the gym at the same time every day, just, pumping iron, getting swole.
I think a lot of people coming here from Europe will go to London because there is that direct flight from London to Nassau.
I swam over here.
I was going to say, you must have the easiest commute of anyone.
It's.
Do you even bother staying here, or do you go back at night?
From wheels up to checking into the hotel was about 75 minutes.
Cool.
Yeah, but do you have to fly from Miami?
No, Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, damn it. I thought I had him on that.
Super easy, yeah. Got tape par with the real hand here. Ooh, Maria's got her options. Yeah, good that she doesn't get out of control here with the ace-10 and just calls from the small blind. She's not going to be folding here, so her options were generally to raise or to call. She probably doesn't want to play bloated pots out of the position against Tapar, who's arguably the best player at the table.
Ooh. Maria with a very tough hand right before the dinner break.
She's not going to be able to get away from one bet here either with two overcards with the ace of hearts. Backdoor straight and flush draws.
$33 big blind stack right now. What we in the business like to call awkward.
Five of diamonds hasn't really changed anything. Maria Maria still a huge underdog.
They both might be happy to get this to showdown. 4 of hearts is a little bit interesting because Maria has the ace of hearts and Tapar has the king of hearts. So they're both blocking the big flushes here.
Nobody's going to get out of line with those big hearts.
Taylor Paul adding 15,000 to his stack. So obviously you're a resident of Florida now, Scott. Where are you from originally?
I'm from New York originally, but I've been living in Florida for about 5 years.
And is that a poker-based decision or a weather-based decision?
You know, all the above. Life-based decision, yeah. There's, you know, I like living down there for sure.
Before I ask my real question, are private games legal in Florida or not?
You know, nobody really knows the answer to that.
Then I'm not going to... I'll just stop there. Nobody knows the answer to that. That's fantastic.
I think, I mean, they're done. They exist.
They do exist.
And 143 of the day dealt at this particular table.
Raise 5.
Anatoly's going to open here. Raises to 5,000. Rudy Cervantes, ace-king in the small. 3 bets, makes it 16K. King-jack suited for Ferenc Diak.
Yeah, Rudy has a mandatory 3-bet with the ace-king-o out of position. Diak has an interesting hand. It could possibly be something we see a cold 4-bet out of.
It's the mindset. Late position raise could be anything. The small blind could be re-raising with anything.
Right, so the small blind is probably the position at the table that it's most likely to come in for a 3-bet because you're playing out of position. And then on top of that, I've been watching the stream for the last couple of hours, and I've seen Cervantes getting a little bit of out of line, and Diak probably is also getting that information right now. So
yes.
Given that, I think he's more inclined to put in that 4-bet. But he decides on the cold call.
Interesting. Is this where you now convince yourself that, hey, I'm getting a great price with 9-5 of hearts and I've got position?
And he's closing the action in position, so I do think he is going to call off of that stack size.
Oh no, it's a 4-bet from Diak. It looked like a call initially, but he has a re-raise to 38,000.
I don't think there's any way it's going to get through the ace-king over here.
Those days are over.
All in and a fold. John Ferry watching on Twitch says, when is the bubble? Tomorrow. World famous bubble coverage. Day 3 of the PCA main event. Our live stream starting at the same time as today as 12:30 local time, 12:30 Eastern, 6:30 p.m. Central European time. Well, we are going to move across to the secondary feature table. Oh yeah, 2 feature tables for the price of 1. That price being $0, you lucky people.
Oh boy.
And we have got Rafa Moraes all in here with 10s. Xuan Lu with 9s. Nicky Petrangelo with jacks.
Hey, Nicky Petrangelo.
Oh yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Petrangelo calls the shove. Looks like Xuan Lu has folded. So Moraes, the at-risk player, and he is way behind.
It's a massive stack already for Nick Petrangelo, about to get more massiver.
Nicky P, the OG Nicky P, with him with a huge stack here, could run up to 300K, is going to be a very dangerous man in this tournament.
Stack's going to be as big as a chicken parm from Uncle Sal's.
Unless there's a 10 on the river.
Look, I said it's gonna make quads. Yeah. I'm a genius. I said to him, 6 I'm gonna make quads. Look, I said.
Rafael Moraes is KO'd.
Starting to scare myself now as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, Nick Petrangelo with a lot of chips is not good news for the rest of the table, or for that matter, the rest of the players in this tournament. 178 remaining now.
That kind of power.
If it was that good, you would have called, but
I get the impression,
Can we not
Scott, that in this particular event, there was no such thing as a good table draw.
That's 100% true. I mean, both of my table draws were very difficult. In fact, I see my chips here on this feature table right here in the 4-seat. I ran my ace queen into his aces. Yeah, this was very difficult main event. But I expect there to be a lot more people coming in as the week progresses.
Do you have a prediction on how big the field might be in the PSPC?
I think it'll be bigger than this field. For one, there's about, 420 seats, Platinum Passes? So
correct.
Given that, there has to be, in my opinion, over 1,000 entries.
And that's with no re-entries.
Right.
That's
1,000
unique.
Yes. I mean, it obviously, last time around it was 1,039. I think
it'll eclipse that.
I think it will eclipse that. I think probably some people are maybe going a little bit too high and thinking that we could get to 1,500 runners, but maybe 11 to 12 is not out of the question.
That's where I would put my guess as well, 11 to 1,200. But ironically, people usually equate the larger field size to a better tournament. But in this case, I think actually the smaller the field size, the better the tournament is, because then you're playing with like the fewer, the Platinum Passes.
Yeah.
But given that, yeah,
those Platinum Pass winners like yourselves, these amateurs, who've got no idea what they're doing.
Just a kid taking a shot.
But given that, yeah, I think we'll see at least another 800 people who are directly buying in. 800-900 people.
I'm just trying to think who's not here already.
Well, I know several of my friends are intending on coming
here. A lot of
here
unknown people that are good players.
Yeah, who are not here now, but will be here next week.
Well, we're stepping away from the secondary feature table. We're coming back to the main stage because I believe we have an all-in. Anatoly Nikitin has shoved on the flop and has been called by Ramin Hajayev, and it is another domination situation. Jacks against sevens.
Plenty of equity for the sevens, though.
And makes the straight on the turn, however, spades are a factor.
Not just a spade.
Give him with a spade or chop with a 7.
So Nikitin gets the double up through Hajayev. Yes,
like
too
red,
many outs.
red.
The other tournament, the PSPC, is a 25K.
You listen to me.
Red Mind reader.
Black one, but not bad. How much?
60,000.
Very nice.
Brutal.
But yeah, just going back to what we were saying, Scott, obviously it is worth highlighting that some of the Platinum Passes were won by pros like yourself. And the other evening I was introduced to a Platinum Pass winner, and halfway through the conversation I realized it's Dinesh Schultz, who we have spent most of the last 2 years seeing crush online poker, and it's like, yeah, not every Platinum Pass winner is, to use Joe's expression, a kid with a dream.
Right, and that's because a lot of these passes were attached to winning tournaments.
Yes, of course, yes.
And I can't speak for this one, but I remember even a completely random draw last year. Yeah, when I just pulled a name out of a hat. It was frickin' David Peters.
I remember David Peters showed up to the 4 years ago to PCA, not realizing that he had a pass.
Correct.
He came in to buy in, and you know that's first.
He wasn't in the room when I did it. And my guess is everyone who heard me pull his name was so irritated that no one told him.
We didn't even know. I thought he knew and just forgot.
No, I think it happened like the week of, right?
No. It was a year before.
Oh, it was a year before.
He knew, and then he forgot.
Got it.
He's got a lot going on.
Yeah.
I mean, how many people do you think could forget something like that? Like, I won a World Series of Poker main event seat for this year, and I've already spent that money. I've already spent the min cash.
How'd you win it?
Charity tournament. And luckily, I got heads up with someone that had no idea what the main event was. And he got, believe it or not, a free trip to the Bahamas. I was like, you want to go to the Bahamas? I want to go to the main event. Done.
Worked out for everybody.
Christopher Frank.
Why not 10?
Playing just over 70 big blinds. He is third in chips at this particular table. Taylor Poor, table chip leader with close to 100 big blinds. On the subject of Christopher Frank, a dub check says be wary of people with two first names, unless they're a hairdresser or a DJ.
But 7's better than 6s or 5s or 4s.
$174 remaining now. 127 will cash tomorrow. Probably going to be the second or third level of tomorrow when we bring you our world-famous bubble coverage.
That's when play is going to slow up significantly tomorrow for those first two levels. Taper, interestingly enough, just checks back his sixes in the big line.
Four.
And he's going to navigate this and lose the minimum here. Spoke too soon.
Makes the call. Three on the river. Straighty, flushy, paired borderler. I mean, not being funny, Nijaev can't be loving this with just a 10. So I doubt Taylor Poor is excited about calling another bet with sixes.
If he called the turn, the three of clubs flush does come in. He does have a six of clubs blocking that flush. But a lot of the straight draws that Hygiev could have had missed. Some of his random king X or 9X hands. So Taylor could conceivably call this here.
He folds. All right, James Edgington, I'll bite. He asks on YouTube, what are your thoughts about people who won platinum passes in 2019 who were able to win another this year? For example, competition winners. Just to be clear, you can only win one platinum pass for the PSPC. But if you're talking about people who qualified for the first event and then won a platinum pass for the second event, I don't have a problem with that. It's like if you qualify for EPT Monte Carlo, are you saying you shouldn't be allowed to qualify for EPT Barcelona?
Yeah, they're separate events as far as I'm aware.
I mean, I think it's extraordinary. And I think we have, between 5 and 10 double winners, people who were Platinum Pass winners for the first event who have won a second pass to play in 2023. Pocket queens for Diak. He's open to 5,500. Rounds the blinds.
Well, classic situation here. Let's see how Tapar is going to proceed here from the hijack open. I don't see any way he's not going to 3-bet this. Question is how Diak is going to respond, whether he's just going to call or put it in the 4-bet. All the chips could go in right here pre-flop.
Oh, we all want the sickest and classicest of races. We all want an unnecessarily massive part of this stage of the tournament.
Because if Diak does decide to 4-bet here, I imagine Tapar is going to move all in.
Shoves for 50 bigs. And Taylor Port calls. So this is a coin flip that Ferenc Diak needs to win to survive.
There is the hot, yeah. Queen for you. King for another guy. You're feeling something?
No, I mean, after getting snapped, I feel relieved. I feel a queen. Queen of hearts.
No.
Of them.
You can't call for the Queen of Hearts. It's already in your hand. But you have got the King of Hearts and an ace. And yet again, we see a player punished, calling for outs while they're ahead. Okay. Now we get a sweat.
4 10s and 2 queens.
6 outs for Ferenc Diak, but it's the 8 of diamonds on the river, and he is KO'd.
Take it easy.
Sit open on 3.
Don't forget your phone. Oh, too late.
It's not even like he cashed huge and can afford another one.
Wow, the internet is cruel. The boy Chowder says he deserved that for wearing jean shorts. Hello, is Maria from Poland? Maria Ho? No, she is not. Thank you for your question. Maria with the snowman's num-num. Raised with 8s and... Oh, the hand's over. I thought Jory was going to get carried away with the ace-7 and...
It's such an appropriate coat for snowmen's. It's like she climbed inside of one.
it does look very, very comfortable. Good follow-up question. Has Maria ever been to Poland? That I don't know.
I'm going to say no.
Maria's done a fair amount of traveling across Europe. You may well be right, but I wouldn't necessarily assume.
I feel like I would have heard some tales of Warsaw.
I feel like you guys did an event in Warsaw years ago.
Yeah.
It's EPT Warsaw.
There was one.
Yeah.
Many years ago.
Maria was playing 2040 limit at the Commerce back then, though.
Question on YouTube from Croco. Is the other Maria Konnikova, still in? Yes. Maria Konnikova still has chips in this event. Of course, both Marias had a deep run in the BSOP event that ran here.
Maria defends with 6-4 offsuit from the big blind and has her opponent dominated.
86% chance of a chop here. Bless you.
Thank you.
There's 60 minutes left on the clock, about an hour of play. This is where, from our experience, Scott, things really start to slow down. A certain element of fatigue sets in, and everyone is just kind of thinking, yeah, I kind of feel like we played enough today. Let's just kind of eke out this last hour of the last level and bag and tag and come back for day 3.
That's 100% true. It's just one of those psychological nuances about playing live poker that people, as you near the end of the day, start playing in general a little bit more passively, just not wanting to bust as much as they would be willing to a little bit earlier in the day and wanting to move on to the next day.
I was going to ask that same question, and is there a way to take advantage of that? Are you the sort of player that will try to take advantage of that, or do you do the same thing?
No, to me, I'm sort of like the opposite. If I'm going to bust and not make the money, I'd rather do that now and save myself the time. But so this is a good opportunity if you want to get a little bit more aggressive.
Or are you just jet lagged?
And sort of
I've been in the US for 3 months almost. I'm definitely not jet lagged.
Okay. Oh, we're just boring.
Yes. Just preserving energy for the next decision.
I like it. Quick recharge in between hands.
If you want to take fun, you can go to play evening tournament, you know, knockout, 10 minutes big blinds level.
Yeah, quicker.
It's really fun.
Main events are kind of slow.
So, follow-up comment from James Edgington about the 2-time winner issue. James clearly has a problem with the competition on the
I think
podcast.
this time there's a high chance I wake up.
Oh,
and
God.
play.
You had 50 people on the podcast who wants to win, and you gave it to the guy who'd already won one before. I don't know what part of random draw you don't understand. No favoritism, no subjectivity, a random draw of the 50 people who entered, and we went in order of that draw.
What did I say?
Oh, no whining?
No whining. Why does someone always have to ruin it? I'm livid right now. I'm furious.
You might have to turn this car around.
I might.
Not do it again. Wow. This one check. Wow. Drury.
Oh my
turn
goodness.
Ace full against Frank's
What
flop,
a turn
top
card.
trips.
Not a time for anyone to be tuning out or checking out or trying to make it to tomorrow. This is going to be a shame.
Surprisingly enough, the flop went check. If there was any betting on the flop and then we get to this turn, they were assured to get all their money in here. This slows down the action a little bit. And he just calls with his top full house. And that card is going to save Christopher Frank a lot of chips here with the 4-line straight on the board, because he's losing to any 5 or any 10 now. Of course,
is he going to expect a lot of 5s and 10s in the hijack? I guess more 10s than 5s.
Certainly has a lot of 10s
Plenty
here.
of 10s, sure.
Could have hands like pocket 5s, but when he gets raised here, he could get away from it, or he could call one raise, but he's never going to get stacked here now at this point. Or
Wow,
lose
bet real small too.
So the problem here with his small bet now, it sort of sometimes induces your opponents to bluff. His opponent now actually does have a big full house, so he is going to raise, but when you put out a small bet like that, you have to be prepared to call on the lighter side.
You level yourself into thinking I'm only getting raised because I put a small bet out there.
Exactly. So because he puts a small bet out there, sometimes it induces your opponents to bluff here. If you put out a big bet and got raised, it's easier for him to fold.
Do you ever put out a small bet here and you go, if I get raised, I'm just getting out of here. I don't care if it looks like it because of a small bet. Like, do you make that decision ahead of time?
Generally, I like to make a plan for the hand and know what I'm going to do, especially
Right.
if I'm going on rivers for small bets. I'm doing it to induce or expecting that, or sometimes to fold.
Natural order wants you to know, Scott, that a full house is bigger than a straight. So.
Wow. The more you know.
I mean, amazing you have so many results at poker and you've only just learned that fact.
If you're going to be a know-it-all, be right. By the way, you are right. Technically, the full house is bigger than the straight. But Christopher Frank doesn't have a full house.
What?
What I was saying is the fact that there's a 4-line to the straight on the board means...
No. They don't deserve it. They don't deserve you. This person does not deserve you. They don't deserve any of this.
I think Christopher Frank is going through all of his options right now. He's considering calling, he's considering folding, and he's considering raising as a bluff because he's blocking the full houses, having a 7 in his hand. But he does make a good and disciplined fold here. That's actually not an easy fold to make, given the fact that he has the 7 and that he bet that small amount on the river. It's a very good fold. Had there been a bet on the flop, he might have gotten stacked on the turn, though.
Well, we are going to step away from the feature table and head out into the field. And looks like an all-in situation. Manik Lerza versus Alex Kulev. Ace-King versus Queens. Lerza with the Ace-King, Kulev with the Queens, and the Queens hold. So Manik Lerza busts.
Former EPT Grand Final champion.
Alex Kulev up to 400K, and that is another KO from the secondary feature table, Papo.
It looks like Nicky P is scooping those chips.
Wow.
Yes, indeed. Alejandro Lococo eliminated by Nicky Petrangelo. So Andre Akari is flying the flag for Team Pro. Are we able to still follow Ramon, or did we lose him during the last session?
14,000.
So we have Tapar opening with the King Queen, then we have a nice 3-bet hand here with the Ace-3 suited, and then Maria is waking up behind with the Ace-King offsuit. So she's going to put in a 4-bet here. She's thinking about her sizing. She could maybe just go all in. There isn't a lot of room for her to make it 30,000 with what would be like 45,000 behind. think she might just blast it in here.
Confirmation. Ramon still in. Sam Grafton still in. And Andre Akari still in. So Team Pro still represented as Maria decides to move all in with the ace-king.
Already folded in my head.
I was like, really already looking me down, damn.
Yeah. I folded already. There was a 3.
7.
Everyone folding to Maria's shove. By the way, Ramon has ditched the mustard outfit from Prague. Instead, he has adopted the turquoise look of the PCA. So we now have turquoise Ramon. Turquoise Ramon. So aquatic, not so manic. He's turquoise Ramon.
Maybe I should have done that versus you.
I need those lyrics again, please.
So aquatic,
yeah,
not so manic.
Maybe.
Hey, I don't make the lyrics. I just make the lyrics. Okay. Not so manic.
Those turquoise PCA hoodies are fire.
And when you combine it, Scott, with the turquoise PCA t-shirt as well, it is a very, very aquatic look.
Raise.
Drury opening under the gun with Queen Jack. Ishaev just calling out the small blind with 9s.
It's a little light with the undergun open.
Hey, gonna flop a queen. It's not to like.
And it's a pretty good board for 9, so we're definitely going to be seeing a turn here. Wow, Queen Jack checks back. Nines could probably bet for value here, and he does. We're going to see a just call here. Small blind calling range is going to include a lot of medium pocket pairs. He could have sets of 7s and sets of 8s and some bigger queens like ace queen and king queen. But forget what I'm saying because he's going for the raise to 16,000. Taking a very interesting line here with his Queen Jack, but it's going to work out for him.
Drury has a lock on this.
If he decides to bet for value on the river, I think he will get called with that 7 of hearts.
Looks like 10K into 15K, sorry, into 47K.
Is a very value-y, please call me bet. Betting 20% pot here. But at the same time, his 9s are just strong enough to only you don't have to be right very often there. He does make the call.
And we'll be left with 46,500. He's dropped below the 20 big blind mark. As Joseph Drury scoops in that pot.
Okay. Hello. Hello.
165 players remaining. Still some distance from the money. 127 cashing in this PCA main event. So
that
bubble
is
coverage tomorrow.
some distance from the money, but that's only 38 people away or
Yes,
so.
that's
So
true.
now ICM is going to start getting into play now already. We are getting close enough to the money where the decisions are going to be really thinking about the fact that you are close enough to the money. You're going to play a little bit more
Right, that's why you
passively.
said two, because
You're
when
not
you
gonna
got
wanna
here, the
get
rule
your-
was only one. So technically, you changed the rule.
Correct.
But to benefit you, I get it. I like the hustle. I appreciate it.
So play is going to slow down a little bit, and it's going to get a little bit more passive now for the next couple of levels.
Well, we'd already established that it was slowing down because we were coming towards the end of the day. We've got 45 minutes left on the clock for day 2. Add to that what you were just saying about the bubble considerations, Scott, and it's like, okay, so we might see some post-flop action, we might not.
So you're going to play hands maybe a lot more pot control, where in other stages of the tournaments you might be willing to play to be a little bit more aggressive.
Victor Cooper, who is watching on YouTube, you're going to have to be more specific. When you say James do it, I don't know what you're referring to. What do you need me to do?
Right here is going to be one of these spots that we're sort of referencing. So Tapar is going to 3-bet out of the small blind. And Maria's going to have 8s here, which is a good but not great hand in this situation. And if she's going to continue here and call, 20% of her stack pre-flop, it's going to put her in jeopardy of potentially not making the money if she loses a big pot here. She can conceivably just fold this and not even defend this in position, even though she has a pretty good hand, 2 8s. 8s doesn't play as well as it is perceived to against big 3-bets.
What's up, man?
How are you?
Good, how are you? Crushing, yeah.
With ICM considerations,
You're
middle
crushing.
pocket pairs don't play very well.
Just lucky?
Yeah.
That's good. Like is good.
Maria's certainly not thinking about raising. She's either thinking about folding or just calling here.
Luck, crush, guys, crushing.
I genuinely don't know what I'm meant to do. Am I missing something, Joe?
Over the 100.
Yeah, probably like
Go on.
105 or something.
James, do it. You know. Do what?
Snowmen's?
Num num? But it started before that.
Harry Lodge?
He's not at the table.
This is a terrible flop for Tapar's hand. An ace comes, monotone board, 3 spades, which he does not have. Maria can win with an 8 or a spade, and she does get there, having the 8-high flush. Tapar could turn his hand into a bluff here. I think Maria's going to be happy just to check this back and try to get to showdown. Wow, and Tapar makes a set of queens on the river, which even though there are 4 spades on the board, it does matter because now he's beating an ace or a hand like a set of jacks or something like that. But I think he's going to check it here, and this is one of those spots where Maria, if we were in earlier stages of the tournament, she might go for some thin value here with her 8-high flush. But because we are approaching that bubble and we're going to see this pot control, she's not going to want to risk getting check raised. So I think if it's checked to her, she's just going to check back and try to get to showdown. Tapar's betting for value and as a block. She doesn't want to face a bigger bet.
Maria finally taking one down at this table. It's been a rough go for her.
What a runner.
What's she adding to a stack there? 58,
About
31.5.
25, yeah. There's 18 pre and another 8 on the river.
Yeah. So hovering around the 50 big blind mark, but the average stack right now is 166K. It's quite a big average.
And that's a big pot for her in terms of making it through the day and getting towards the money.
you.
That's a lot of orbits of poker. She can sit there and try to make the money
Hello.
with in that hand.
A lot of people very happy to see Poland's Maria Ho doing well. As we reference, playing more than 50 bigs now. Ramanajayev, the legitimate short stack at the table with around 18 bigs. So Christopher Frank has opened with Queen Jack.
Seeing a lot of ace kings today.
Thank you for lifting your microphone right up to your mouth when you did that.
He's a bit of a stickler for the mic stuff.
It was nice having eardrums for most of the day.
Come on.
Three bet for Drury, gets the job done.
No, I hate my phone. After you play every hand just to tilt me.
Yeah, the night I tell you, I mean, you're going to send TV regardless. I will tell you everything.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. What's your name?
Yossi.
Yossi? Nice to meet you. I'm Chris.
Meet you.
I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
That's the real prize, right? The memories. Everyone focuses on playing down to the money, but what about playing down to the memories? Think about that.
You know, I have been thinking about that. Coming back here is very nostalgic for me, as I'm sure it is for you. Like, here more than any other stop. I'm coming here for like a dozen years, and like it's sort of this reunion spot where you get to see a lot of people you don't otherwise see anywhere else.
Especially given what we've all been through over the last couple of years.
And the world has changed since the last time we've
Yes.
had an event here.
And you know, what's particularly strange is that, so we didn't do a Bahamas event in 2020. We would have, right? Normally, because the world didn't shut down until like March.
Right.
And when we didn't do it in 2020, I didn't miss it. I was okay. I was like, I'd been here 8, 9 years in a row. I didn't quite miss it. And then it wasn't until I got off the plane here, this trip, that I was like, oh man, I really miss this. That humidity, that I granted you live in Florida all the time, right?
Love the humidity.
And I missed it. I was like, man, I really, the smells, the resort vibe, all of it. I was like, man, I really sort of underappreciated.
The overpriced Bahama Mamas.
Yeah, I mean, the novelty of that wore off pretty quick. But that first one
just hits different.
Really, yeah, really hit the spot.
Yeah, I have a lot of great like poker memories like away from the table throughout my years at PCA for sure, and met a lot of people who became friends over the years here in the Bahamas.
And a lot of people sort of, I don't know. It's also like the people were young, right?
Right.
In your
We grew
20s
up,
doing dumb
yeah.
things, and now we're not so young anymore.
Right.
And those sort of shenanigans and hijinks that people got into at PCA over the years, too, are memories that you're probably not going to ever recreate because we all go to bed now.
Yeah, I had those conversations last night, actually, having drinks with a friend and talking about some of those old stories.
Chris, you were in Florida before this?
Yeah.
Where else were you for the last few months? Oh, you stayed after WPT, basically? Like,
I was the whole time. I was in Florida in November, and then in Wynn, and then I was in Atlantic City.
Oh my
Very nice place. Yeah.
Wow, look at you.
Saw New York, and
Had you been to New York before? Was that
like just very briefly, doesn't really count. So I was for a few days now, and
was it fun?
it's nice. Yeah, it's unique.
There's, yeah, I mean, there's no city like it.
That was Christopher Frank. Shout out to Atlantic City in the winter. Very nice place. Spent a lot of time in AC.
Have you been in the States recently, or you were traveling around?
No, I've been here. Like, I was in Vegas in December, and before that, I mean, I think the last international trip I took was to
Poland.
EPT Barcelona.
Yeah, I saw you there.
So close.
Dang.
I mean, life in US is nice.
Yeah, I mean, it can't some parts. Not, I mean, see, Atlantic City is clearly a great place to spend a lot of time in.
Yeah.
So much love for AC.
There's different places. There's a lot of variety if you just travel around. Atlantic City is great. Yeah.
I don't know because.
Yes,
Yeah.
your sarcasm detector is not broken.
No, because I've been like a long time ago, and I don't know what to say about it.
No, it's not nice.
Not nice.
The poker is very nice. There's not many Europeans. But yeah.
Oh, like you were there for the Borgata.
Yeah, yeah. It's like 5K with 1,100 runners and 2 Europeans total.
I think he's implying that Americans are bad at poker.
Taylor, I think we should be offended. He's trying to say Americans aren't good at poker. Like,
I gather.
Where are we at? With guys?
I wasn't surprised either.
Unfortunately, he's talking to
Americans
two of the
are
wrong
good.
Americans. I think what makes Americans most dangerous, in a poker sense, is the ones that aren't that good at poker think they're very good at poker.
We'll fight you about it.
Rudy. Yes.
Yeah.
Nice comments.
That hand raise and take it for Taylor Port.
It's just complimenting the strong American economy.
We are
Europeans can't afford to lose on poker.
once again going to step away from the main feature table because we've got action out in the field. In fact, we have got a potential 3-way all-in. Dietrich Fast all-in.
Chino.
James Harvey all-in. Chino calls. He has got both players covered. And all 3 players have ace-king.
I'm not really happy to chop, guys.
Stop with the greediness. I'm happy to
Scott
chop.
Baumstein, do you know the lyrics to the song?
No.
Everybody loves the chop pot.
Everyone loves the chop pot. Yep, glad I checked.
Come on, guys.
For real, stop
Come
with the
on.
nonsense.
Hit it one bit. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
3-way chop. No one accidentally eliminated. And you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Oh, my God.
First time out of the gate, Baumstein, I think you did all right.
You were like, it's black. Oh, but I'm the only one that
I thought
win.
I thought he had aces. I'm like, okay, I'm out.
It's like a bucket list thing for me. Joining that.
So you're really picking on me.
Got in there from the big
Because
blind.
usually
I don't
you
even know what I
3-bet,
had,
right?
I'm sure I could
When
do
you have a
that.
nice hand.
Well, I figured that might be a squeeze. I didn't love it when you shot.
And back to the feature table we go. Exactly, guys. That's the advantage of having Maria at the feature table. She wasn't in the booth to ruin it. So Drury was the pre-flop aggressor, raising under the gun +1. Hajayev calling out of the big blind, and Hajayev is now facing a continuation bet of 5,000 and folds the best hand.
Surprised we're taking one off with ace-4 there, flopping a 4 and not seeing a turn.
Raksha says, I will tell her you said that. I'm going to have that compromising moment removed from the replay so that there is no evidence.
Go ahead and take the big blind. I don't know. Who's good?
What about you? Who do you think?
I mean, they're just so bad, it's going to take you forever to come up with one name.
There's a lot of good ones. A lot of good ones. I don't play the super high roller, so I don't know. And also, I'm not good enough to judge, right?
I think Maria's pressing Christopher to.
Like, how am I going to judge
one
which
good
of the
American
poker
player.
players who are better than me is the best of them? Like,
That's true. But.
American players play poker?
It's Campbell, yeah.
I think Dan Smith is up there.
I mean, if we're literally going to sit here and list every good American player, this is going to be a very long conversation that may eclipse the end of
New
the play.
generation is coming. Like,
I've been around the game long enough to remember when the Americans were the best players.
I don't know who of the super
a long time ago.
I don't know if they're so underrated now, you know, like
Yeah,
last like
yeah.
12 to 18 months, like less so, but maybe before.
Sevens still ahead. This is Daniel Custodio.
Custodio.
What if we saw another check raise with the deuces here from Cervantes?
Cervantes has been all over the shop with his flop raises. It's been pretty fun to watch.
He used deuces last time, I remember. Folds quickly this time.
It's funny how like results-oriented everyone is. Like a year ago, it was so clear #1 player in the world is Adamo, and now every time the discussion comes up, like his name doesn't come up because he's been running bad like for a year now or something. It's just so dumb.
Yes, that's all we keep track of in poker is results.
You're running bad, everybody forget about you.
Yeah, and now it's like the next guy who has like an upswing is clearly the best player in the world. It's just so dumb.
Fedor Holes, Dan Coleman, Alex
That is how
Foxen,
most people think, but if you've been around the
Bonomo,
game long
Adamo. I mean, everyone has like that.
You try not to.
everyone, but it's usually just a reigning
Like in this room right now, there's
sun runner. No offense, people are very good poker players also.
It's like so tough to tell like who's
It happens
better.
in these high roller fields because the fields are so
Oh, you
small.
could do
They're
that.
going to get runs by some of these guys. And combination of the fields being small, and there's more and more of these high roller events, there's more opportunities for them to win them.
The best answer, I think, for this question is like me.
And then she asked for the best American player. So. Okay, couldn't say
Okay, me.
So you?
Yeah, okay.
What's even more impressive than some of these high roller runs is actually
I just
Chino
played
Reem,
one
who's on the
tournament
secondary
in,
feature
USA,
table.
and,
He's probably the
staked
biggest
19 points in this.
winner in 10K main events
But
in the history of
like,
poker. From winning, he won PCA main, he won the 10K WPT at Hard Rock and in Vegas, and
Who
the
else?
final table at the World Series of Poker
Which one
main
did you
event. This guy gets it
Just,
done
Hard
in,
Rock,
in
main
$10,000
event
buy-in
in
main events
Miami.
like nobody else.
Oh boy.
A set versus a gut shot.
Yeah, he makes it look effortless too, Chino.
Definitely a field player, like you said. Definitely not very studied, but this guy has some sort of instinct.
Well, Maria is continuing here for 5,500.
Do you remember meeting Drury, by the way, a couple of days ago, James?
Yes.
He was talking about that while you were off the air. He's having a heck of a time here at the feature table. It's the aces, kings, the second set I've seen him flop.
I distinctly remember him taking a photo with us, and you saying the next photo he would take would be the winner's photo.
Yeah, I say that to everyone, but yes, I did say that. That's my little joke.
I think this is a good card for Maria to check. Problem with betting this deuce here, if Drury had a 9 or a 10, when that deuce peels off in the turn, he's not going to go anywhere. I think he's probably going to put in a raise here and try and end this hand, or what will end up in ending this hand. Nope, he's going to continue to play it slow.
And no jack on the river. Instead, the 9 of diamonds pairing the board and giving Drury a full house.
He checks over to her one more time. She might just check back and take this to showdown. She can still beat a few hands. Some straight draws that missed, some turn flush draws. And as we're getting closer to the money here, like we said, bluffing here and losing more chips is costly to her.
Yeah, she does.
Check here by Maria.
I think that's good.
Check behind. Drury wins that part as Maria drops below the 100K mark. Maria back below 40 bigs.
I wanted to lead the river, but didn't want to. Changing my mind. You calling if I'm leading river?
I guess you'll never know.
Later you can check.
Good answer.
Pick a video.
Good answer.
This you can't even see on television.
Oh yeah.
When you lose a pot, you always love to hear your opponent ask you if you were calling.
You
if
can
you
guess
bet.
on what you have. The one thing you learn from watching a lot of live poker is you never know. That's the one thing you learn.
One thing you learn is you never know.
And you never will know.
She might call king high, she might fold aces, right?
Deuces opening in small blind. No action from the big blind. And we're into the last 25 minutes of the day. 155 on the clock. A reminder, tomorrow we'll have the bubble with 127 getting paid.
I thought Chris Frank was like looking directly in the camera for a second, like he wanted to say something to us. Looks like he's in his jammies.
He's in a onesie.
Yeah.
Comfort's important.
Tommy Bahama.
Yeah, it's one of those onesies that's probably hundreds of dollars, if not more. Like those atrocious tracksuits that Spraggy wears. Wait, you mean this is both ugly and expensive? Where do I sign up?
Call, yeah?
Please tell me they're not expensive.
Oh, they're expensive.
Raise.
So you get raise with a 10-jack of clubs, and a 3-bet with the 8-9 of clubs. With certain boards, this can get interesting.
I don't think it's a 3-bet. I think Drury limped the button.
Oh, you are correct. It was a button limp and a raise from the small blind.
Yeah.
But certainly not limping the button with 10-jack suited to fold before big blinds. Very interesting limp. They're pretty deep. 10-jack suited in position is a very good and playable hand.
Then the 3-bet from Drury, which gets the fold from Anatoly. What a strange hand.
Very strange line. Just in the last level, he's
but I have
played these hands very differently, but it's worked out for him. He's definitely not taking standard lines in the few hands that I've seen him play here.
Yeah.
See, the player count is falling down pretty quickly, so when we start play tomorrow, it's not going to be very far
It's
off.
going to be real close, looming, as we like to say.
It could happen in the first level tomorrow.
I think
it will.
Yeah, I mean, first, probably by the second. Hey, Laporte opening here with ace-king.
So I don't know if you heard earlier, but Elliott Smith was the only player that was in for all 6.
I did hear. $60,000, a not insignificant amount of money.
I would have guessed that there was nobody if I had to pick a side in that. It's not easy to do.
So the first 3 players to min cash will still not have won Elliott Smith's buy-ins.
Is he still in at least?
No. Oh no.
6th time wasn't a charm.
A lot of people asking about the start time tomorrow. Same as today. 12:30 Eastern, which is 6:30 p.m. Central European time. That is going to be our on-air time every single day when we're not covering a final table. It's the final table of the PCA main on Sunday and the final table of the PSPC next Friday. That will start at 1 p.m. local time. But every other day, 12:30 Eastern, make sure you're with us for the rest of our coverage from the Bahamas, PCA and the PSPC.
Struggle, right?
Huh?
It's a struggle.
Being carded on TV table all time. Jets.
Yeah, that worked out well.
Jacks.
Sometimes
it's like this. Nothing can do. Then you go on a heater with 3 hands. And,
you're looking great.
Cervantes in the small blind with the snowmans.
Time? It's 10 minutes
to see him just call here.
10 minutes to 8.
Does
so
call.
Nice. 10 minutes.
No, 10 minutes to 10.
10,
Right
8
now.
to 9. Everybody's all
my
over
watch
the map.
is lying to go. Nobody has a phone.
Yeah.
We can't confirm.
I think 9.
9-10.
9-10.
Yeah.
Look at these expert poker players trying to do mathematics without the calculators on their phones.
So many fun, coordinated boards today. A little street flash draw here.
You told me that in Vegas last time.
Yeah.
What is it again?
Everybody with
The
a
watch
piece.
is not for the time.
Watches is for randomizing.
For randomizing and to brag, maybe. Not for the time. That's what you have a smartphone for.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bragging part depends on what kind of watch you have.
Exactly.
Maybe rocking a Swatch for the randomizer. That's not both brag and...
I just say I would probably lose to this guy's watch. Whatever it is.
And we have a
Whatever
very
you choose.
interesting feed from Custodio.
You
from
had
the
to
big
watch in
blind.
Vegas.
Like a
Bottom pair.
semi-cheap one.
Tapar has a straight flush draw and the only flush draw. Cervantes with the overpair.
No longer an overpair, but still pretty good.
I think Custodio's going to check, and I think Tapar might put out a decent-sized
You can
bet
finish
here.
and go play hyper.
Every time you say tapeworm, it sounds like you're saying tapeworm.
If he had his phone with
Does
him,
he
he
share any
probably play
characteristics
as
with a
he play
tapeworm?
us. If he had his phone with him, he probably
better than me.
play hyper as he play with us. But they took
He's pretty good
his
at
phone.
sucking nutrients out of the people at the table.
No, you laughed.
We're
You
too
laughed.
slow.
You
Too
laughed.
slow for you.
It is a little bit slow.
Well, especially like, you know, 20 years ago, for example.
When you play online, I mean, it's playing the same.
Cervantes rivers a set, but there's
10
a
to 15.
four-liner to a straight.
Just Viber is
what I thought.
He decides to just check. He's going to check call here.
by 4K monitor.
And now I'm old and just play live.
Just okay.
Does Amazon not ship to Montenegro?
Cheap, frankly.
Very expensive.
Are you happy to hit the set here or what?
It improves your hand, you are, but he doesn't have many sixes in his range. He has some flushes. So Custodio is the only one who really has a lot of sixes from the big blinds. He really has most of the 6x in his range. So he can represent this 6 here. And I think this is a good spot for him to bet. It's not going to work because I don't see Cervantes folding. But from range-wise, he's going to hit this board better than his opponents do. His Tapar doesn't have a lot when he's opening from +2. The only sixes he has in his hand are like 6-6 or maybe ace-6 suited. Other than that, he doesn't have any straights there. And given the betting pattern, it doesn't really look like anybody has any flushes here.
This sizing, what do we think of it?
He bet 17 bets. So he's bet small. He's betting an amount that he could be betting for value a hand that is weaker than a straight, and the 8s are good against.
So the ace can call here.
Yeah, he could be betting like smaller sets, 4s and 5s and 7s here for that.
Does
price.
get
So
looked
he's gonna
up.
Get looked up. I mean, he was going to need to go much bigger there to get that through a decent value hand like that. I do like that bet from Custodio, because as we look at all of the possible hands that all three of them could have, that board favored him. So that bet in the long term is going to work out for him.
US life seems
He just ran
crazy
into
expensive,
sort of
right?
top
Like a
of his
good life
range.
in US.
Yeah, I mean, if you live in one of the major cities, like
New
real
York.
estate is so expensive. Like to buy a place.
Health insurance, like food, I don't know.
Like healthcare, like everything. Yeah. So.
You got Tottenham, 10.
What?
They got 10
for us?
14 something.
Yesterday was like
Is that a
6.
different tournament?
Yeah, I don't
No,
know.
it's the same one.
Doesn't make sense.
No, it has to be this one because the only other tournament is that one. Yeah.
Yeah. How many?
Okay. After
Three
this
more?
one, 3 more hands.
3?
Not bad.
Not bad.
I'll take it. It's okay. No need to redraw. We're good.
Maybe they making up for
Yeah,
for
'cause
yesterday,
yesterday was like-
because yesterday was right 6.
Yeah, at
But-
6 minutes. And
Normally it's 10 you should.
But day 1A was like 10, so I don't
it's
know.
not
They said they
26.
just kind of forgot yesterday, because normally, yes, it's around 10 to. It's
Oh, they
all
they
over. It's a
forget.
little all over
That's
the
so
place,
fun.
but you know.
They forget. The same thing, they forget about us and they start.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, yeah, they start the clock now.
So clock has been paused. Did they do the draw already? Did they announce?
3 more hands.
3 more hands. I can live with that.
Even the analysis on the number of hands drawn is great
Yeah.
from Scott Baumstein.
I would rather just
On
have a
top of
shorter
it.
break.
And then get some to eat.
It's easier when you come in fresh at the end of the day.
It's true.
That you really want for 30 minutes, and then it's just like, and then it's
Sort of
not
like how I like to late reg
Connection.
tournaments and just play a short day on day 1. Come in fresh while the blinds are big.
And I don't know why did they do the last one 30 minutes.
All you people out here clawing and scraping at the 100 level.
But I like ending
Not for
early,
me.
period. Like, this is a good schedule, generally speaking, for sure. I'm glad to be done at 9:30.
Yeah, I can agree more. You can go to
I
dinner,
much
you
ra-
can
yeah.
do things. Yeah.
I much prefer, like, no dinner break.
Well, we can never be sure if Ace Queen's winning here until we know what that other card is.
No water, just poker. No sleep.
Nothing.
Imagine not knowing
Poker,
what both
poker,
other
poker,
cards
poker,
are.
Yeah, my wife could never understand how do I play for so many hours. I mean, what? She's like, how can you do it for so long?
Fun game.
Yeah, I mean, people don't understand. You still entertain, and it's like when you finish. It's
The other
like,
card's
let me do
probably a
another
queen.
hand.
Ah, six.
Yeah, it's always one more round. Or
I like how you just went for it,
To my
though.
big blind, and then like.
Right, and then you get, like, super stuck just trying to get a little even. Sometimes you're like,
you want to finish like at a
Yeah,
7.
Cool.
Get them out.
Because every game they play 2-3 hours.
That's a
okay,
7
it's
for
enough.
value. Gets it.
7, 8, 10 hours, no problem.
Shocked.
Still
Don't laugh.
Yeah, at least I look smart on stream. So
The screen.
He's laughing at
You
the
already
stupid
get the-
American that he
I
just
don't think
beat
both
to
things are
5.
Needs beer.
This one?
Yeah.
Didn't all you Euros miss Americans, huh?
Maybe it's the second and you don't
It's gonna end.
Yeah, I think second. Yeah.
Well, as day 2 comes to a close, this is the current chip leader, Alex Kulev.
That's a chip leader smile.
Playing a huge stack right now.
Of course it is.
Maybe today.
That's Piles for day 2.
No, because I could be the victim. That's why not today.
Okay, next time. It's a button.
No, this schedule is good, and the set is so pretty. Like, they
yeah.
did such an amazing. Like, they always do
unique.
an amazing job, but it's so pretty.
Top of the line.
Yeah, I mean, their production is second to none.
Absolutely.
Especially considering they have to ship everything and move everything in here. Like, it's different if they have like a full-time studio, but to get this type of setup over here is more work than we would ever
again
know.
and again.
Francine Watson, for your consideration.
Oh, yeah.
I watched them doing it as the curtain was down. I was looking. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I was like, all the wires and everything. I said, you know what they're doing?
It's last hand.
It's beautiful.
Two more.
2 more.
Yeah, I mean, the bar for their production quality is so high.
That's why I'm so happy they have it back here, because I don't really go up to Europe to play.
Oh, so you don't have the opportunity to
Yeah,
see this
so
kind of setup.
I like the poker stars when they come
Yeah.
to the PCA. It's like, definitely, exactly. You go everywhere. So for me, it's just the US and really here.
When's the last time you went back to Israel?
Israel? I was there 2 years ago, maybe. I'm going in February.
I've been to Israel before.
Really?
But have you
I
been
like
to
this.
Poland?
Actually, I remember you were on. They invited you to a podcast or something. Were you on a podcast? Or something?
No,
Right.
Omri Caspi has a charity, like a foundation.
And
And
I
yeah.
remember reading about it once.
Yeah.
So you went there, okay. But they should invite you to a podcast. There is Ace High.
Oh,
podcast.
really? That's-
Yeah, and they should. Yeah.
I mean,
Every time they have someone else.
oh, really? Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, the food was so good. The people were very hospitable.
Yeah, it's absolutely. I can't wait.
Have
for
fun.
I'm going next
Yeah,
year.
like counter back.
Come
the guy
on.
With their phones.
What?
The guy with the phones dropped the bag. So one of our phones.
They're stealing our phones.
Give me a
Yikes.
new phone. Give me a new.
Where? Yeah.
Little multi-way to close things out, and another set of fours, this time for Hajayev.
Get a little cushion.
And
up
running
top.
into a big top pair with the king-queen from Drury. There goes
And-
check, check again. A lot of these check backs with big hands.
Power picks up a jack now. Hajayev with the sort of stack that probably could have easily gotten called.
That jack of spades is an action killer, brings in both straights
Yeah.
and flushes.
Restraining myself, I'm not going to go full Nico Leonard and say anything about Hajayev's Hublot.
Oh, yeah, I was dying to get your opinion on it, but you're just not a Hublot guy. Nothing personal.
Nothing personal.
Or some.
Well,
like
action
nicer
killer
opponent
after
there.
action killer.
This was fine.
Drury does make top 2, but there's a 4 flush out there. Probably just goes check, check.
You're gonna kill him if he finds the 10 in the sand.
I think Drury is
Run
thrilled
out.
by how he played that hand in that run out. He knows he could have lost a lot
Or
more.
does he check the flop with king queen?
Also probably thrilled the way
Or
Hajayev
does he
played
check
the
the
hand.
flop with king queen?
He does it second time.
It's too good. It's too good.
He already milked me doing that. Well played.
So what's about best player?
At least.
Yossi, best player.
At least. Well, I was like sure it's coming like Jack of Spades.
Yeah.
Or King of Spades or something. The way the play was going. But I haven't said it's coming. Spades.
What are we gonna do? For me too, you know.
I mean, we can change. Not the problem.
I like it.
Last hand.
No, thank you. I worked hard for that.
Should have jammed pre and
One last question for YouTube on the last hand of the day. Always Coming 7 asks, when is the bubble? It's directly before the money. Thank you for your question.
How many do you have?
I had 18 bigs exactly.
Okay.
And it's going to be really early tomorrow in the first level.
Yeah, I would definitely say that you want to be with us from the start of tomorrow's broadcast to ensure that you can experience our world-famous bubble coverage. I don't think Scott's wrong. We could easily go hand for hand during the first level. Bubble unlikely to burst later than the second level of the day. So final hand of day 2.
So, thank you for playing.
Oh, is that the last hand?
Yeah. Good luck, everybody, tomorrow.
Yes, you too.
Good luck, everybody.
Good job. Good luck.
Let Drury have his day. All right.
So what did you...
Okay, I had pocket 8 full house on that
wait.
board that I raised you.
Really?
And I had ace king when I 3-bet you when
Oh,
you
wow.
the cutoff.
You know what I had when you have 8? Ace 7, trips top kicker.
What do you have?
Trip.
Oh, is it 7-7, right?
7-7-6, I have ace 7.
Oh, you laid it down. Good job.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Thank you
he's
for telling
a
me.
really good player.
Yeah, because there was also the straight there, full house, everything.
I was
But
probably,
good job.
I was over-betting Brick Rivers. The 9 was terrible for you.
Yeah, good job.
You make a lot of money.
Just needles him. Scott Baumstein
Yeah,
said
good job
all of
laying
this
it down.
already.
I had to do it short, like maybe a bluff or something.
He had a bluff when he double-barreled the turn, you saw it?
Yeah.
Or what did he have?
It is queen.
Ace queen, and you had like 10s or something? Yeah, sick.
Which one? Remind me.
Well played.
Oh, a Jack 10 suited. What did you have?
8-9 suited.
Oh. You said I had a good hand. Oh my God. Which one? Club at club?
Closer.
Club.
Oh no shit! Together with straight flush.
Does it go in the back?
But
Yes.
Oh my God.
Hard, yeah.
good for me for isolate here.
Yeah,
Yes,
no,
guys.
it's okay. And then it's easy for you to lay down when I go on the top.
Time for all the surviving players to bag and tag and come back for day 3.
That's fine.
And Scott, you'll be back for day 3, right?
I'll be here.
What did you have when you limp
No
raced
place
me?
I'd rather be.
To 30K?
Except in the tournament
Yeah.
still.
Ace king, oh wow. Ace jack. That's straight, 5-6 suited. On 7, 8, 9 ace I had 5-6. And I think I might have had a flush draw too. I had a very good hand.
So these are the stacks of the players we were watching on the main stage. Taylor Paul finishing the day with 331,000, which will equate to 110 big blinds at the new blind level, coming back tomorrow at 1,503,000. And as we've referenced a few times, the bubble looming, pressure on players like Maria and Ramin Hajayev, 30, 20 big blinds respectively. But who are the chip leaders coming into day 3? Who are the biggest stacks to end the day? Alex Kulev, we said he was Chip Daddy, 704,234 big blinds. And Chino Ream is in the top 5, the reigning champ, still playing more than 400k. Chance Cornuth, the former PCA finalist, is 8th in chips. Mustafa Kanat is 9th on the leaderboard. And a reminder of what they are playing for. 127 will make the money. A min cash is worth 17.6. Make it to the final table, you are guaranteed a 6-figure score. $1 million for the runner-up in the PCA 2023 main event, and 1.5 million to the winner. And of course, the main event trophy, an $8.6 million prize pool generated by 889 total entries in this tournament. So we are done for today. Make sure you check out the PokerStars blog for updates and stories from PCA 2023. And yes, tomorrow, day 3 of the main event means world famous bubble coverage. Make sure you join the team. We are here at the usual time, 12:30 Eastern. That is 6:30 p.m. Central European time. But for now, from Joe Stapleton, Scott Baumstein, Griffin Benger, Nick Walsh, and Maria Ho, I'm James Hartigan saying good night from the Bahamas.
Are you ready?